One, one, one. Ladies and gentlemen, time to plunge into Europe and Mobilities, a Polish presidency conference subtitled Challenges and Opportunities for Socio-Economic Transformations. May I welcome you all, representing as many as 41 states, as of 8 a.m., perhaps it's 43 now, the size from Faroe Islands, inhabited by 56,000 people, to India, 1.5 billion people, with daily growth of about 56,000 people. That is as many as Faroe as there are in the world. Welcome to the Old Library of the University of Warsaw, to the three-day conference titled Europe and Mobilities, with a subtitle, Challenges and Responses for the Future. Let's put first things first. Who makes this conference for you? It is organized by the University of Warsaw, the highly dedicated teams of the Center of Excellence in Social Sciences and the Center of Migration Research, to be exact, with the support of the National Science Center Poland and the National Center for Research and Development, known here as NCBR, and the Ministry of Science and Higher Education of the Republic of Poland. This is one of the key events of the Polish presidency in the Council of the European Union. And these are already 4 reasons why it is worth being at or watching, because, ladies and gentlemen, we are streamed wide. May I extend this welcome also to those who are with us only remotely. The whole event is funded by the European Union and co-funded by the...
These are very often discussed and presented in terms of polycrisis. But frankly speaking, we do not want to talk about crisis or crisis today. Instead, we would prefer to discuss challenges and, first of all, try to seek and find together answers and solutions. Revolutions, and at least 2 of them, digital revolution and what we call green revolution. But the conference itself, it's not only about presenting evidence. Of course, we'll just try to do this, but in fact, it's about a dialogue. It's about exchange. It's about interaction. That's why you will see that all of the panels, they are constructed in quite similar way. We always have academics, but we have also tried to find some solutions. And also our keynote speakers, as you will see, let me start, of course, with our alma mater, University of Warsaw, represented here by Professor Zygmunt Lalak. Then my thanks go, of course, to the Chancellery of the Prime Minister of Poland, and then to Ministry of Science and Higher Education for their continuous support since the very beginning of when we started thinking about the conference. Then, of course, to the National Science Center and National Center for Research and Development. And in this case, it's not only about their support, it's about continuous strengthening Polish science and also strengthening our Polish presence in European framework programs. Then, of course, to the European Commission, and in particular to DG Research and Innovation, because we've been working on this since the very beginning, so many thanks for continuous support. To 2 committees of the Polish Academy of Sciences, one responsible for demography and one for migration. They are critically important in the context of our discussions here. Also to our media partners, Oko Press and Tok FM, stay tuned as you will see coverage of the conference and discussions, talks with many presenters, speakers later using on their leaflets, on the agendas. Finally, and I'm just close to finish, I'd like to use this moment also to thank 2 groups of people who played a crucial role in preparing this event. And let me start with a fantastic group of dedicated people who are just on the forefront of the organizational issues. And my thanks go, of course, to Adam, to Ania, to Justyna, Maria, Mateusz, Mikołaj, Natalia, Olga, and Romek. We all know your names, so I just keep it like this. Please accept my sincere thanks in advance. Everything will be fine, I'm sure. And last but not least, million thanks to a fantastic group of volunteers. You possibly already saw them. They are in green University of Warsaw shirts. They are here to support us and first of all to support you. So in case of any issues, questions, feel free to ask. We will support you as far as possible. Welcome, and I leave the floor to next speakers.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and the next speaker is our host, His Magnificence Zygmunt Lalak of University of Warsaw, who probably doesn't need further introduction.
Well, in any case, good morning, everyone. It's it's a great pleasure to see you all at this beautiful place. I mean, well, it is my warmest welcome to the University of Warsaw. Well, I should extend this welcome also to everyone present online, in addition to all of you who are present on site. We are happy to host such an important event under the auspices of the Polish presidency in the European Union. Well, it is a great pleasure to have here representatives of the Polish government, including one of the vice ministers, Professor Duszczyk, our colleague, the university professor, and of course other colleagues as well. Michał Goszczyński is also member of the university community, so I mean we feel at home here, and we are happy that you had found time to visit the university this morning. Well, I am also happy because the topic of the conference is very timely and important one. Mobility, in many respects, is at the center of our activities. When I say mobility, I mean not only crossing borders, but also freedom of movement, freedom of academic speech, freedom of exchanging ideas, so all those abstract things which lie which form the basement of the European Union, which are enshrined in various treaties, but need care and careful consideration on a daily basis to be extended and to impact properly our actions and the future of Europe, the future of all of us. Those ideas are very important to the University of Warsaw. Above 8% of our student population, those are foreigners, people who came here on foreign passports. Among academic teachers, we have at this point about 350 foreign employees at various levels, most of them about 300. Those are postdocs, those are young researchers who came to the University of Warsaw for a short period of time to share with us their experience, their talents, and who will, some of them, or perhaps even most of them, they will leave Poland and they will carry away the good experience and innovative ideas created at the University of Warsaw. This is the essence of academic mobility. We work together on universal problems, and then we share the results of that work with anyone who is interested, with anyone who forms the academic community, Europe-wide and worldwide. This is very important. This is at the heart, these ideas and these actions, they lie at the heart of our functioning, because mobility is the driver for innovation, for innovative thinking, is the driver for further development of the university and of the society as such. Well, the university belongs to Europe, tries to be at the center of European activities. We are members of one of the most active university alliances in Europe, so-called 4EU Plus Alliance, together with such universities like such important centers of academic innovation like Sorbonne University, Heidelberg University, Copenhagen University, Geneva, University of Geneva. This is to be the future European university, We are watching the developments at the European scale. We are watching developments in the within the academic bubble and outside of it. Well, we are watching the way international relations and international connections impact on the life of our students, not only on the actions of the university and other institutions like the university. And, well, we would like to participate even more actively in that exchange, in that intellectual exchange possible due to human mobility. We would like to see more and more foreign students registered at the University of Warsaw. We would like to see even more papers written within international collaborations. At this point, this is about half of our production, half of the papers prepared at the University of Warsaw in collaboration with foreign institutions, with foreign intellectuals, researchers. Well, that means at least one author of a paper doesn't have a Polish passport. That's what is the technical meaning of that statement. Well, we would like to see the share of students, the share of young academic teachers becoming higher and higher at our university. This requires certain collaboration and certain understanding and certain actions, in fact, on the side of our government. Well, this requires also full understanding of the whole academic community and of all the people who take part in this exchange for diversity, for the need of equity, equal approach, equal access to various facilities, to digital services, for instance. Well, and those touches upon central ideas driving academia, and those will be the issues you are going to discuss over the next 3 days. To summarize, I hope your stay at the University of Warsaw will be very fruitful. I wish you a successful meeting. I wish you fruitful deliberations. I wish you extensive networking, not only scientific, but also societal. And let the conference begin. All the best.
Thank you very much, Rector. Let this conference begin. This is the role of the opening ceremony we're participating in. And we've heard the name of the Chancellery of the Prime Minister of the Republic of Poland mentioned quite a few times. May I now invite its representative, Minister Magdalena Sobkowiak-Czarnecka, to take the floor and address us on behalf of the Polish government.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hello, good morning. I see that you all need coffee. A tough morning, isn't it? Good morning, welcome to Warsaw. Congratulations, and I'm very impressed. Congratulations then to the organizers for impressive meeting. When I heard the list of countries involved in this conference, it's really impressive. And the issue is crucial. So I absolutely agree with the professor that the issue of mobility is the critical issue of European Union. The mobility, the free movement of people, of goods, this is what EU about. That's why there were no doubts that this conference will be a part of the big plan of Polish presidency in the European Council. As you all may know, the main motto, the main theme of the presidency, of the Polish presidency, is Security Europe. And I think the issues of mobility, the challenges of mobility, it is also an issue connected with security. Those times when we think about mobility, the first issue which comes to the mind, which pops up, it's of course migration. And Poland was the first country to raise in the EU the new new side of the migration. We were the first one to say that the migration could be used as a tool in a hybrid war. And this is something that we see on the Polish-Belarusian border. It's not something that I'm the best expert in, but you are lucky to have the best expert in this subject here in the room. It's Professor Maciej Duszczyk, my dear friend. He will tell you more in a moment, just after with the meeting with Americans yesterday. So his portfolio is very impressive, but you know him, he comes from this university, so for sure you know him better than me. So it's not only the issue of migration, this is also the issue of free movement of people in terms of new technologies, in the terms of artificial intelligence, and how to combine all those things that, yes, it's easier to work whenever you want to work because of the new technologies. But in those days, when the connection is easier than ever, we are more lonely than ever. So this is also the issue, when we should put the border between using the new technologies and use mobility only in this virtual world, and where we should still be in a physical way. The issue of mobility is also issue of demography. We all know that the EU is getting more and more silver. This is also the issue that we see here in Poland. That is the question about the workforce. And that's the big question that all the politicians are giving a question mark about. If we want to stop the migration flow, how we can have new people on the labor market that we are lacking. So where to find the balance on this one, about migration and lack of hands on the labor market? This is another question that we are pointing out now in the EU. Also the issue of enlargement. Should the EU be bigger or not? When? In Poland, we firmly stand on the position that Ukraine should be as soon as possible a part of EU, but also we say that the process of enlargement should be merit-based. So the same rules for everybody if you want to be a part of the European Union. We are at the university, so I could not say something about science and innovation. What we did during the Polish presidency was signing a Warsaw Declaration done by Minister Marcin Kulasek, who is a minister for higher education and innovations. This declaration was signed to appeal that we need more money for innovations in the new MFF perspective that we are also discussing right now in Brussels. So the future of Europe lies in the mobility, but not only is in this physical way of mobility, it lies also in this digital, intellectual, and social way. I hope that you will have a very fruitful meeting. As one of the leaders of the Polish presidency, I have one rule: not only conversations, but at the end of the day, we need to get some recommendations. So I'm looking forward for the recommendations coming from this conference. I wish you a very fruitful day here in beautiful University of Warsaw. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. We can definitely promise you all those recommendations. Thank you also for mentioning innovation. Just yesterday, another presidency conference ended in Krakow, EU InTech on innovation. But now, let us proceed to further ministries. We have the pleasure of welcoming here to the stage Mr. Maciej Duszczyk, Minister at the Ministry of the Interior and Administration.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, of course, it's my great pleasure to welcome all of you, the University of Warsaw, but on behalf of the Ministry of Interior and Administration. And I was mentioned twice, and sorry for that, I didn't expect it. But of course, I don't want to speak about the situation on the Polish-Belarusian border. It is not the topic of this conference, because the topic of this conference is much more broader, to speak about the migration in a much more broader sense. And of course, for me as the university professor, but now this currently the deputy minister in Ministry of Interior, but responsible for all migration issues, and also the co-author of the new Polish migration strategy, which is a little bit controversial, of course, but I think so we touched a lot of different issues. This is 8 chapters from international protection into the repatriations, because we shouldn't forget also the Poles who live abroad. But I think so that my role in the government is to a little bit speak about the migration exactly in this broader sense. Because we shouldn't forget that migration is on the one hand is mobility, but we speak, if we touch the mobility issues, we speak about the human beings, and we shouldn't forget this. It is not robots, it is not it is not animals as well, but this is the people, this is the human beings. That's why if we speak about the migration, it's absolutely necessary to think about the migration via thinking that we are human beings. And of course, Poland is the unique country. When I talk to my colleagues from over the world, I visited Bhutan, for example, 2 weeks ago on the invitation to the World Bank to share our experience as the country, which shifted from the typical immigration into immigration one fast in the history of migration. Because as you can imagine, that 10 years ago, we had in Poland 100,000 of foreigners, 100,000. Now we have very close to 3 million. Of course, 2 million of them are the Ukrainians, million economic migrants who came to Poland before the outbreak of the full-scale war against Ukraine. But of course, this is also 1 million of war refugees. And we are the home for this, for them, when we welcome them, of course, especially in the first months, 4 weeks, 4 months, with our open hearts. But of course, it is at now we have to also think how many of them will decide to stay with us, how many of them will decide to come back to Ukraine, but also how many of them will stay with us. And every month, the number of Ukrainians who want to stay with us, who has the stronger and stronger roots in Poland, of course, increase. That's why it is not the situation that in the relatively short period of time a lot of people decided to move back to the country. For it was the quite unique also experience of Poland. That's why we are invited many times to speak about immigration, because our experience is really, really unique. Because on the one hand, we have the huge immigration, economic immigration, but also we are the country who is the home also for more than 1 million or war refugees. But of course, this is a very challenging time, also from political aspects. Just before this conference, I had the lecture with my students, and we discussed about the future of migration, and we touched a lot of different issues like the climate change, like the technological innovations, like the instrumentalization of migration, but also the changes of the attitudes towards migrants. It is I think so, one of the biggest challenge we are facing now, and I think so we will face in the future. How to find the balance between our demand, also the labor market, but also the changing of the attitudes toward migrants, because we see this over Europe. It is not only problem. It is not only challenges we are facing now in Poland. This is also the challenge, as we can see, for example, the political discussion in different countries like Germany, like France, the government in the Netherlands collapsed yesterday due to migration, because one of the parties not accepted the policy towards asylum in the Netherlands. That's why this attitude is changing on our eyes, of course, but also we have to be prepared for these challenges. When I shortly mentioned the climate change, also the instrumentalization, using the migrants as the I don't like this word, but I think so. It is not so easy to find other words as the weapon against us, against the democratic free market countries, and we have to find the response. Also, how to find the balance between the security, but also the humanitarian aspects of migration processes. This is very complicated, of course, but we have to manage not only in Poland, but also at the European level, and also with the relations with the United States. The Magda said that yesterday we had in Warsaw, we organized as the presidency the Ministerial summit between the EU and US. And the first reaction one day before, this was the clear signal from our American friends, we don't want to sign any press release together because we have the different interests. But after the 3 hours discussions about the migration, counteract the terrorism, exchange of data, visa reciprocity, with the other aspects, the Americans in the end of the day said, no, our collaboration is absolutely crucial for us as well. That's why we would like to also sign this press release, and it is published on the website European Commission. I strongly recommend to read it because also to show how our collaboration within the European Union, but also how we have to we need and also we have to collaborate on the sort of different issues with overseas, with United States, with Australia, with Canada and other countries. And it is, I think, a very good signal also for us because we didn't resign from our ideas in this press release, but of course we changed a few points because okay, this is the compromise, but in the end of the day we have the common press release and very clear signal also for our enemies that we are still together and we will exchange a lot of information concerning different hybrid and also the terroristic threats. And which is, of course, not combined with migration, but now everything is combined with the migration, to be honest, connected with migration. That's why we have to also to be sometimes very pragmatic. And that's why I'm really happy. I'm more than happy that this conference is organized at my university. Thanks you for Zygmunt to mention that also I'm the professor of the University of Warsaw. Yes, I am currently minister, but of course I will back as soon as possible to the university. I'm dreaming to come back to university. But of course it is not so easy to connect my activity as the professor of the university and the minister in the Ministry of Interior, who is responsible more for security than the humanitarian aspect, because this is the role of the Ministry of Interior, but this is absolutely necessary. That's why I'm really more than happy that this conference is organized at the University of Warsaw. Unfortunately, I wanted to participate in the first panel. Unfortunately, the Commission for European Union will take place in Polish Sejm. Today is the meeting of the Polish Parliament, and as you can imagine, we are going to speak about the Pact on Migration Asylum, this part of the migration issue in European Union. That's why, sorry for that, I have to cancel my participation in this panel. That's why now I speak a little bit longer. Sorry for that. But I will be replaced by Alicja Kępka. Alicja Kępka, she's my closest collaborator. She's also very good expert on the migration issue. And sometimes she knows more than me about the migration. Thank you, Alicja, that you decided to come and replace me. She knows everything about the migration strategy, implementation of the plan of the implementation of the strategy. That's why if you have any questions, of course, please ask Alicja. And I promise I will try to back just after the finish this commission in the Polish Parliament. I will try to come back also to listen to the I think so very important topics which will be highlighted during your panels. Thank you very much again. Thank you very much for Paweł for inviting me, and I wish you fantastic, fruitful conference, but also a lot of exchange of views, exchange of experience during the more informal discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you. I must quote Star Wars. I have very bad feelings about it when it comes to you returning here, looking at the gravity of the subject that you are going to tackle. Without further ado, we have another ministry represented here, and it's the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. And we have with us none else but Mr. Michał Goszczyński. Could I please ask you to take the floor?
Thank you very much. Dear Rector Lalak, dear Minister Duszczyk, dear Professor Kaczmarczyk, dear ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor and pleasure to open on behalf of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education today's conference, Europe and Mobilities, Challenges and Opportunities for Socio-Economic Transformations. It feels us at the Ministry and me, certainly because University of Warsaw is my alma mater, to host this important conference on the University of Warsaw, a flagship Polish university. That's one of the most important research and education institutions in Poland. This conference is organized under the auspices of Polish presidency in the EU Council, which one of the main topics is Security Europe, and there is no security without tackling the topic of this conference. One of the organizers on the part of the University of Warsaw is the Center of Excellence in Social Sciences, whose activities are carried out as part of the ministerial program called Excellence Initiative Research University, which is marketed here near me. This program greatly contributes to boosting the process of internationalization of Polish science, which, as you may know, is one of the key priorities of our ministry. Since January 2024, the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange, NAWA, has been coordinating under the leadership of the ministry the elaboration of national strategy for the internationalization of science and higher education. This process involves a participation of not only the entities from the governmental level, but also experts and stakeholders representing directly the science and academic community. It is worth emphasizing that the internationalization of higher education and science is not a goal in itself, but it is a tool consciously used to support scientific excellence, strengthen the quality of education, or the social involvement of Polish universities and science institutions, which is in line with the strategic goals of the state. When it comes to the Excellence Initiative Research University program, we can clearly see positive impact it brought. Its implementation improves the state of the public science base in Poland by, among others, enhancing the quality of research and education at the best Polish universities, and by helping attract and retain foreign and domestic talent, thanks to the introduction of more favorable work conditions, career opportunities, and staff development initiatives. I am very pleased to note that the structure of the conference reflects the guiding ideas of the program at the University of Warsaw. That is, openness, interdisciplinarity, scientific excellence, but also open relations with the world of business and politics and internationalization. Speaking of internationalization, ladies and gentlemen, as we are slowly approaching towards the end of our leadership in the EU Council, allow me to use this opportunity to briefly outline our major achievements in the area of research and innovation. The leading priorities when it comes to research and innovation in the Polish presidency in the EU Council have been openness, inclusiveness, and AI in science. In this particular spirit of being open and inclusive, we have elaborated, mentioned today, Warsaw Declaration on the strategic role of the future R&I framework program that was unanimously endorsed during the Informal Competitiveness Council in March. In the Warsaw Declaration, the ministers of science from all the member states stressed that the EU framework program have proven to be the Union's main instrument for fostering excellent science, technological development and innovation, and underlined its strategic role in boosting EU competitiveness. Warsaw Declaration is a strong call for the European Commission to draft its initial proposal on the future of the framework program. The ministers also called for an adequate budget for the future R&I framework program, matching its strategic role in implementing political priorities. And as the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, we are very proud of this achievement, and we can see that the strong voice was heard. A few weeks ago, the European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, announced that the next framework program will remain independent, which was our most important goal. It will be connected to a European Competitiveness Fund, but it will be independent. This shows that the significance of the Warsaw Declaration, with its plea to respect the legacy of the previous framework programs, indeed resonated with the European Commission decision-making process, and the strong call inspired by the Polish presidency was heard loud and clear. Apart from the Warsaw Declaration, the Polish presidency negotiated the European Research Area Policy Agenda for 2025-2027, as well as the Council conclusions on the AI in science. These documents were accepted by the Competitiveness Council just a few weeks ago and form a sound basis for further work on developing the European research area, as well as the European agenda for responsible, sustainable, ethical, and inclusive use of AI in science. I see that one of the conference panel is devoted to discussion of the era potential in social sciences and humanities, and we need this perspective to further develop ERA policies. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference has been co-financed from Horizon Europe Framework Program, the one that I mentioned several times already, and to be precise, from its Cluster 2 that supports activities related to, among other, social and economic transformations that contribute to inclusion and growth. I am very pleased to note that the Cluster 2 calls attract more and more Polish applicants. To date, 83 Polish organizations have been participated in 108 Horizon Europe Cluster 2 projects for a total net funding amounting over 40 million euro. The funding received by Polish institutions constitutes more than 3% of the all funding granted so far to all the institutions within Cluster 2, and 4% of the total funding granted to institutions from the EU member states. What is more, 32% of Cluster 2 projects have Polish entity as their participants, whereas Polish institutions coordinate 8 Cluster 2 projects. The funding obtained by the Polish entities ranks Poland as 9th among the beneficiaries from all member states, but in the group of EU 13, Poland is the number 1, which is very important for us and the ministry because this is a great success, and I'm really glad for that. Here I'm very glad to observe that the University of Warsaw is among the most active Polish participants in Cluster 2 projects, with 21 projects being implemented by the University of Warsaw. Thank you, Rector Lalek. For the total amount close to 6 million euro. This is an example to be followed by other Polish institutions and universities. With this, I would like to strongly encourage Polish entities to take an interest in Horizon Europe Cluster 2 calls, to apply in this calls, and to develop the competences to become project coordinators. We do need as many projects as possible to increase our participation in Horizon calls. Dear guests, dear ladies and gentlemen, one of the leading aims of this conference is to exchange knowledge on socio-economic change in Europe, and with this to discuss on how we can facilitate the exchange between academics, policymakers, NGOs, and international organizations. In a nutshell, the process of knowledge accumulation, use, and knowledge sharing. From the ministry perspective, we find it very important to better understand what the needs of both sides, world of science and policymakers, are, and how we can bridge the gap between them, but also what causes the limited translation of scientific research results into socioeconomic reality. In our today's complex world, with multifaceted challenges, the role of evidence-informed policymaking cannot be overestimated. This conference promises to be a great platform to discuss how we can build capacity for evidence-informed policymaking and develop knowledge exchanges between scientific communities and policymakers. Civil servants and researchers alike need to build professional competences to operate effectively at the science-policy interface. This calls for a systemic approach, strengthening and connecting national science for policy ecosystem by deploying better institutional linkages between the scientific community and organizations and the policymaking functions of the government. This whole-of-government approach, when designing national science for policy ecosystems, needs to build on subsystems around the major current policy challenges, such as the ones addressed by our today's conference. I very much look forward to hearing more about the outcomes of this conference, particularly in this area. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all very fruitful and inspiring exchanges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We have already had input from our host, the university, and from the ministries. Time to go to the real capital of Europe, Brussels. From DG Research and Innovation, we have with us Mr. Michalis Moskavakos. So, the floor is yours.
Dear Mr. Kosinski, dear Mr. Lalak, dear Pavel, dear participants, let me warmly welcome you on behalf of the European Commission, and a heartfelt thanks to the organizers and especially the University of Warsaw and to the speakers for opening so meaningfully the conference. It's a pleasure to join you today in lovely Warsaw with an excellent weather. My name is Michalis Moskavakos, and I work for Director General for Research and Innovation in the European Commission, and particularly in the unit that manages research in societal transformations. This conference is important. It brings together researchers, policymakers, practitioners from many countries, as we heard, and multiple disciplines. Like all presidency events, this conference is co-funded by Horizon Europe, and the goal of funding such events is to focus on the impact and the real-life changes that they can bring about. Therefore, this conference is about making a difference. It's a unique opportunity to bridge disciplines, to stimulate dialogue, and turn insights into actions, as requested by the minister earlier. In DG RTD, we are working hard and have undertaken a massive effort during the previous years to ensure that research findings don't just sit on a shelf. The research investment in Cluster 2 amounts to more than 2 billion euro in areas such as democracy, cultural heritage, and societal transformations, including topics like demography, mobility, and digital transition. We are systematically working to connect research to policymaking and to bridge the infamous gap between the research and policy worlds. It's not always easy, but it's our firm belief that good policy needs good knowledge. So, with these words, I invite you to make the most out of this conference. Listen, connect, challenge assumptions, discuss, and network. Again, many thanks to the organizers, and wish us all a very fruitful and successful meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Listen, challenge, and connect. These are some of the things we certainly going to do. Thank you very much for that. We have heard all the welcomes. Time to open the door wider and learn what this conference is going to be all about. We've just heard from Mr. Moskavakos that it's about making difference and stimulating dialogue. Yes, by all means, that is precisely the reason why you will see so many actors involved in every of the 7 panels. We have academics, policymakers, representatives from international organizations, but also from NGOs. And this is the only way in Europe to go on discussing the most pressing challenges. What will this conference look like? We will have 2 expert keynote speeches, one in 6 minutes and the other one tomorrow at roughly the same time, and 7 thematic sessions in which we will reflect upon matters of great importance, especially to our region of Europe, such as the evolving migration patterns in Europe, the socio-economic implications of demographic transformations, enlargement policies of the EU and its possible future development, the democratic backsliding in Europe, alas, the transition to sustainable energy, this is also part of mobility, the socio-economic impact of the global digital transformation, and Europe's role in digital platforms and their influence on human and planetary well-being. If you're interested, you can visit the conference's website. There are 10 key topics listed there. And I bet that all these and many others will also be addressed by our conference. As you can see, all those issues are highly complex. That is why we aim, and this is the moment when I move to the purpose, the goal and idea behind our meeting, to approach it in a very constructive manner and also very concretely. First, this means that the conference will be interdisciplinary. Each panel, as I said, will include representatives from 4 types of socially involved categories of people, but also from all the branches of social sciences. Secondly, this constructive approach will also entail the participation of practitioners, so not only theoreticians involved in shaping public policy, including politicians working directly in the fields involved. Together, we will be discussing potential practical solutions to those areas. Thirdly, we aim to work with researchers associated with the University of Warsaw who are active in those specific fields. This will serve as grounds for demonstrating the crucial role played by the institutions such as the National Science Centre and the European Commission, particularly its Horizon Europe program, which supports and funds scientific research. And yes, this means that the conference will also be complemented by a series of meetings presenting upcoming calls in the Horizon Europe Framework Program, facilitating knowledge exchange and collaboration. A dedicated brokerage meeting is slated for 6th of June. It will provide support for applicants in developing strong competitive research projects that address the challenges discussed during the conference. And for the end, we are left with the why question. Why this conference? Well, perhaps because everyone now talks about migration and mobility, or because we need to tell apart demagogy and facts. This is also a very significant thing. But perhaps, as Minister Duszczyk was very right to mention, because we have migration and mobility all around. I arrived here yesterday, and a taxi that took me from the central station was driven by Bilyal from Turkey. And he would like to make his home here or in Portugal, where he believes the climate is a bit more Turkish. I was welcomed to the hotel by Olana, an Ukrainian girl. When I went out to buy a shaver, I had another girl serving me there. She was Lesia. And when I sat at the breakfast table next to me, there was Myra from the Netherlands who came here for a job interview. Although she intended to go to Singapore, she was offered a job in Warsaw, and she said, okay, I wanted to be further from my domestic trouble, but Warsaw's great. So yes, we really have a world in which we are no longer alone. I was born in Poland, where if you saw a car which read DDR or HU, Hungary, or the democratic Germany, no longer in existence, that was really, really something special. And I remember how all the children thronged about a car with a French license plate. Well, luckily, these times are over. I also recall that I saw the first black person when I was around 8. So there was no mobility, and I really promise that these were very bad times compared with the ones that are now around us. So, without further ado, let us now go on to welcome our first keynote speaker. The first keynote speaker is none other but Hein de Haas of University of Amsterdam, and he will address us on the need for a new migration paradigm. We've already heard the phrase challenges, no crises, so perhaps this is something that goes in the way of the lecture to come. Mr. Haas is known for some controversial, however, very, very well argued points, such as global migration is not at an all-time high at the moment. Climate change will not lead to mass migration, and immigration mainly benefits the wealthy, not workers. So, without further ado, do we have Mr. Haas with us in the room? Yes, we do. Sorry. Hidden at the back of the hall. It is precisely 11 o'clock, punctually on time. After the lecture, there will be an opportunity to ask some questions. And if somebody is not bold enough to ask them openly, yes, please, to ask them openly, there is a glass jar at the place where you could collect your headset, and into that glass jar you can drop your question and it will be read after the lecture. So, without further ado, I can see that water is there, notes are there.
It's being done.
Enjoy.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for the invitation. Thanks for coming here. I'm really happy to share some of the insights of my over 30 years of experience in doing research on migration. Actually, my migration journey started with a holiday in Morocco back in 1987. I was 17 years old. And I then decided to do fieldwork as a geography student about oasis agriculture. You think it's nothing to do with migration. I thought so too, so I went to the south of Morocco. I was an environmental geographer and stayed there for half a year. But I discovered I couldn't explain anything in a country like Morocco without thinking about migration. Because what happened in those small villages I stayed in, people moved. They moved to big cities, they moved to Europe, they sent money back, they also brought new ideas back, and everything was changing, including agriculture. So this is how I was drawn into migration. But I think it also put me on a certain trajectory which is perhaps atypical, because we have a very biased view of migration. I mean, depending on which country you live in, I think Poland is right in this sort of transition. Of course, migration from a Polish perspective for a very long time has been about Polish people moving abroad. But a typical Western perspective, Western European perspective, is about they're coming to us. And I think, as far as I understood in my conversations yesterday with some of your colleagues, Poland is right in this transition. And what is very typical for new immigration countries is to be in a state of denial. And this is the idea of, this is only temporary, we're going to stop it, we have some workers, okay, but it will go back someday. That is exactly what you could hear in Germany and the Netherlands back in the 1960s. And this is quite typical. We always have this very one-sided perspective of migration, and by and large, I think the narrative in the West is very much dominated by this immigration country perspective, this idea they're coming to us. How can we regulate it? How can we deal with the challenges? How can we stop people that we don't want at the border? There's not enough real interest and understanding of what migration means from the perspective of countries where people come from. And of course, we need both perspectives to have a real understanding of migration. And what typically happens in the transition, that countries that used to be emigration countries forget their own migration past. I mean, the ultimate champion of emigration was Italy. But Italians have completely forgotten about the fact that they were the big emigrators of the previous century, to give you an example. I guess if Poland follows the same pattern, the exact same thing may happen in Poland. Anyway, let me stop those comments. Migration, of course, is a very hot topic. And it seems in a way surprising. You would think a hot topic, you know, a hot button issue. There's a lot of knowledge and interest in the topic. But the funny thing is that we have a whole field of migration studies, which is quite old. We talk about roughly a century of migration science, that very little of that knowledge actually plays a significant role in public debates. I don't have to explain that to you. You know, politicians, they make a lot of noise about immigration, and it's an extremely polarized debate. And that brings me to what I think is the main problem in the debate, and it also brings me to the need for a very different way of thinking about migration. The problem is the framing. The problem is not a lack of facts. We have so many facts, but facts won't save us. Facts alone won't save us, I would say. Yeah, we need facts, we need evidence, but facts alone won't change the way people look at things. And that has really to do with the framing of the debate, first, the public debate, and second, it has to do with a lack of a scientific view, even within academic research on migration, on the process of migration. We talk a lot about impacts of migration. We don't talk enough about the process of migration. Do we really understand the process of migration? I would say no. Although there is evidence, that evidence rarely ever reaches the debate. And that also explains why so many policies seem, on the longer term, to be failing. I mean, if you look at a longer-term perspective, and this is very important because politicians often claim short-term victories, but if you look at the longer perspective, just the European Union, European politicians have been arguing, have been proclaiming now for 35 years they will fight illegal migration. This is not new. We're just on the newest wave of the same narrative I've been hearing my whole life. It's old wine in new bottles. The real question to me is not whether you're against or in favor of migration. Why have those policies systematically failed to address the problems on our borders? That is a challenge. It would be foolish to say we don't have a migration problem. But I think the core problem is, beyond the rhetoric, beyond winning the next election, what have been the long-term results of those policies? I think we cannot but conclude it's been a complete failure. Now, one definition of insanity is trying to do the same over and over and over again and expect different results. I think it's an insane idea that current policies we have will fix the issue. I'll come back to that later. Back to the framing. What is the problem of the framing? I think the problem is the polarized framing in a sort of pro- and anti-migration way. And it is, of course, completely silly. Have you ever heard a journalist asking an economist whether she or he is in favor or against the economy? Or a climate scientist whether that person is in favor or against the weather? It's a completely stupid way to talk about migration. Of course, migration has positive aspects and negative aspects depending to whom you talk, of course, from what perspective you're looking at the issue. But of course, it's not a scientific, a serious way to look at the issue. So, if we continue to talk about migration in those terms, but it also includes the pro-migration camp, if you accept those terms of debate, and I guess there are quite some people in the room here that see themselves as pro-migration, get out of that frame. It's not a serious way of discussing migration. Don't take debate, I would say, from the anti-migration camp and not the other way around. It's a silly, unscientific, non-serious way of talking about a serious topic like migration. The key problem is it would be like thinking away a fundamental element of who we are as human beings and as societies. To me, it sounds like a cliche to say, again, migration is of all times, people have always moved, but I think it's a cliche worth repeating. That doesn't mean it's always good or bad. It's there, and it will be there. And if we don't accept that very fundamental fact, we can also not address the challenges that migration could also bring. If the presumption is, or the idea is that migration is like something you can turn off and on like a tap, any policy is bound to fail. And I think this is a presumption of quite a lot of the debates. It's a completely wrong way of thinking. And this simplistic framing has been paralyzed migration debates for decades now, and is a major obstacle for getting a better understanding because it leaves no room for nuance. And in the book I recently written, How Migration Really Works, and the title tries to say is, I try basically to outline a century of evidence of what we know about migration and how it defies many common understandings of migration, both on the left and on the right. This is not only right-wing myths. You see a whole series of misunderstandings about the nature and causes of migration across the political spectrum. So many policies are either ineffective or completely counterproductive because they are not based on a real understanding of migration, of the process of migration. Now, just lumping facts into the debate is not going to help us. Because what's happening on a political level, we're dealing with a lot of propaganda and ideological views that needs to be pushed. So talking truth to power, as Edward Said has famously summarized the vocation of the intellectual, is not enough. And to quote Noam Chomsky, the power already knows truth, they're busy distorting it. And this is exactly the conclusion I came to when I was studying migration narratives and the way migration is represented, not only by right-wing politicians, also by humanitarian organizations, also by the UNHCR, also by IOM. They represent particular perspectives on migration that are quite biased and quite one-sided. So we just new facts won't help us. We need facts, of course, and the evidence needs to enter the debate, but it is bound to fail if we don't find a different way of not just talking about migration, but also achieving a fundamental scientific understanding of migration, which has been lacking so much. And that new paradigm that I'm advocating is to not look at migration a priori as a problem to be fixed or as a solution to problems like aging, but as an intrinsic part of much larger processes of social transformation and economic development. That we will always fail to understand migration if we don't see how migration is a fundamental and therefore inevitable part of much bigger processes of change in different ways than we often think. And that should not only be the basis of a new scientific understanding of migration, but I think also that kind of understanding will also help us to develop policies that will be more effective. So yes, we need a scientific paradigm. It's like economic science has been quite useful to understand how to manage a recession, for instance. If governments during a recession are going to massively cut back spending, you may reinforce a depression. And some economic recipes sound quite counterintuitive. It's the same with migration. There's a lot of counterintuitive things in migration. Now, I've written about 22 myths about migration. It's impossible to cover all 22, so I'll pick out 4 or 5. And I hopefully will convince you that we need to develop a really different understanding of migration. And I deliberately picked out left and right-wing myths and some myths that are shared across the board. So to avoid any easy thinking, it's all them who see it wrongly. I think we collectively have developed a wrong way of looking at migration, which has penetrated very deeply, not into just our consciousness, but also our subconsciousness, how we look at migration, particularly migration from the so-called global south to the so-called global north. Let me start with the first one, and I think this is the most widely shared one. It's this idea that we live in times of unprecedented mass migration. It is advocated by the far right, by the left, by the UNHCR, by the IOM, by almost any pundit and expert you'll hear talking about migration. And the assumption is we have poverty, inequality, conflict, climate change, and on top of that we have all this modern infrastructure, means of communication, transport, internet. It's become so much easier to gather information about other places, to go to other places, etc., etc., etc. It sounds very intuitive. And this is then also linked with this idea, it's easier to move. We see all these problems in the world, conflict, poverty, inequality, and that then leads to mass migration. That's what we see. And this is sort of linked to the idea migration is spinning out of control. We can also hear it in the narratives of IOM and UNHCR when they put out another press statement. We have the highest ever number of migrants or refugees in the world. I don't have time now to elaborate on my critique on their methodologies, which are a bit problematic. I understand why they're doing it, because they want attention and funding, but I think there's a problem. It's a very one-sided perspective. But everything amalgamates into a notion of a migration or refugee crisis, and interestingly enough, both on the left and the right, there's a certain interest in pushing that argument. Now, to address this border crisis, which allegedly is caused by all these problems in the world and the ease of travel, etc., the right and the left have very different solutions. On the right, you'll hear more often, we need to secure the border even more. On the left, you'll hear, we need to solve those problems. We need to send development aid so people no longer have to migrate, and some people will come up with a mix, which is happening in practice. I'll come back to those later, and those are problematic in themselves. But the fundamental presumption that migration is spinning out of control and accelerating fast needs to be questioned if we look at the evidence. We have roughly 280, we can speculate about numbers forever, roughly 280 international migrants in the world, which is roughly 3.5% of the world population. If we go back in time 50 years, the percentage was similar, which means, well, numbers of migrants have gone up, so has the world population, but the relative pace of migration hasn't actually increased. If you look at refugees, well, there is very erratic. Of course, we've just been through an episode with Ukrainian refugees, but if you look at the longer term, patterns are actually quite stable. Roughly 1 out of every 10 international migrants is a refugee, so 0.35%. Illegal migration, it is a problem on the border, definitely, and I'll come back to that later. But it's not as massive as we think, because we're very much influenced by the mass media and the political narratives that only focus, in the case of the UK, on the boats or people crossing borders illegally, the fences. We have to put this in perspective. Depends a bit on what country, but in many European countries, some estimates have been made. Perhaps 10% of all migrants either cross borders illegally or just overstay their visas, are in undocumented status, and those numbers aren't necessarily going up. So these are real problems, I'll come back to that, but it is not as we easily see things out of proportion. And it illustrates the extent to which our ideas have been distorted by political narratives and media coverage. Most migration is legal. Most migration is orderly, as IOM likes to put it. Some migration isn't, but that has probably always been the case. So we don't really see a third world exodus in the numbers. We don't see an invasion if we look at actual numbers. But some fundamental things change, which from a European perspective in particular makes it completely understandable that we think in Europe that migration is at an all-time high. And also in the United States, although that has always been an immigration country, because the character of migration has fundamentally changed. And that has everything to do with the changing place of Europe on the global migration map. Because ever since the so-called discovery of the Americas by Columbus in 1492, it were of course Europeans who for over 4 centuries moved out of Europe to colonize other lands. Soldiers, enslavers, colonists, missionaries, settlers, and later ordinary migrants, of course, colonized the Americas and later on also most other parts of the world. And these were truly huge numbers. Just between 1870 and 1850 and the First World War, some 50 million Europeans on a world population that was way smaller moved out to the Americas. And it was really a huge movement. And did Europeans ever ask permission to do so to the native inhabitants of those lands? No. So this is what I discuss with my students. How do you define illegal migration? Well, European colonization arguably was the biggest illegal migration in human history. Of course, same in Russia. But Russia didn't have to go overseas. They just colonized the Far East, Siberia, Central Asia, up to Alaska. So Europe expanded. And of course, population movements was part of that expansion. This was an invasion. Unlike migrants today, Europeans did come with weapons and gunboats. But since the Second World War, and this is still ongoing, those patterns have been fundamentally reversed. And this is what I call the global migration reversal, which makes it totally understandable that we have a migration debate in Europe. Because Europe transformed from the major emigrating continent in terms of long-distance moves, because people have always moved over long distances. Europeans went to America, Australia, New Zealand. So the idea that we move over much bigger distances, Europeans have started to move less, actually. Why? Decolonization, of course. Europe lost its colonies, at least Western Europe lost them. And that meant that some people moved back to the mother or fatherland, but later growing labor shortages, growing wealth, aging, all these processes caused increasing labor migration, starting with the so-called guest workers from Southern Europe initially, later from Turkey, North Africa, and nowadays from pretty much all over the world. So Europe has become this attraction point. Well, moving to America, America has always been an immigration country, but migration to America always used to be European, obviously. Preferably Anglo-Saxon. Later on, grudgingly, the Americans accepted Eastern Europeans, Jews, Southern Europeans, who initially didn't really fit into the idea of who's a real American because they were Catholic or Jewish or Eastern European. It's not really what we want, but they accepted it, so the idea of America was still a white nation. When the European labor supply fell away, because things were going so well in Europe after the Second World War, Europeans were basically replaced by Mexicans and Caribbeans, and later on by Asians. So immigration is not new, but the composition of world migration changed completely. Europeans basically stopped moving to America. In 1950, 90% of immigrants in the United States were European. Now it's only 10%. So it's a changing background, the changing ethnic background of migrants that has been a real change, not a sort of overall number increase. And of course, that Europe has become this destination. So it's not about numbers. It's about composition and about the changing directions. There is no swelling flood of desperate people on the way to Europe necessarily, and the vast majority, very importantly, of people move within their own countries or neighboring countries. And perhaps the most significant, did you know there are more internal migrants in China than international migrants in the world? The real migration of modern times, I'm talking about the last 200 years, has been the big transfer from rural to urban areas. About 4/5 of all migrants in the world move within countries. That is the real migration, the real great migration, I would say. International migration is relative, it's 1/5 roughly of all people moving. But the most, I think, significant fact is despite all the problems we have in the world, despite violence, poverty, challenges people have in their livelihoods. At least 96% of the world population is in their native country. There's a huge bias for people to stay at home. That brings me to a scientific point. If we want to understand why people move, it's a very biased question. Let's start by asking ourselves, why do most people actually stay? Cannot be explained by all this push-pull perspective. Anyway, conclusion, yeah, migration can cause challenges, but there's no reason for panic. Second myth we often hear, border restrictions reduce migration. And kind of sounds like a no-brainer, right? Yeah, of course, borders are not perfect, we know that. You need to create a kind of North Korean totalitarian state to perfectly seal off a border. That's probably not what we want. But still, to build a fence and a wall and make it more difficult to migrate legally, it probably will at least reduce some of the inflows. And most evidence seems to suggest in the longer term it will. But still, we have evidence that migration restrictions that are not really thought through, so ill-conceived immigration restrictions, can increase net migration. Net migration is people coming in minus people going out. And that's what interests politicians, because often they don't want migrants to stay. They want them to work for a few years and go back. Well, a scientific view on migration means that we first of all have to understand that migration rarely ever is a one-off move from country or place A to country or place B. It is a circular process. If migration is free, like within countries or within the European Union, people tend to go back and forth a lot. They go to study, pick up a job, visit somebody, stay for a while, and go back. Once you lose a job, you've earned enough money, most people, not everybody goes back, some people will stay, but it is a very fluid kind of thing, like migration within a country. The real question is, and this poses the real dilemma for migration policymaker, and that's why I say it's complex, it's not easy. So of course, governments, sovereign states have a legitimate right to want to control immigration, but there are some real policy dilemmas, because if you make it more difficult to come, and this is what we know from a lot of scientific evidence, also econometric studies I've been involved in, the more difficult it is to come, the less migrants are likely to go back. And this is what happened with the guest workers in the 1970s, when Western European countries made it more difficult for them to come from Turkey and North Africa. They stayed put and decided to bring their families over. This is what I call the migration multiplier. So ending up with a much bigger number than the initial workers. This is why a circular flow of Mexicans going to California and Texas mainly was transformed ever since this fence building was started. It wasn't Trump, by the way. It started in 1986. Was transformed in a permanently settled migrant population of often undocumented, up to 11 to 12 million people in Mexico. And this is still what we see in Europe, that if a crisis, a recession breaks out, it's typically the non-EU migrants who stay put and don't go back, and it's European migrants who don't go back. So it is difficult. And some unintended effects may happen. When my native country, the Netherlands, wanted to decolonize one of their colonies called Suriname in South America, the real motive of the Dutch government in 1975 wasn't really to stop to make the country independent. They actually wanted to stop free migration because Surinamese citizens were Dutch citizens. That meant we could not do anything to stop their immigration. So the idea was we push them out of the kingdom, we de-Dutchify the Surinamese, and they won't be able to come. Guess what most Surinamese thought with the deadline of 1975 and the introduction of visas in 1980. It is now or it is never. And you got a huge migration wave in which 40% of Suriname's population moved to the Netherlands before it was too late. There are many reasons for this, but one of the mechanisms that also explains why the UK left the European Union, net migration to Britain quadrupled after Brexit, the exact opposite of what Brexit was supposed to establish. So it isn't easy, it is complex. And it is actually quite surprising how few journalists ask critical questions to politicians about, hey, you wanted this Brexit, right, to reduce migration. Why didn't it work? We all focus on the boats, which is, I think, in Britain, 4 to 5% of all inflows, which is a problem, but it's not the bulk of migrants coming into the UK. Because Migrants stay put if it becomes more difficult. The more you have to invest in your migration, the less likely you're going to give up and go back, because you may not be able to go back again, re-migrate. So it is complex, migration management. It is not like opening and closing a tap if you don't address the root causes of migration. Well, that brings me to the next myth. And this is what you hear a lot in progressive circles. Yes, indeed, borders don't work. I think that is also too bold of a statement. But anyway, we know they are at least problematic, and they haven't done what we wanted them to do. So something's wrong. So the answer is, we need to address the root causes of migration. The Biden administration also bought into this narrative. We need to provide development aid. We need to help people to stay at home. This steps into this idea that emigration, particularly from the global south, is a desperate flight from misery. Interesting thought, why don't we think Europeans of ourselves that way? Why would we presume that, let's say, Africans have fundamentally different reasons for migrating than we, the Polish or Germans or Dutch have or had? But I leave that aside. The problem is, if we look at the evidence, that we really have to question this victim thinking of migrants that lack agency. The representation of migrants as economic refugees fleeing oppression, poverty, and violence, or as victims of smugglers and traffickers who sell false images of the European El Dorado, who have no job to come, will only be exploited, and we see the images of people dying and suffering at the border. Of course, some of these things do happen, but it's a very one-sided perspective that is not representative for the overall migrant experience. In general, and we have a lot of research here, shows that migration is generally an investment in a better future. That generally tends to pay off. It's an investment. Some investments fail, but most migrants, in my fieldwork, in ongoing fieldwork still in Morocco and in Senegal, if we talk to young people, they see it as an investment. I want to help my family. Look at my neighbor who's in Spain and built his house and sent their kids to university and things like that, or set up a small enterprise. That's really what people have in mind, and they have to prove around them. And that is what is really fueling migration. Migration primarily is driven by hope, ambition, and opportunity. And the most important thing is migration is expensive. And that makes us question the whole fundamental assumption that poverty would be the main driver of South-North migration. Actually, we have to reverse the perspective. Absolute poverty deprives people of the means to migrate. The biggest victims of economic crisis, of oppression, warfare, if you'd like, climate change, are those people who cannot move. Because migration is often a way to find better opportunities, to decrease risks of income risks of households, to gain some extra money, experiences, opportunities, which cost money. What are the main emigration countries in the world? Just look around you. Well, we are in one of them, Poland. For the EU, certainly a very important emigration country. It's declining now, but it has been for decades. But just globally, look at the so-called global south. Mexico, Turkey, Morocco, the Philippines. Are these the poorest countries in the world? No, they're all middle-income countries. And that's no coincidence, because we have this theory of the mobility transition. Wilbur Zelinsky, an American demographer, hypothesized it already back in 1971, and Ronald Skeldon, a Scottish geographer, picked that up, and I feel I stand a bit in that tradition. They have always argued that migration has been part of development. People have started moving more when country modernized. When you have this big transfer from rural to urban, when the whole society is changing, people start to get on the move. And this is also backed up by empirical evidence. If poor countries become richer, more people start to move, both from rural to urban areas and internationally. Only when countries really reach high income status, migration tends to decline. And that is exactly what's happening in Turkey and Morocco right now. They're becoming immigration countries for that reason, and Poland is already way beyond that point, obviously. So we cannot blindly apply this to countries, but there are clear regularities. So any form of development in the poorest countries of the world, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, will inevitably lead to more migration, not because of a lack of development, but exactly because of development. That is not an argument against development. It's just to say, well, it doesn't work like that. And how does it work? And this is why I try to come up with a sort of new theory to explain it. It's not just about money. Migration is also about life aspirations, changing ideas of the good life. Now, a migrant is a person who's currently living in a different place than you were born. So who is a migrant here? Can I see some hands? Are you amongst the poor and miserable? No. And it tells a story. I always ask this to my students as well. It is a very selective process, as economists would tell it, but it's not just about money and migration being expensive. Migration development, as we call it, let's take, well, there's a lot of contestation about what is development, and we can have long debates about that. But we would probably all agree that poverty reduction and better education is good, right? Quite universally adopted idea. What is that to migration? I think we have to reconceptualize human mobility, first of all, as the ability of people to decide where to live, including the option to stay at home. I already said, most people actually stay at home. That is mobility freedom, having the liberty to stay or to go. If we take that away from people, you create a migration-obsessed society that takes those, no one ever chances to get out whenever the opportunity presents itself. The other thing is that we have to reconceptualize in this new paradigm, migration is a function of aspirations and capabilities to move. Now, the capabilities part is pretty obvious. You need economic resources. A certain education will help you to get the right paperwork and jobs abroad to migrate and things like that. And of course, social capital, contacts, networks. So you need to be resourced to a certain, you need the capabilities. But the aspiration, that is typically what we see with education and access to media. We did some surveys in Ethiopia which convincingly showed, and also some other African countries, that the more people get educated, the more they want to move, and it makes complete sense. It is not just about economic opportunities and the fact that you probably can't find your kind of dream job in a small place and you have to move, or perhaps even abroad, but also about people's different kind of lifestyles, which are no longer connected to the rural agrarian life. And my well-educated friends in rural Morocco, whose parents were still peasants, say, well, I don't want to work on the farm, even if that farm was quite prosperous. So this goes beyond economic, it goes beyond really the money. It is really about people's changing life aspirations. And that shows that migration is an inevitable part of development. And it completely reverses the standard ways. Some of you may have heard about the push-pull model, and we think this poverty push. Actually, poverty deprives people of the means to move. And I've done quite some research because of my own background in environmental geography about the links between environmental degradation, climate change, and migration. The irony, or the bitter irony, is the biggest victims in the future of climate change that will be deprived of everything they have are the people who cannot move. And that is also the main reason why almost everybody doing research, there's a broad consensus emerging in this field of research that yes, climate change can lead to displacement, but it will be short distance. Probably mostly temporary, but it will not be linked to massive transcontinental moves of people. It doesn't make any sense at all if you look at the evidence. The biggest victims of climate change are those people who will get stuck in dangerous situations. And there are many reasons to think that any form of deprivation will lead to less or to more migration. Again, it is complex. There is no simple linear relation between poverty and migration. The most vulnerable will be stuck in what Jürgen Carling, a Norwegian migration researcher, called involuntary immobility. So we have to reverse our thinking about the very nature and causes of migration. We also have to de-essentialize the way we think about south-north migration. I said this before. Why do we always presume that Africans are always moving for misery reasons? We've done, also when I was still at Oxford, we've done a lot of research with teams in Ghana, Nigeria, Morocco, Senegal, and most Africans move for pretty similar reasons as Europeans, to get a degree, to join family members, or to pick up a job. So the media representation of those migrations is highly biased towards refugee kind of situations, really problematic, but it's a very biased view. That brings me to the fourth, almost last myth, perhaps I'll add one more. Because we're still looking, what are the real causes of migration? Well, we found part of the answer, it is development. If we look at a society-wide perspective, it is the deep social transformations that come with modernization and sort of the economic changes that are part of it, but also the cultural changes that are part of it. Inevitably, societies will get on the move. Particularly in that midterm phase with big demographic transitions, economic transitions, infrastructure development, societies will get on the move. Only when societies really become rich, they tend to produce less migration, but they then inevitably become destination countries. And that brings me to the second aspect. Yeah, development increases the development potential of societies. But when the crisis hit the Spanish economy in 2008 and unemployment was skyrocketing in Spain, Moroccans, again, I come back to the Moroccan example, this is where I did most of my research. There was barely any Moroccan who thought about going to Spain at that point of time because everybody understood there was no jobs. Why would you pay a smuggler or put so many resources in a visa if you know you're going to be unemployed, so people stop migrating? And that brings me to another myth, and I'll pick up the theme again, which is this idea that migrants steal jobs and drive down wages and all of that kind of thing, which is very part of the, actually originally a left-wing narrative. It's important to remind that right-wing parties are not necessarily more restrictive in immigration than left-wing parties. Actually, if you go a bit back in time, it were generally the political right that was in favor of the guest worker migration, you know, to Northwestern European because it served industrial corporate interests. And then the accusation of trade unions, but it's basically that the argument has been taken over by the far right, is that migrants are responsible for the social problems, increasing inequality, growing job insecurity we face in many Western countries. Well, first of all, there's no really sound econometric evidence to really sustain such big claims. We see that even with big migration shocks, as the Syrian influx, millions of Syrians going to Turkey, or indeed Ukrainians to Poland, I was informed yesterday, don't change much in terms of average wage levels and employment levels. Basically, the whole economy becomes bigger, the whole economic pie becomes bigger, the average size of the pie roughly stays equal. We can have a long debate about the marginal effects, but roughly, it doesn't really show up in the evidence. And this is because, also more fundamentally, we have to turn around the main causality of the argument. We're all fixated on what is the impact of migration on our workers. But the other way around causal relationship is much more powerful. Labor demand is the most important fundamental driver of immigration. Without labor demand, you would almost lose the engine. Of course, family members also move along with labor migrants. Some people move for completely different reasons, but we see it time and again, this labor demand has always been the driving factor, and recruitment, of course, of migrant workers. And this is right now happening in Poland, is in this transition of becoming this big new European destination. In other words, migrants come to fill vacancies, not to take jobs. Most migrants wouldn't show up if there was not a reasonable prospect of finding a job. And this is why we see an extraordinarily high correlation between the business cycle and levels of immigration. If there's not a lot of very low unemployment, if there's big shortages, employers will recruit workers from abroad. If the economy tanks, much less migrants will come and many actually will go back, particularly those who have freedom of movement. Well, that shows something, I think, important if we think about the debate. Because if the business cycle, if the economy is actually driving immigration, by far the most effective way to curb immigration is to wreck your economy. And that's, of course, not what politicians want. So we're trying to sort of create ourselves an illusion. We can have this open, successful market economy, plus an aging population, and we can significantly curb immigration. The English say you can't have your cake and eat it too. And this, I think, is the elephant in the room of the migration debate. We hear a lot of politicians, in my country too. We need, in the UK too, we need higher skilled migrants, but everybody knows we only need higher skilled migrants, but everybody knows that's a lie. Look who's working in the platform economy, look who's delivering food, look who's picking up the vegetables, who's working in hotels and restaurants all across big Western cities, and you know the answer, who's cleaning private homes? It's just not true. But it's this political taboo nobody talks about. And that's the elephant in the room of the migration debate. Labor demand, not poverty or inequality or lack of development, is the most important root cause of migration. Yeah, conflicts, yes, but I already told you, refugee migration is relatively small compared to the real driver of increasing migration to the West, which is true. There has been an increase in immigration that has mainly to do with increasing labor shortages, also driven by aging. And that is something I really hope journalists will become more aware of. There's a huge discursive gap, as I call it, between the tough rhetoric of politicians on immigration and their policy practices, which are much more lenient than their tough rhetorics seem to suggest. That is particularly apparent in the wide-scale toleration of illegal labor, undocumented migrants doing all sorts of jobs, to which politicians are all too happen to turn a blind eye towards. At the same time, and this is also what journalists don't realize, this government have lower barriers for lower skilled migration for various categories of worker. So we all focus on asylum and the border, it almost distracts the attention away from the real thing, that actually political field has largely responded to businesses and broader economic interests, but also think about care and personal care. This is not just about big corporations. Well understood social and economic interests that we understand that these are actually vital workers. And this is why government in practice turn a blind eye. Donald Trump has stopped workplace controls in big farms in California. Nobody knows that. All the focus is on that one deportation flight to El Salvador, and it distracts the attention away. One statistic, and this is by the way true for most Western countries, we try to collect data also on Poland on labor enforcement. It's almost impossible to get, because I don't think governments wanted to know this thing. But the US, I think 10 million employers, I forgot the exact number, but it's a lot. Guess, despite all the rhetorics, if you really want to address illegal migration, the exploitation of undocumented migrants, their ruthless exploitation in the workplace, we all agree this is not a good thing, right? But you have to address it at the source. As long as we tolerate this, so this statistic is the following. I was shocked when I heard it. The number, because I looked up the data, I think how many employers in the US get actually criminally prosecuted for exploiting undocumented migrants on a yearly basis? Guess, 15 to 20. No zeros added, no percentages. It's roughly the same chance of being hit by lightning. I just had a team of students looking at Poland, looking at the Netherlands, looking at Japan, Germany, countries that have this very self-righteous image, like Southern Europe always messes it up, we know how to do it. They don't have even statistics, and the statistics we have actually confirm there is no willingness to enforce labor law. We already have the laws, because we all understand. And this is the organized political hypocrisy around immigration. And that is across the political board. This is not just a right-wing problem. We don't talk about the elephant in the room. And this brings me to the end of my talk. Just one remark before I conclude. It's also important to keep in mind that this idea that migration lifts all boats, it's good for everybody, I think we have to be very careful with that argument too. Migration is also not a solution. We have to get rid of this idea, either a problem or a solution. It is there. Because there's also quite some evidence to bust the myth that migration can solve the aging problem. Yeah, aging will increase labor shortages, but immigration will not solve the aging problem. That requires much different policy measures. But also, evidence quite clearly shows it's primarily the better off that benefit economically from immigration, who employ migrants who benefit from the services, and that lower skilled native workers barely benefit economically from migration, or sometimes even lose a little bit, but particularly I think, and this is politically relevant, they do see the real changes migration can bring to their neighborhoods, their workplaces, the schools their kids go to. And I think the political elites have been quite blind to that fact. So we have to think, how do we organize migration? How do we avoid exploitation of migrant workers? I think it's part of the problem. And that brings me to my conclusion. So I hope these few examples convince you that what we need is not just facts, but a totally new vision and paradigm on migration, about its nature and causes, as an intrinsic and therefore inevitable part of broader change. Well, I've been asked the question, do we have a migration crisis? Never say no if people ask that to you. Yes, we do have a migration crisis, but I would add it's a political crisis. So the inability, I just said 40 years of failed policies, that's a problem. Migrants suffering, both at the border and workplaces, that's a problem. Problems of integration, segregation, neighborhoods where migrants are marginalized and concentrate, and also native people live, and overcrowding, that's a problem. It's caused by policy failure. With regards to refugees, it's a crisis of solidarity. Just to give the European example, we could deal with Ukrainian refugees all of a sudden, but when it's about non-European, it's suddenly a different story. Numbers are actually smaller. Europe has 450 million EU inhabitants. Germany and Austria were right to complain that they were actually carrying a disproportionate high responsibility and that the rest of Europe is kind of having a free ride on their hospitality. I think if Europe gets its act together, we could easily deal with it. It's a crisis of solidarity not only with refugees, but also amongst European nations. The Dutch far right may champion Viktor Orban, but what I don't say is that before Viktor Orban doesn't accommodate refugees, they will move on to the Netherlands. So it is a constant shifting away of the problem to your next neighbor. That's not a solution. The only solution, there's no easy solutions to the refugee issues, is of course real European solidarity between borderline states and between states further afield. With regards to the rest of migration, which I want to stress is the bulk of migration, we need to address the crisis is a crisis of political hypocrisy, in which acts of political showmanship and migration scapegoating conceal the true, much more liberal nature, I would say neoliberal nature of our migration policies, or actually the policies that are not implemented. And the huge gap between tough rhetoric of fighting illegal migration on the one hand and the large-scale toleration of the employment and exploitation of both legal and undocumented migration. Now, I don't want to end on this pessimistic note. I think hypocrisy is an important thing. And anybody who gets involved in public debates, since the publication of my book, I've been in a lot of TV studios, a lot of debates, and this is one of the things I discovered. You have to acknowledge there are problems with migration. Doesn't mean you're against migration or you're migrant scapegoating, but you have to play the ball back into the political court. We have to address this political hypocrisy. Why do the same politicians that proclaim to be against immigration tolerate all these abuses and exploitation of migrant workers, people will always keep on coming if that continues, because it's still much better than to stay in, let's say, Mexico, Morocco, or Senegal. People will keep on coming because there's a big gain for them in migration. Remittances are, 3, 4, 5 times more than development aid. So for migrants, personal migrants, there's a clear gain in migrating. So as long as we tolerate it, they find work, even if they get exploited, people will keep on coming. However, what I also discovered while doing background research for my book is that the reason for to be optimistic, to break through this polarization and this deadlock. And that is actually based on long-term opinion research, which kind of challenges the myth that the public has generally turned against immigration. It actually shows that most people have rather nuanced and often quite ambiguous position about immigration. While many people worry about how immigration may affect their lives and communities, most people also understand that many migrants do essential work and agree that refugees deserve protection. There's a huge gap between political rhetoric and public opinion, which is much more nuanced. And to me, this shows, it's a reason for optimism, that voters are much more level-headed about immigration than our elected leaders, who serve us very poorly with their simplistic narratives. So equipped with the right knowledge, there is reason for optimism about the potential for having a more nuanced debate about immigration, to develop also policies that avoid current problems and make migration work better for all members of origin societies. However, this is the insight that this new paradigm brings of migration as part of much bigger processes, and we cannot decouple debates about immigration from much broader debates about economic policies, inequality, the platform or the gig economy, the future of labor, welfare, who will take care of our children, the sick and the elderly in the future. And to me, and this is also the final point of my book, that ultimately any sensible debate, any real and serious debate about migration should therefore be a debate about the kind of society we want to live in. Thanks for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, Hein de Haas. You absolutely deserve them. And now we have Alex over there, who is one of our great volunteers. And questions. Do we have any questions in the question jar? Or do we have, I can see one hand very high up over there. And Alex, the next person, is sitting here.
Thank you so much for a brilliant lecture. I really enjoyed listening to this. My name is Karolina Sobczak-Szelc. From Warsaw University, from Center of Migration Research and Faculty of Geography and Regional Studies. I need to admit that somehow I followed your path. I did my research in Egypt, in 2003 in Morocco, since 2004, then in Tunisia, Tanzania, Bangladesh, also Peru. And I was listening and admitting that we conclude with so many common conclusions. However, I see some, maybe not gaps, but points that are not fulfilled. You've mentioned that most of migrations are internal. You've mentioned about the aspirations, capabilities to move, actually not talking about aspirations, capabilities to stay. And that's the point that actually shows also my research, that people's aspirations, capabilities to move and to stay change along the migration trajectories. Sometimes they aspire to reach United States if they flee Venezuela, but it seems on the way that Lima in Peru is just enough. The changes are between generations, so older generation, the city is enough, the younger is willing to move forward to Europe, not seeing their aspirations or their capabilities to stay in the city, which was their primary goal.
Yeah.
And just like, I fully agree with the idea that like migration is not a risk. I see it as a challenge that we need to manage. Thank you so much.
So it was rather a comment than a question.
You want me to?
Yes. Can we have a question?
Yeah, I mean, of course I couldn't deal with the complexity. I think you're fully right to say aspirations are not just about moving, but also about staying. But this is why I think the notion that we need to rethink human mobility freedoms as the capability of people to decide where to live, I think is quite a fundamental one. Because if we also want to understand why some policies tend to create these huge migration waves, which then become self-defeating, because the sort of huge influx of people, once you open this border, will then create political panic, which will lead to political backlash, and then it becomes very difficult. I think it's partly explained by the fact that people don't have these mobility freedoms. So when I talk to young Moroccans of different generations, there's Moroccans of different generations. The old generation, that's people above my age, they still remember they would just have their own gap years, like many Europeans have them, right? They would go to Spain, not necessarily to settle, to work a bit, to have a good life, to go to a bar, to meet a girl, you know, things like that, and go back. Most of them would go back. Migration is not just about a means to an end, it's also about living the life, particularly for young people. And most of them would then conclude to go back. Some of them would, of course, end up staying. The idea is, what do you do to the psychology of migration once you create this barrier? You create this, what I call this migration obsession, or this now or never mentality. And then you get, I think, what we see actually on European borders. And that poses a huge policy dilemma, but I don't think policymakers take enough in the psychology of migration into account. I hope that's kind of an answer to your question. Yeah.
Pavel Kaczmarczyk, I had two questions, in fact, and the first one is inspired by you because you mentioned Wilbur Zelinsky. And in one of his phases, he predicted that at some point we should be able to avoid mobility.
Yeah.
So the first question is, what do you think will or could be the impact of technologies and technological change on migration?
Yeah.
And the second point is about the book. Because in my opinion, it's just a powerful myth-busting exercise. And it's interesting because when I just discussed it with my students, they found it very persuasive. And my question is, what about politicians and policymakers? What's their reaction? So if you could just comment on this.
Yeah. Thanks for both questions, excellent questions. The first one, yeah, I try to address it in my book. It's one of this idea that technology, so I try to challenge the myth like poverty increases migration, while beyond some point of deprivation, poverty can deprive people of the means to move. But I think this question is also fundamental. Actually, some research seems to show and seems to confirm. I mean, Zelensky was quite visionary. He 1971, he already said, I hit this graph, increases mobility, technology absorbing mobility. And he almost foresaw Zoom and things like that, although there was no computer at his time. But this is his fundamental scientific understanding that, again, it's a very sloppy way to think that technology and easier transport and communication will increase migration. Well, it evidently increases non-migratory mobility. I'm lumping in another concept. So commuting and tourism and business visits, but yeah, nowadays you can, even without moving, you can do many things. And there is actually evidence that in the most advanced economies, mobility is going down. Most people can work on distance, and most people don't want to give up everything in their homes just to have a slightly better life, because people already have it quite good. So part of Zelensky's framework is also that migration and mobility will go down at some point. So we may actually face a future which is almost impossible to imagine for current policy environment of decreasing mobility. But there is actually, I remember that European policymakers, I remember when the Schengen visa was introduced, 1991, was a big debate in Morocco as well. And the word of the day was that this would, with free EU mobility, we would no longer need non-European workers. We just source them from Western Europe, from Eastern Europe, and we solved the problem. It obviously didn't happen, partly because actual levels of internal mobility in the EU are lower than policymakers had expected and hoped for. And it seems to tie into this. So we may move to a future where the question is no longer how do we stop people from coming, but actually how do we still get people. That is already true for higher skilled workers, but it may more and more be the case for skilled manual workers. This is also skilled work, by the way, and requires able-bodied, strong, and quite skilled people and motivated people. And these skills may also become more scarce. The only big region in the world where there is a huge potential still is Sub-Saharan Africa and some parts of South Asia. Your second question, policymakers. To round off the first point, so there's as many reasons to think that technological process leads to more as to less migration. Again, it's complex. It's a science, migration, like economic science. It's a social science, like economic science. And the world is messy, and we can never perfectly predict things, but we can speculate that these things aren't as easy as we think. Policymakers, I had quite some talks to policymakers, particularly in the Netherlands, because yesterday our government fell again over the asylum issue, so it's been an ongoing debate about immigration, although if they say immigration, it's actually only about asylum. I do believe that there are politicians around that want to know more and who actually read my book, but at the same time politicians will tell you, as I said in my book, if I say what I really think about migration and what should really happen, I'm afraid it's going to be political suicide. Nevertheless, I do believe there is an electoral potential to tell this other story about migration. You will never attract the staunch, racist, far-right voter, but many people who vote for those parties are not necessarily racists. They may have certain worries about immigration. And I think if you see what is happening in some neighborhoods in Western Europe, where we consider migrants as workers, but not as people, and that reminds me of Max Frisch, the Swiss writer's famous dictum, we wanted workers, we got people instead. If we don't think about the social consequences, if we don't take care of those workers who we let in, and this is exactly what's happening right now all across Europe, we exploit workers, both legally and undocumented workers, that will create the next integration problem, and then we blame the migrants. Actually, it is governments who don't take responsibility, who sway to business lobbies to let people in, but don't take care of them once they want to settle and form families. And we create the next guest worker illusion. And I do think if there would be politicians, that's my hope, that dare to tell a new story. And I think I'm moderately optimistic, also based on opinion research. There's a big electoral base of people who are actually fed up with their hearing from politicians, which is mostly closed border now, but also the open border narrative. Both are just slogans. It's not any serious policy proposition. So I'm still hopeful, otherwise I wouldn't do this work.
Thank you very much. Last question, because we're already encroaching on lunch.
Thank you. I'm keeping the mic. I'm the chosen. Thank you very much for your lecture. It was absolutely great to listen to you and to see you face to face. My name is Justyna Nakonieczna-Bartosiewicz. I'm specializing in international relations, and this is also the question referring to the migration from this context. And what is your opinion about the prospects that the United Nations present in Global Compact for Migration change the attitude to the migration? Because I have impression that this is the international document that had this idea to change the paradigm of the perception of the migration. However, in European countries, including Poland, it failed. We were against, I mean, the Polish government was against this, and a lot of countries decided to quit and to keep the position of the perception of the migration in the, let's say, classical, regular form, not going beyond. And have you searched this problem? What is your opinion about this? Thank you.
I think the Global Compact, I mean, the idea that the Global Compact will become directive in the same way as many other international law is working, being enshrined into national legislatures, I think is pretty slim right now because of the fundamentally opposed interests between the main sending and the main receiving countries. So to put it very, very boldly, there is a certain interest in many destination countries to not give too many rights to migrants, to see them as people you can use economically. And of course, origin states have an interest in defending the rights of their immigrants. So there is this fundamentally opposed interest. So that is, and secondly, we have sovereignty. We are living in a world of nation states, and any form of freer mobility is only possible if you give up some of that sovereignty. This is why the EU was such a hot button issue in the UK, because Brexiteers were right in a way to say, well, as long as we're part of the European Union and we have European citizenship, we can't stop the Polish to come. And so that was an empirically correct analysis. I'm not saying I'm in favor of those disintegration processes, but that is a lot. So, but I think it's an illusion in the short to medium term to think that the whole world will become one nation. So we still need immigration policy. So we will see those fundamental oppositions. However, I think it's good that countries talk about these things. I do really believe if we keep on talking, however imperfect those compacts, including the European sort of mechanisms on refugee, I have a lot of criticism on that as well. But at the same time, it's good that there is discussion. And I think in the longer term that can create a better understanding, and also I think some common interest and understanding that it is not a zero-sum game, because I think that's the main point. If you organize mobility in the right way, both origin and destination countries can benefit. And I think that requires, Max Weber talked about the slow boring of hard boards, you know, to establish long-term change. But I think it's good that people are talking and that we make errors too. And we see that it doesn't work out. So I make no illusions about the compact solving all these things, but I think it's good there's a forum and people are meeting. And it can also take away some prejudice. So I think in the longer term, that's a good thing.
Thank you very much. Once again, Hein de Haas. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there is one very important announcement to make before lunch, namely that please note that the opinions and views expressed here are those of the speakers and only and do not necessarily reflect those of the European Union or the organizers. Neither do the European Union or the organizers can be held responsible for those. Apart from one, the organizers hereby, with all the responsibility, announce that until 1 p.m. it is lunch break, which is also called the break for getting to know the person next to you, starting contacts, probably finding some old friends, and generally doing what the British call mingling. Please, please return here at 1 p.m. Thank you very much for being with us during the morning session. If you want to stroll out of the building, just to be on the safe side, please leave the headset for interpretation here in the building. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after lunch. Thank you very much for coming back to this room and not succumbing to the beauty of Warsaw's royal route, which stretches just in front of the gate of the University of Warsaw. Once again, thank you very much for coming back. I'll say something very short in Polish. Jeżeli Państwo nie rozumiecie języka angielskiego, przed wejściem do sali znajdują się odbiorniki. Można poprosić o odbiornik i będziemy słyszeć wspaniałych tłumaczy. If you don't understand Polish, I don't think we will have much Polish. There are still headsets to be collected and you can listen to simultaneous interpretation. The reason why we're 2 minutes late is that we started lunch break 2 minutes late, so we're perfectly on time, and I welcome you to the first session, Future of Migration in Europe. And we have here absolute experts, both from the EU and from agencies of the United Nations, national governments, and of course, organizations of us, that is civil society. We've asked them to explore evolving patterns of migration in Europe, and we've asked them to identify real, but also perhaps imagined challenges and discuss models of management, or as now we call it, governance. We will start from introduction by Mr. Mikołaj Pawlak of University of Warsaw, who will also at the end manage the Q&A session. The chair of the session is Ms. Marta Pachocka, also University of Warsaw, and the distinguished members of the board, Marta Cygan, DG Migration and Home Affairs, of course, European Union, Alicja Kępka, Ministry of the Interior and Administration, the Republic of Poland, Miroslava Kerik, Ukrainian House Foundation, Kevin J. Allen, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, and Paula Alvarez, IOM, International Organization for Migration. Without further ado, I leave you in the hands of the best speakers to address the subject.
Thank you so much. It's not an easy task to say anything about migration after the speech of Professor Heinde Haas. And also it's not an easy task because he already started with the topic which is of my interest. So he was talking quite a lot about failure connected by many people with migration. So I will start with just a few quotes from the post of Reuters I yesterday read about the collapse of Dick Schoof's government in the Netherlands. First one says, the Dutch government collapsed on Tuesday, most likely ushering in a snip election after anti-Muslim politician Geert Wilders, I'm sorry for my pronunciation of Dutch names, quit the right-wing coalition, accusing other parties of failing to back his tougher immigration policies. In the same post, it was commented by the political scientist Jep van Liet, who said, it remains to be seen whether right-wing voters will see the turn of events as a Wilders' failure to turn his proposals into reality, or rather decide that he needs a bigger mandate to get his way. It was also said that previous government, led by current NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, also collapsed after failing to reach a deal on restricting immigration. And in the video with an interview with Geert Wilders, he himself said, I signed for the strictest asylum policy, not for the downfall of the Netherlands. It's some nasty discourse, but you see that it's all connected with obsession with failure, and I will also connect the topic of migration a bit with failure, but also with some other more positive aspects we're going to talk during the next 1 hour and a half. What is the future of migration in Europe? That's our topic. We want to ask questions, this question to representatives of stakeholders that on various levels are involved in crafting strategies of migration governance. We also are very interested in how the exchanges with the research concerning migration, what was very much highlighted by Michalis Moskovakos during his introduction, with whom I discussed how to introduce this session. Michalis Moskovakos from the DG Research and Innovation. So it is not always easy to connect research and policy making, especially concerning such a hotly debated issue as migration. So the three leading questions of this session are, how will international migration flows in Europe evolve in response to changing global and regional context? what are the key challenges? This is also part of the subtitle of the conference, the question about challenges and opportunities. I will come back to this later. And what is the vision for the future migration governance in the European Union and its member states? We know, and it was already explained by Heinde Haas, that Europe needs migrants because of demographic changes. European labor markets will not be sustained without migrant workers. Some, of course, dream about the digital revolution, AI, Industry 4.0 or whatever, that it will change the situation of labor markets, but concerning migration, it is not true, because migrants will occupy the positions which cannot be taken by these digital wonders. But for sure, we will have an interesting discussion about these developments in the economy and society in the next sessions. But of course, many people have fears concerning migrations. There is a lot of myths concerning migration that drive the discussion and the way how we govern migration. And it's quite often governed in a securitized framework. Of course, Heinde has made a great work debunking the myths concerning migration, but still the problem is that this is not, this way of debunking the myths is not leaving the circle of people discussing migration as scholars or experts, and it's still not enough impacting the public debate and the actual policies. So coming back to the subtitle of the conference, changes and opportunities for socio-economic transformations, and linking it to the issue of failure, with what I started. Challenge, according to Cambridge Dictionary, it is something that needs great mental or physical effort in order to be done successfully, and therefore test a person's or organization's ability. The opposite side of success is a failure. So if we have a challenge, we are all the time driven by the fear that we might fail at achieving this goal. The aim of this panel is also to identify real, not imagined challenges. But we talked a lot about myths so far, and we from sociology, and I'm a sociologist, know by the so-called Thomas theorem, which was coined nearly 100 years ago by the scholar who was actually researching migration to USA, that if men, that's how we coined it 100 years ago, let's say, when people define situations as real, they are real in their consequences. So if people create myths concerning migration, and if they talk sometimes even nonsense, it is a condition of our situation, so we cannot escape it. And if one of the myths of migration is that our migration policies are failing, or there is all that failure concerning migration, we need to ask questions, and they were actually asked by anthropologist Arjun Appadurai. How the judgments about the failure are made, and who has the authority to make the judgments about the failure, and who has to accept the judgments about the failure. In the democracy, usually this is the voters who make the final, eventual judgments, but the question for us is how we, scholars and people having claims that their knowledge about certain issues is an expert knowledge, how they can make these judgments and influence, make an impact on this debate. And then the question is who has to accept these judgments, and what we see quite often, the ones who have to accept them are the migrants themselves, who are scapegoated for all the things which are happening around the migration, even if it is not their fault. But also another part of the subtitle of the conference is about opportunities, and this is another kind of failure I like very much, and now I will quote Józef Tischner, Polish philosopher, who said that there is a special kind of failure when you miss an opportunity. Yes, you can fail because you are outnumbered, outpowered by some others, it is a defeat, but sometimes it is because of your inability to do something, and then you turn into kind of a melancholy when you know that something could be done, but you are not capable of doing something about it. So we are also very much fearing that we'll not govern the migration as we would like to, or solve the social problems as we would like to. And Tischner's discourse is very poetic, so I like to quote him. The time of despair is a time without tomorrow. This is about failing because you are defeated by someone, but if you are failing because of your own inability, there is a time of melancholy, which is a time of degrading tomorrow. And the conference is about future, so we probably would like to have a bright future, not degrading one, or not the one without a future, without tomorrow. So we can also ask a question, does migration really has an impact? And I really look forward to tomorrow's keynote speech by Natalie Velfens, who is, as far as I know, going to talk about how to discuss an impact of migration research. And we know the categories of impact, that it might be instrumental. So simply, policymakers will listen to researchers and do as they are advised. And of course, it rarely happens. But also we have, as Christina Boswell, Scottish researcher of policies, said, we quite often have a symbolic impact. Yes, so research is used in order to justify or legitimize various policies, and you will always find an economist or a sociologist or a political scientist who will justify your actions, yes, because there is a plurality of voices in social sciences. But again, I'm a sociologist, so I believe that symbolic is real. Yes? So if the legitimacy of research is substantiating certain actions by policymakers, it is also creating this reality. And it's also important, and we cannot disregard the symbolic use of expertise and knowledge. So these are my remarks that we are all the time in that tension connecting migration policies and governance with the fear of failure. And we should be somehow understanding that failure around us, but we should also try to think a bit more in a positive way about it. So in this panel, we'll have speakers representing various levels of governing migration, even if sometimes we don't believe that members of civil society govern migration. We believe that in that framework of, some call it multi-level governance, they are involved in it, they are still agentic. So starting from the level of European Commission, Marta Cygan was already introduced, but now I'm explaining to you why we have a voice of DG Migration and Home Affairs. She's going to take the floor first. We had the last-minute cancellation by Amparo González Ferrer for Minister of Inclusion, Social Security and Migration of the Kingdom of Spain. We regret that she's not here because it would allow us to have a voice of another member state. But we have here Alicja Kępka, who is substituting Professor Maciej Duszczyk from the Ministry of Interior and Administration of Poland. So we'll have a voice of European Commission, of a member state, but we also will have a voice of Ukrainian community in Poland, which is represented by Mirosława Kerik, president of Ukrainian House Foundation. And I'm really looking forward to hear Mirosława's remarks. And of course, migration is governed all the time going in interaction with international organizations. We have two important players at our table. First is Kevin Allen from United Nations High Commissioner in Poland. And of course, being in Poland, you cannot talk about migration without talking about international protection and the situation of Ukrainian war refugees, which is 1 million of people of them. And last but not least, we have Paula Alvarez from Global Office in Brussels of International Organization for Migration. So we have all these important actors. Maybe we could have also someone representing, usually in the multi-level governance framework, we also talk about involvement of local governments or regional governments, but we have still a lot of important stakeholders who will present their opinions about the future of migration in Europe. And now I will pass the floor to Marta Pacoka, who is going to chair the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikołaj, for this great introduction to the session, to its scope. So now the floor is mine, and the next around 60 minutes will be devoted to the contributions of our brilliant speakers. So I do not reintroduce our guests because it was done twice, so now you understand who and why. And we will start taking into consideration the session scope, Mikołaj's introduction, but also our guests' expertise and affiliations. I will ask them about some insights from their specific perspective in terms of migration governance and the future of this migration, especially in our region and in Europe. Each of you will have around 7 to 10 minutes, and I will be strict in terms of time because the schedule of the day is very well planned and detailed. So let us start with the EU level because we have Marta with us. So Marta, what are the key migration-related challenges in Europe and especially regarding our regions, so Central and Eastern Europe, where we are now? And what is the EU's vision or strategy for future migration governance, taking into consideration the perspective of DG Home and European Commission?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody. In first place, I would like, however, to pass the greetings and the best wishes for the whole conference on behalf of my boss, Acting Director General of DG Home, Migration and Security. She would have loved to be here with you, but that was not possible, so I am also representing her here. And I am extremely glad to be in this particular place with the diversity of speakers and the diversity of the audience as I see. And I think everybody is a part of this discussion, a necessary part of this discussion. Let me also thank the Polish presidency of the Council of the European Union for organizing the conference and the University of Warsaw for hosting it. And obviously, yes, I have to talk about migration after having heard that we have a failure. It's obsession with failure. I did not follow this presentation, so I have a clear mind and I can try to delink these things, apart of the fact that I would like to have a bit more time for reflection like yours, but we are more concrete here, and I will try to escape from failures and maybe from successes and try to get into the gray zone of normality. Why? So I will start with migration-related challenges, as it was requested, especially for Central and Eastern Europe, but I will have at the end also a word about the research related to migration, because it was mentioned by you and it is also an important part of the picture. Why I said gray zone and why I said normality? Because we all know that migration is not a temporary phenomenon. It is a persistent and current aspect of the global landscape. Our President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, in her State of Union address, the last one, she said, migration has been a constant feature of human history. Today, people, just like their ancestors, move to escape wars, poverty, hunger, adverse climate events, looking for better conditions for their future life. Migration is driven by complex factors, including, as she said, political instabilities, wars, conflicts, economic disparities, and finally, a simple climate change. These driving forces can change over time in nature and in scale, but migration itself has always existed in the past, it still exists and will continue to do, so it's a fact of life. Ideally, then, we should find a set of solutions which would be not missed opportunities, if I would refer to what you said in your introduction, but it would be a kind of sustainable, structured, flexible solutions that would together give us a bit longer perspective, which would be then the strategy or vision that you mentioned in your question. In doing so, there are, of course, few challenges, and I will try to focus on 3 selected that I believe are relevant for all European Union regions, but with a special focus on the Central and Eastern Europe. The first challenge is to overcome, in my view, the first challenge to overcome, in my view, is the need to develop a common understanding. And again, It's not understanding of failure, it's understanding of what it means to manage migration effectively. We need to respond to answer the question, what member states do, what European Union can do, what can we improve, what can we do better in the way member states and European Union manages migration. Managing migration effectively means managing it in all its diverse dimensions. It's about ensuring security of the European Union external borders, preventing irregular migration, fighting migrant smuggling and trafficking in human beings. I will want to say a word about this more. But also ensuring fast and fair asylum procedures and effective returns, and providing legal pathways to the European Union to harness the benefits of migration. Every stakeholder concerned, every member state, every region, every local community, every citizen may put the focus on one or the other aspect of migration, but the European Union perspective is to look at migration management in a comprehensive way, as all these dimensions are strictly and strongly interlinked. And to us, this we call an opportunity. The second challenge is to establish and consolidate the necessary trust between all involved stakeholders to develop and implement effectively commonly agreed policies. Strong and close cooperation is the only way that we can finally get to the effective managing of migration. And as I said, migration has many different dimensions, so the commitment of all stakeholders and the trust between all of them is a kind of a prerequisite. Migration management requires cooperation between the governments, international organizations, civil society, and researchers. The European Union policy on migration has undergone significant reforms after the years of intense negotiations and discussions, and the result is the Pact on Migration and Asylum that entered into force in June the last year and offers a comprehensive approach to strengthen and integrate key EU policies on migration, asylum, border management, and integration. The third challenge, I would say, it's not only to better manage migration today, but to be ready to do it in a sustainable way for the long term, with an ambition to have a system to be able to predict, to be able to be quicker than the events. This is something which I remember very well with the crisis, the first serious crisis in 2015. We were nowhere as the European Commission, as the European Union, member states also. We were not prepared. We did not have it. We did not have a forecast. We were not anticipating. That was a failure, the failure. But we learned the lessons. And what we need are permanent solutions and well-established processes so we can address today's challenges while being prepared for tomorrow. The future challenges are likely to be manifold. This is why our Commissioner for the Internal Affairs and Migration, Magnus Brunner, has mentioned before the European Parliament that a strong focus on preparedness and foresight will be one of the three guiding principles of his mandate, so of us working on this. Anticipation and foresight are needed to reduce irregular arrivals, better assist people in need of protection, and increase the number of returns of those with no right to stay. You may know that recently there was a proposal of the Commission strengthening a return regulation, and this is something which really we expect will have concrete effects. And all this while attracting the talents and skills essential for our growth and balancing our demographic challenges. Anticipation and foresight are equally needed to address more recent phenomena in an effective way, such as instrumentalization or weaponization of migration, as we have seen happening more often recently. In October this year, we plan to have the first annual asylum and migration report, which will be reporting to the European Council, to the Parliament, to our societies the state of implementation of the pact. It will present an assessment of the current migratory situation and serve as an early warning tool to anticipate future migratory flows with projections on arrivals as the evidence basis to better enforce solidarity and responsibility aspects. And here I will just mention that for Central and Eastern Europe, the elements which are specific, which we find specific and which are the source of inspiration for us to work on the pact and the solutions for the whole Union, is indeed the question of instrumentalization, weaponization, because this did not happen before in other places. So a strong lesson, a rich lesson, I would say, which is ongoing. Integration, that I found very well developed in the strategy, in the Polish strategy. Then a specific case of use of temporary protection for our Ukrainian friends. Remember, you probably must know that this particular directive was dormant for many, many years. It was done for something else many, many years ago, and it was finally used now. Lessons learned thing to be used, and look at the news today. I think it will be interesting. And then finally, international cooperation on global way, how you are going to proceed now, contingency planning, and interesting issue. So I have a very small amount of time to just mention that migration research and innovation is very important, and I wanted to refer to what you said at the beginning. I mean, research is absolutely crucial to inform modern research in our place. Is absolutely crucial to inform decision-making processes. But it's tailored to do it. It's really wonderful that research and innovation, especially innovation, it's something that has been developed in recent years thanks to the funds dedicated to this, the last one, Horizon, helping also migration. We are more focused, I have to say, on borders, equipment, and security, but also migration is the one, and in the context of contingency and anticipation. Just to give you the concrete number, since 2015, we have funded over 55 migration projects through Horizon, which represents over 160 million in investments, which have provided relevant evidence to inform policy making. So the decision makers, in order to propose legislative solutions, they use this evidence. And I also wanted to say that this year, 25, in fact, it marks the 10-year anniversary since the Commission stepped up its funding for mitigation and for migration research through Horizon. I will then shorten considerably what I wanted to say, because I wanted just to refer to the lady, to our member of the panel who is not with us, because I wanted to say that I wanted to ask her, because actually he was one of the very concrete examples of having the project, because she was coordinating the Temper project, but you can find it also on the Google. And another one, Link for Skills project, all of them linked with the research and innovation on skills shortages, and also some other examples I wanted to give, but I will not. Just wanted to once more underline importance of research in migration, because you are going to find around many, many examples of the projects which are done based on the Horizon and on research and innovation activities. So I have to stop, I think.
Yes, because we are slightly over our time and we have still 4 voices. So what we've heard from our colleague Marta from the EC, that language we use matter. Not always everything can be considered only a failure or a success. It's very often up to the arguments we will use. Also, this multi-actor and multi-sectoral perspective was mentioned, so a pure multi-level governance in case of migration field. And also we can learn that good governance is also about using evidence and research results-based material and sources. So that's very nice that you mentioned this research angle in the end of your contribution. And now we are running quickly to the EU member state level. We are in Poland, so the next guest, Alicja, the ministry, one of the main stakeholders in shaping our migration strategy and migration policy in practice. So the floor is yours. The question is more or less the same as I asked for the EU level. So about the migration-related challenges you see as the ministry in Europe and especially in Poland, and what we have as the strategy or the vision to address main migration-related challenges in the future. In this context. So the floor is yours. 10 minutes, please.
Thank you so much, Marta. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me here, and I apologize for that Minister Duszczyk couldn't be present at this panel, but unfortunately his parliamentary duties called him, so he couldn't be present here. He was here in the morning. He did a few words of introduction, but I will try to deep dive into the Polish perspective on the issue of migration. And I think I would like to start by emphasizing that Poland is a very unique country in many different ways, especially when it comes to migration. It was already mentioned by Minister Duszczyk and by other speakers today that Poland has undergone many changes over the past decades. It was primarily emigration-focused country, and now we see the changes towards a more immigration-focused country. So we have more people coming to Poland than actually leaving it, and of course it creates additional challenges and pressures on our society, because I mean, I think I can say here openly that the Polish society is rather monocultural, or used to be monocultural. We didn't have that much diversity as maybe many other Western member states, and it definitely creates a new reality for us. When it comes to challenges and opportunities for Poland, I think the most important document that I will base today on is the migration strategy for Poland 2025-2030, which is a very comprehensive strategy that was accepted or approved by the Chancellery of the Prime Minister as the official strategy document for migration policy in Poland. Why is it significant? I think it's because it's one of the documents. It's the document that that shows us the direction in which the migration policy in Poland should go, and it's one of the documents that was adopted in a very long time, because the previous such document was, I guess, in 2016. So when it comes to migration policy in Poland, and this is also what I will talk about it later, is that we see that there are more and more migrants arriving. According to available data, and it's not much, in 2015 there were around 120,000, a bit less, 115,000 people registered in our social insurance institution in ZUS, which gives an impression of how many migrants were in Poland. And 10 years later, we have over 2.5 million. So you can see how fast these changes underwent in Poland, and how much pressure it creates on Polish society. And of course here I would like to, one of the challenges or the pressures that the Polish society has experienced recently is the migration wave of refugees from Ukraine. Right now we have around 1 million refugees, Ukrainian refugees, who are increasingly deciding to stay in Poland long term. It's changed over the years. Of course, at the beginning, many people hoped for returning to Ukraine, but as the situation changes, as they build their life here in Poland, more and more people decide to stay. And of course, this is very important because previously, of course, we had migration in Poland, but it was rather invisible migration. We had a very well-integrated Vietnamese community. We also had a lot of Ukrainians. We had around 1 million Ukrainians before the war started, but it was rather invisible. And what we experience now is that this migration, Ukrainians are visible in our society, which for the Polish people is a new situation. And of course, considering that a lot of those people will stay here in Poland, we need to think about how we're going to integrate them in the Polish society, which is, of course, it's a two-way process, right? So it's not only about offering Ukrainians language courses or history courses or career development opportunities, but it's also there's a need to educate our own society on how to live with those people all around us. And of course, another example, another challenge is the labor market gaps, which was also already mentioned today. I think that many people saw this Economist front page with Poland screaming that Poland undergoes a huge economic development, and that's I think like more and more people around the world start to recognize that it's a bit of a miracle that our economy grows so much in the recent years, but it also creates some additional challenges for us because we need to accommodate this growth. And of course, we need to fill up those gaps with migrants. And we recognize this in the migration strategy, that on one hand, we need more people, we need to fill up the gaps, but on the other hand, we also need to have control over who is coming to our society, mostly because what I already mentioned before is that our society was so monocultural that we are not prepared to, well, like we need to think about the social cohesion of this process. So this is another very important part that on one hand we need to think about how to develop our economy more, how to help our business owners and entrepreneurs, how to fill up the gaps on our labor market, and also how to be more competitive, because now we are, since our economy is increasing, is developing, we need more and more high-skilled workers. And of course, we are in competition with other member states and other countries in the world. And the last issue that I would like to mention here, and what Marta already mentioned, that of course we have the situation at the border. It's really important to think about the security aspect of the migration policy, because what we can see is that what we experience at the border between Poland and Belarus is not a regular migration flow. It's an instrumentalized migration channel that where regimes, hostile regimes, are using migrants, or like weaponizing migrants to destabilize European Union from the inside. And we already see that is somewhat successful, because we see that Germany reintroduced internal border controls. This year we will celebrate the 40th anniversary of the Schengen Agreement. So the great achievement of the European Union, one of the greatest achievements, but we see also that the Schengen is struggling right now, and it's all connected to migration flows in Europe. So to summarize, with the challenges, of course, there are also opportunities, and if guests here did not have the opportunity to read the migration strategy, I recommend to check it. It's online. although it's in Polish, but if you contact me, I can also send you the English version. And of course, yeah, it explains a lot how Poland wants to approach this new reality. But to summarize in a few words, definitely Polish migration policy needs to be more selective. So we need to have more control over who is coming to our country. But we also need to take care of the people who are already here. So it means that we need to focus on strengthening our integration mechanisms, which is already happening in a way because we are in the process of building the foreigners integration centers in many cities around Poland. And lastly, I would like to say that we need to prepare our migration systems for this increased migration flow to Poland, which means the digitalization and capacity building in our own administration, not only at the central level, but also at the local government level. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alicja. As the voice from Poland, so this contribution I can briefly summarize as it was about multidimensional transition of our society that we observe. So it's not only about the demographic context, but this is also about the socioeconomic context. This is also about how to manage the society that is becoming more and more diverse instead of being mono-ethnic as we've known it after the Second World War. But this is also about having policy vacuum till 2023 and having a new migration strategy, the one that might be a tool to address the current and the future migration-related challenges. So thank you very much, Alicja, for this insight. And now we are moving from this, let's say, governmental or EU-oriented level. And we would like to give the floor to our colleague Mirosława, that is one of the strongest and European, highly recognized voices from the Ukrainian community, but also from NGO sector. So, Mirosława, what is the perspective of the migrant community you represent and the migrant-led NGOs in general in the context under discussion today? So this local perspective. So 10 minutes, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for invitation. Hello to everyone. Thank you very much for invitation for this distinguished panel. I think I'm a bit stressed with that. This has a lot of burden on me to represent all the community and the migrant and the Polish NGO sector. But I wanted just maybe to talk more about our perspective, Ukrainian-led migrant organizations and the Ukrainian community, but still some of the postulates I think refer to all the community, migrant community in Poland. And so from our perspective, I think we still live in the short-term perspective because we are, it's from both sides. Like we have still wars going on in Ukraine. We have like evacuation from the Sumy region, from some places in Sumy region. We have shellings, especially today. We have shelling in Sumy. So we really, each day we face people who are newly arrived and with whom like there is not much of the support available, so the NGOs which are functioning in Poland are providing this support. Then also this also refers to the short-term funding, or shortages, especially with the US decisions. So it's also we are in vulnerable situation concerning our functioning on the long-term perspective. So in that sense, we are rather thinking about months than years. Then, so in that sense, I will show more about, my talk will be on the basis of two reports that we did. One we did as a Ukrainian House of the women-led organizations and their humanitarian response in Poland and Ukraine, and I'm concentrating in Poland, and also the Union of Ukrainians in Poland. This is a minority organization. They also did research about the barriers, problems, and challenges of Ukrainian organizations in Poland. And this is also, I would say, not a failure case, it's more how we prevented failure in Poland in 2022, I would say, because that was the mobilization of Polish society, the mobilization of diaspora, mobilization of civic organizations. They managed to accommodate, help, and support the Ukrainian refugees who came to Poland. It's also important to underline this top-down approach that the also state, I would say, faced the challenge and allowed people to work, to access to medical care, to the social security, so that made them at least stable, and they, if the state didn't provided much of the financial support, still they allowed them to work from the day one, and it will help them to survive, to sustain themselves. We know that they work below qualification, but still they work, they have some means to sustain themselves. So I would say this is the success story from 2022, and then the story of failure, how to not to learn from that, and now how not to build on that. But then I would just say a few words about the organizations that managed to, that were part of this success of 22, and what role they played. So I would say that they have a critical role in humanitarian response and welfare provision. They provided immediate response, and they built the bridges between Polish society and Ukraine, and also those who were providing support. These Ukrainian NGOs were central nodes in coordinated spontaneous assistance from Polish communities immediately after the full-scale invasion in 2022. The pre-existing networks and knowledge of both arriving Ukrainians and the situation in Ukraine made them effective bridging ties between Poland, Polish society, and Ukrainian refugees. They were able to improve and upscale solutions quickly. Then they were integral to the welfare system. They are a crucial supplement to the Polish welfare system, assisting refugees with navigated administrative processes, providing language assistance, and offering essential psychological, social, and vocational support. They act as diagnosers and fixers of problems, expertly negotiating inconsistencies and obstacles in the Polish system that was unprepared for multicultural welfare support. This includes helping with issues like school enrollment, temporary protection status, pension payments, and border crossing for families with different residence status. Also, they are important. They provide holistic and community-rooted and gendered support. Their services are community-rooted, individually tailored, and holistic, focusing on long-term personal and community development. Given that the refugee wave is largely composed of women and children, Ukrainian organizations predominantly led and staffed by women primarily provide support to refugee women and children. This includes cultural activities, psychological support, interwoven into various activities and vocational training that aims to build both individual and national security. What the barriers they face and challenges they faced. That was one of the important things. It's a lack of political representation. And despite the vital civic engagement and increasing inclusion in political discussions, Ukrainian NGOs face numerous barriers to political representation on both national and local levels due to the nationality and gender. Ukrainians without Polish citizenship cannot vote even in local elections. They are often frustrated that their voices are not adequately heard even when participating in consultative bodies, and that their advocacy work is often unfunded. So this is also important to be seen, to be represented, to be part of the discussion. Also, later on I'll say about the other discussions. Then diminishing resources and precarity. This is, unfortunately, we have drying out of this local support, of the people's willingness to support, but also lack of funding, as I said before. This means that those organizations are in precarious situation, and really they face quite short-term perspective. Of course, because they're Ukrainian organization, and they will work involuntarily. However, we can see that they have difficulties in, this is psychological difficulties, burnout, because of this situation that war is, full-scale war lasts 3.5 years already, and it's very difficult to survive this time and to function on the full scale. Next thing, which is very important, which actually affects communities. This is the political tensions, this is the ongoing political campaigns and elections, and especially the last one, where you have Ukrainians where the scapegoats, the topic of the campaigns, and let's say 21% of the voters, people who voted for the far-right candidates with strong anti-Ukrainian attitude, and half of the, let's say, the Sunday election showed the candidate who has anti-Ukrainian attitude won the election. So it really affects also the society, because even if the people were not anti-Ukrainian or anti-refugee, but if you bring this topic all the time to the political discussion, you make the problem. You make the topic that there are problems. So Poland is a case when you have, let's say 10 years ago, before the Syrian war, the migration refugees, even having them, they were not problem because they were not politicized. But after the 2015, when the refugees became also the part of the election campaign, unfortunately this worked well for one of the, let's say, former government, former ruling party, and in these elections they used these migrants, especially Ukrainians, again, to win elections. And unfortunately this is also the case of liberal candidate who also use this. So this makes quite difficult situation in the country for the organization, quite a lot of frustration, and it's also, how many, 1 minute? No, come on. Okay, so then I will go to, well, it's very difficult to say. So let's say we have what is, let's say for the future, there is what we kind of maybe postulate. So then I will move to postulates. And so definitely there is need of participation in the decision-making, preparing policies. And unfortunately, I will criticize the migration policies because this are the Ukrainian, not Ukrainian, I think all the actors in the criticize. We have local governments, we have even the civic organizations, the academia criticize this policy for not being created in cooperation with consultations, not including our voice. I know that nowadays there is integration policy created, developed. I hope it will be at least consulted, because it's not, I know that it exists already, but we never seen that. So then it's also important to have this representation. I know that nowadays to talk about political rights, it's very difficult, but at least to be part of the consultative bodies or different bodies which are also funded. Not only that they work on the voluntary basis. We have the example of Berlin, where we have the Migrant Council. There are some functions, some bodies function, which are funded by the local authorities. It's not this voluntary basis. So that also means that we will be, at least our voice will be heard. And it's other thing which I would like to use, that we are also taxpayers. And if we want to be part of the discussion, I mean, we contribute and we want to be part of the discussion. It's not that we are claiming some rights and some rights without contributing to this. And maybe like another postulate which will prevent us from the failing, it's there is a need also of updating the migration policy, because, for instance, it doesn't include online workers or people working in the platforms or others. I think there are really need now to change it, to include the perspective. Of course, there is a war in the borderland of Poland. Yeah. 3 more points, short. War in the border, and what will happen next? Then we need to talk about migration, as also previous speaker said, as a management issue, not as a control issue. Because this is the control, it's all the time goes with the threat, control, but it's a management issue. And I think we will not prevent migration from happening. And then I think it's very important for the Polish society, which is very rooted, the idea of solidarity is very important. I think we should build our policies on solidarity, on what we did good, and not on what is bad in people, to evoke bad feelings. And I think this needs a very political leadership based on values, and not on the very temporary interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's obvious that I know Mirosia very well, so I have to only say that always like this, no, come on, how I dare to stop her, but it's only a good example in practice of this, what we can call the increasing agency of NGOs, migrant-led NGOs in Poland, and what we've heard from Mirosia are the examples of these success stories we can say about post-2022 responses to humanitarian issues and reception needs, but also we've heard about some areas to improvement. So, for example, about having the NGO voices being heard to much higher level. So thank you, Mirosia, for this. And now we are moving from NGO level and this local context to two EGOs, two UN agencies. And we start with UNHCR that played a crucial role, especially post-2022 in the country as Poland. So this is not a typical country that is the beneficiary of UNHCR support. So, Kevin, what are the key challenges that countries also in Europe face in the context of forced migration issues and asylum? How your agency is helping member states to address policy, legislative and operational issues in the ambits of international protection, mentioned by Mikołaj, refugee inclusion, mentioned by, for example, Mirosława and Marta, and durable solutions, mentioned by Alicia. So please, the floor is yours. 10 minutes.
Great, thanks. So as we sit here this afternoon, if you pause and reflect on statistics, there are 123 million people forcibly displaced across the globe. That's roughly the size of the population of Japan. And I'm talking about people who have been driven out of their home in the middle of the night at gunpoint, or because of bombs falling around their community, because of violations of human rights, because of disregard of international humanitarian law, the rules of war. And we see this unprecedented level of forced displacement in no small part because of a crisis of multilateralism, and we can trace that from the UN Security Council down to regional bodies, but also a disregard for the rule of law. Two key features which emerged out of World War II, the UN Charter, the UN Declaration of Human Rights, and a rules-based international order. So I'm going to focus on that particular part of people who are on the move globally. What I will not focus on is people who are voluntarily moving to get a better job, to start a business, to contribute to the economy of a country, but I will focus on forced displacement. And maybe a first point, even though I'm with a group of distinguished participants and many academics, I always find that it's important to at least pause and make an intellectual distinction between migrants and refugees, between migration and refugee protection and seeking asylum, because they're very different from a policy perspective and also from a legal perspective. So I mentioned World War II, and one of the things that was born out of World War II was the 1951 Refugee Convention, which makes it very clear that if an individual does not have national protection in his or her home country and has a well-founded fear of persecution on the different grounds that are elaborated in the convention, he or she has the right to seek asylum. This is not discretionary, and the principle of non-refoulement, whether a member state or a country has ratified the 1951 Refugee Convention or not, is a principle of international customary law. It's a jus cogens norm. Now, this in juxtaposition with migration is quite different, because if I am a business person in Bangladesh and I want to start a business in India, I don't have the right to do that. But there's a procedure, there's a process I have to go through to get the right paperwork, the right visa, to establish my company, and to hire workers. If I'm a young restaurant worker in the United States, and I want to work in Argentina in a bar in Buenos Aires, I don't have the right to do that. I can apply for a visa, a work visa, to do that, And for all the reasons that you know and were elaborated in the introductory sessions this morning, there are many positives of regulated labor migration. But that is not my work as UNHCR, as UN High Commissioner for Refugees. And what I want to talk a little bit about is why we see such a challenge, perhaps not a crisis, but a challenge between managing, and I think Marta used the touchstone word, management, managing migration and managing the issue of asylum. One of the things that I should say at the outset is, even though I work for UNHCR, we do not propose open borders. We are very cognizant of national security concerns, and we think it is critical to have strong border management systems. Because if you don't have that, the institution of asylum will be abused, and it will be diluted. And voters and politicians will suddenly see, this doesn't strike me as very fair, that people are abusing this precious institution of asylum. So when we talk about how to address these challenges, and I'll tie this very soon into the Pact on Migration and Asylum, we think it's critical to have intellectual clarity in terms of the different legal and policy ambits, migration and people seeking asylum or international protection. And at the same time, to have a pragmatic and balanced normative framework. So when we look at the global context, it's very clear that one of the drivers of population movements, and this can be refugees or economic migrants, relates to the lack of development, to poverty, to climate change, etc. But when we talk about the source countries, especially in the European context, we also see, and my friend from IOM, I'm sure will speak about this, and it's something that IOM works a lot on, trafficking, and where you have unscrupulous criminal syndicates or networks who take advantage of people, both people who want to leave because they want a better life, they want to make more money, have a better living, but also people who are fleeing gender-based violence, persecution because of their political opinion, because of their race or nationality. And so in both of those ambits, this issue of trafficking is a major problem that we have to face together, and criminality. Now, one of the key tools that we think is useful for member states in Europe, but also further afield, is having clear screening procedures, border procedures at the border, safeguards for people who are seeking international protection. Not open borders, but the ability to have due process, to say, I'm here to seek a claim, but you should also have, as a member state, as a government, the ability to expeditiously, but fairly, assess whether that is a valid claim or not a valid claim. And if it's not a valid claim, and the person has had the ability to seek asylum, to have his or her day in court, as it were, to have administrative or judicial due process, it's also critical that returns are possible. And this is the returns regulation that we were talking about, the kind of missing piece, perhaps, of the Pact on Migration and Asylum, which is so critical. And you may also find it strange for me to put such an emphasis on this as UNHCR. But if the return of people who are not refugees, who have abused the institution of asylum, does not occur, the whole system breaks down. And suddenly we have member states who want to externalize international protection obligations, who want to ask a third country to do it, not them, because that very precious institution of asylum has been abused. So having border procedures, having rigorous screening procedures, all very important. And we could even talk about the safe third country concept, which is something that some of you may be familiar with. It features within the Pact. This is complicated to negotiate, but essentially the core of what this means conceptually is that there's nothing in the 1951 Refugee Convention that says you have the right to seek asylum in New York City, or in Sydney, or in London. And we know that globally there is a lot of what I call forum shopping, going to the first, second, third, fourth, even fifth safe country of asylum before reaching the place that they would like to seek asylum. Now, there may be reasons in some instances that that's justified. If, for example, my wife is in London or New York City and I'm fleeing from Sudan, well, then there's a different calculus and assessment that maybe needs to take place. But generally speaking, you should have the right to seek asylum in the first safe country. Not necessarily the most wealthy country, not necessarily the nicest country, but a safe country where you can seek asylum. Now, all of the things that I've just mentioned essentially are part and parcel of the Pact on Migration and Asylum. And many of you, if not all of you, know that this was the product of, I think, six years, if I'm not mistaken, Marta, of difficult negotiations. And we don't think as UNHCR that it's a perfect framework. There are no perfect frameworks when you have many different member states involved. But it reaches a lot of the key points from our perspective. 1 minute, okay. And there are some member states who take issue with some of it. One of them happens to be sitting here in the room with us for different reasons, like the solidarity mechanism, or perhaps the fact that it doesn't necessarily contemplate the specific situation in the east of Europe. All of that said, we think it's still a very good tool and mechanism to help member states do exactly what Marta said, and that is to manage migration and asylum issues. Last thing I'll say, smart policy when it comes to refugees can be a win-win for the economy also. The purpose of admitting refugees is not to increase labor productivity, but if policy is smart, you can have that result even though that's not the reason that refugees left their home. And Poland is no better example, and Miriam talked about this a little bit. In 2023, we did a study with Deloitte. My friend Pavel from CMR knows about this very well, which showed that Ukrainian refugees in Poland contributed to 1% of the GDP of the country. Stay tuned, because on 10 June, next week, we're going to launch a second report. And I can't tell you the statistics, but I can tell you now, you'll be shocked at how much that's gone up in the last 2 years. It's a win-win. It's a net positive for the country. Refugees are paying taxes, they're paying to Social Security. It's a contribution to the economy. Now, it's different than migration because it wasn't planned. Somebody didn't leave their house with bombs falling around it for economic reasons, but they can still be included in a way that benefits the country. I'll park the issue of instrumentalization and weaponization. There's a lot we could talk about on that. But I take note of some of the comments from my good friends and colleagues. If time permits, I wouldn't mind delving into a little bit on the EC communique from December of 2024 on that issue, but that's a more complex kettle of fish which we can park.
Thank you, Kevin, so much. To be almost on time, so you've done some links to other speeches and contributions by our colleagues. So we've heard about also links to, from the UNHCR perspective, to a new pact on migration and asylum, to the specific tools in the EU context, like a screening procedure and border one. We've learned also about the specificity of this UN agency as the one that is focused on forced migration and about its post-Second World War institutional frameworks and developments. So also you've mentioned this management context, and I would say that there is something else to stress. Management of migration and governing of migration, also as two different frameworks, with the first one being more technical and operational. So having said this, I would like to give the floor to my very patient, but still one of our brilliant speakers, Paola from the International Organization for Migration. So these UN agencies that has this broader scope mostly on what we can name as researchers voluntary migration, but still this humanitarian force component is there. So please let us know, Paola, what is the stance of the IOM regarding migration challenges we have on the table today, and what about future responses taking into consideration your field of expertise, so labor mobility and social inclusion.
Thank you very much to the organizers, and thanks for inviting us to this panel. So you asked what is our stance, and because of the title of the conference, the future of mobilities as well, I would like to say that migration is a defining feature of Europe's future. So that's where I would like to start. The EU sets very ambitious goals on competitiveness and a just transition, and it means that these goals will touch upon several sectoral policies: migration, education, employment, welfare, etc. We were asked also to set or outline some trends. So I would like to start by highlighting 3 trends and to share with you some actions to address them. The first trend, it's no secret to anyone here, it's that Europe's population is aging and the workforce is shrinking, and some stats tell us that the share of Europe's population in the world will be 4% in 2070 compared to 6% today. By 2050, the share of population over 60 years old will be 30% compared to 20% today. And while Europeans, luckily enough, are living longer and healthier lives, this raises questions about, for example, increased demand in care services, but also the sustainability of welfare and pension systems. The second trend is that the EU is facing acute labor and skills shortages. Not only because of the demographic dynamics that I just mentioned, but also linked to technological transformation, the transition to climate-neutral economies, all of which are reshaping the skills landscapes. So in 2023, as an example, small and medium-sized enterprises that were surveyed through the Flash Eurobarometer survey, 74% of these SMEs declared that they were facing shortages, and 53% found it very difficult to retain skilled workers. There are 42 occupations EU-wide that are facing shortages at all skill levels, from engineering to healthcare, logistics, transportation, construction, etc. There are also new skills requirements. We expect that the green transition is going to create between 1 million and 2.5 million new jobs by 2030. And this is obviously linked to goals concerning productivity and competitiveness if the right skills are not in place. The third trend I would like to highlight is that labor mobility and inclusion, for some strange reason, are still treated as separate domains. And this is despite the fact that migrant workers who are legally residing in European Union member states are still facing barriers to access services, and they are more at risk of poverty or exclusion than EU nationals. So what to do? In terms of actions, there are many non-migration-based solutions to these trends, of course. You can align the training outcomes better to the labor market needs. You can emphasize how to activate underrepresented groups in the labor market. You can also improve working conditions, but you can also have effective labor migration policies in place. And there are some indications that this is already happening. More than a third of the almost 4 million first residence permits delivered by the EU to non-EU citizens in 2023 were for work. There are 290 regular labor migration pathways to the EU, and these pathways set different channels for labor migration, different procedures for admission or criteria for admission, different volumes of admission. The EU member states have also made some adaptations to some of these policies to make it easier to recruit from outside of the EU, lowering, for example, the income thresholds for specific occupations or sectors, or exempting shortage occupations from labor market tests. The EU itself and the EU member states have launched EU talent partnerships with partner countries like Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Bangladesh, and Pakistan to facilitate mobility for training and work purposes in an organized way. So all of these, there are member states that have signed bilateral agreements. There are also other member states that are exploring complementary labor pathways for refugees, as you mentioned. They do not come for that purpose, but they can find jobs. And these different frameworks provide different types of organized labor mobility options, which take to different degrees into consideration development measures, for example, supporting education and training systems in countries of origin. But I mean, it's a good thing that there is a variety of options to recruit from outside the EU. At the same time, this highlights the great complexity of the systems that are in place and that are ultimately very difficult to navigate for the end users, for workers and employers. These schemes also take a fair amount of work and time to be structured because they rely on evidence, they rely on very robust data and institutional capacities to deliver on all sides. But most importantly, they rely on trust and extensive coordination among a wide variety of stakeholders that operate in different jurisdictions, different sectors at different levels and with different mandates. You have employment, immigration authorities, public employment services, businesses, civil society, trade unions, and so on. But the barriers remain also very pragmatic in nature. One key issue is data. We need more data on sectoral and occupational shortages, not only at national level, but also at territorial level, ideally with the participation of the private sector. And the good news is that the European Skills Intelligence Observatory, which is going to be established under the Union of Skills, might provide more granular data and more integrated data at EU level. Immigration procedures need to be streamlined and optimized. The recast of the Single Permit Directive in 2024 is a step in that direction because it aimed at reducing the length of the process for the application of our residence and work permit. So we will see what will happen next year when EU member states will have to transpose it to the national law. Functioning matching systems are critical. Again, here, an EU-led initiative, it's the establishment of an EU talent pool, which will be the first EU-wide platform to connect third country workers with vacancies across the EU in shortage occupations. But you know, to make it work, there are still some considerations. One is communication. We know that many platforms exist, but to what extent employers and for the screening of the third country national workers will be also key, that they are transparent and that they are very clear. And the added value of such a platform is, ideally, that it provides also comprehensive information on, for example, existing pathways, recruitment, immigration, and recognition processes, the costs of those processes, maybe the services that are available to support the candidates, and so on. IOM usually takes a lot of, takes to heart the information provision. And we support migrant resource centers that provide information, but also a range of services, from language training to others. Another key issue, streamlining recognition of qualifications, it's going to be key. Again, the European Commission released some recommendations to EU member states to facilitate the recognition of qualifications, and what is very important is that they highlighted the skills-first approach. So it's not only about formal qualifications, it's also about skills and prior learning. Language training, I say it very quickly, it's very key, not only because it allows or hinders access to services and social participation, but it is also one of the most important criteria for work permits, for example. And lastly, migrants are not commodities. So here is where the labor, mobility, and integration dimensions should not be dissociated. And you know, the European Union Action Plan on Integration and Inclusion pointed out very rightly to access to services or issues like education, employment, housing, and healthcare as factors that are directly affecting the outcomes of integration. But it's not only about that. It's not only about access to services. It's first and foremost, am I going to be welcomed in a new society? Am I going to be free from discrimination? And fighting this structural discrimination is very important. IOM, for example, has worked with police zones in Belgium to enhance complaints mechanisms against xenophobic acts, but also to enable more interactions between police and migrant communities. And we have also worked in Spain, for example, to train media professionals to communicate more ethically about migration. So overall, I think it's about policy coherence between migration, employment, education, and overall social inclusion policies.
Thanks so much, Paul. In fact, what you've said is not only about voluntary migration, because the issues you mentioned, like recognition of skills, of qualifications, integration, the specific even EU tools, this is all that can be also applied to people with protection statuses, including migrants with a refugee status or with temporary protection. So thanks for this contribution, also for mentioning the need for data, the data that are broken by sectors and also by administrative units, because this is important. I know at least 2 EU-funded projects, Horizon projects for undercurrent Horizon Europe scheme that are about skills and competences. So in the meantime, so firstly, thank you very much for these contributions. Some of them more or less within the time, some a bit longer, but I understand that it's very hard, to be so precise when we have so much also expertise to share. So we are introducing a small revision of the final point of the agenda with Mikołaj. So he will skip his brief summary. Now I will give each of you 1 minute, no more, really. I will be strict, to provide us with the key message and key takeaway from your point of view. And we will start with the same order. So Marta.
Thank you very much. Can I have 1 minute of my messages, plus at the end, if there will be time, 1 minute free?
We don't know. We will see about timing.
So just the message that you asked of 1 minute is that what our discussion has shown is that the multiple facets of migration among different stakeholders which we're discussing, they are multiple. So, and they, in terms of issues to be covered, in terms of specific situations to address, depending on the region's consent. Now, the EU perspective is what we need to build and implement solutions that will work for all, cover all these dimensions, and we hope they will be sustainable in the longer term, not only for today. And this is why the approach implemented is based on the combination of solidarity and responsibility among member states, alongside a constant engagement with our partners in the third countries, with a common understanding of the challenges, with mutually agreed solutions that provide the right balance and take into consideration the variety of situations we hope we could be prepared together to the future of migration in Europe.
Thank you so much. That's very great to be on time. Alicia.
Thank you. So I think one key message is that migration is not a new phenomenon, but at least for Poland, it is a new reality which should be considered as a challenge, but also as an opportunity in many different ways. And Poland has this unique opportunity to shape and influence our migration policy, our migration governance, based on experience from other countries, but also based on our own unique experience. And we see that this experience is recognized wider and wider, both at the European level, but also at the international level. And just a few words about the migration strategy. I realized that it was a quite controversial document. There was a lot of discussions, but I think at least one positive thing that it created is that it sparked this discussion. And the conversation is not yet over. We are working on the implementation plan of the migration strategy, so I'm sure that we will continue this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alicia, for being brief. Now, Mirosia, okay. 1 minute.
Okay. Well, to summarize, I would say that we are after the elections. We can see that playing with the populist rhetorics, far-right rhetorics, using migration, it doesn't work well for the society, because we create the divisions into society, we create the enemies in the society. It works not well for the society as a whole. And I think in this sense, we should think about migration and as a management issue, how to manage. We need to also work with the whole society, inform the whole society, not having data. We have in Poland data about the input of the migrants and refugees into the society, what Kevin also said, what they will present. We have this data, but it's still not vocal enough to show the input, to show how beneficial is social policy society from having us here. So I think this is very important, that integration is a both-way process, but it usually requires from us to be integrated here. Not like that, it doesn't work with the society to accept us well. So I think so the policy solidarity from 2022 should be example how to build on. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great. Now, Kevin.
I'm not a politician, but if I was, I think what I would tell the electorate I was seeking votes from is, you can do it all. You can address national security concerns. You can be tough on that issue, and you need to be as a sovereign state. You can have regulated migration with clear rules and procedures that aren't abused, which will benefit the economy. And number three, you can do the right thing and respect international law and European values by having safeguards for asylum seekers, but that institution can't be abused. You have to have a rigorous procedure for all aspects of this, but if you do that, and you have policy coherence and balance, you can do it all.
Thank you so much. And Paola?
Yeah, I think the key takeaway is that by better aligning strategies on migration, education, employment, overall social inclusion, Europe has still an opportunity to turn migration into a driver of its competitiveness.
Thank you so much. So now we will prolong the session only about 5 minutes because we were a bit late. So we have time for one question from the audience. Mikołaj. But at least we accommodated 2 small rounds of your contributions. That is the price.
Yeah, we don't want to consume the break time. It's better to have a discussion during the break. So we can have one question. I see Marta Kindler there. Could you pass the microphone there?
Thank you very much, Marta Kindler, University of Warsaw. I have a question to Ms. Marta Cygan. You said that one of the long-term goals now of the EU will be better assistance of those in need of protection. And how can this be done in case of your member states actually actively violating this goal, such as Poland has done now by temporarily lifting the right for asylum? So this is a question, and also I wanted to comment a bit because it was said as well that we have in the EU 290 regular migration pathways, which sounds very impressive, but at the same time when we hear about the so-called abuse of asylum procedure, what is its cause? I would like to hear some reflections on that as well. Thank you.
So, Marta Cygan, floor is
yours.
If I need to be short, the pact, the one of the goals of the pact, as I mentioned, so the solution for the future for migration, long time negotiated and really discussed, is to ensure the proper protection of people in need with the short, simple procedure. Only when it will be implemented, it can happen. But I mean, so you will find it a bureaucratic response, but that's the case. If every member state, it's like with returns now. For long time, we have different systems in member states for returns. Now with the new proposal of the Commission, we propose one procedure with one solution, with possibility to recognize the return decisions. So it becomes all simple and controllable. It's easy to monitor. It's easy to avoid all types of abuses. And the same is for the rules on asylum. So the important question is the question of implementation. But what I wanted to use the opportunity now to when talking about arrivals, and mostly then we are referring always to these irregular arrivals. I heard the sentence in the discussion that there was no, there was no preparation to support a number of migrants. The country was not prepared, and that is situation of crisis. That was situation of Greece in 2015 when we had 1,200,000 people arriving and 800 people asking for asylum, in the situation when the Greeks just set up the system, the law for asylum in order to deal with the requests of asylum, and also setting up the tools like, for example, the interviews, the interpreters, in order to allow this to happen. The same I can see in the Polish case. You have a huge amount of people coming at the same time, so it's not the question of not being prepared, but not being prepared for such a huge flow, which is the situation of crisis. And all of these cases came to us, in the Polish case because of the war. You maybe could have foreseen it before, but in Greek cases, you did not foresee it at all, and you had to foresee it because there are wars in other parts of the world. So you see, this is all about this anticipation and forecast, but we cannot also, we have to understand member states that are in this situation, and this is why we want to propose the solution by implementation of the pact to be solved in a comprehensive way for everybody by being prepared for this crisis. You looked at me, I know it. By being prepared for this crisis and by knowing before that it can happen, so that to avoid the situation that is for us lessons learned. But I would not say not enough prepared, because we are talking about crisis situations, and from all of these, with system which we had, we could not do anything more. So the construction is for the future, and this is why the title of the conference is so good.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is how the first panel, the first session ends. We've had keynote from Mr. Mikołaj Pawlak. The chair was Marta Pachocka, both from the University of Warsaw, and our speakers, Marta Cygan, Alicja Kępka, Miroslava Keryk, Kevin Allen, and Paola Alvarez. Please, let's put our hands together for this fantastic panel. And the bad news is that we already 1/3 into our coffee break. So please, let's be back in about 10, 12 minutes. Thank you. this panel are demographic resilience, and this one is not that well known. This is why we are grateful that our experts will explore evidence-based policy and responses of such policy to ensure demographic resilience and sustainability of European welfare system and, of course, our labor markets. Let us lend our ear to the experts, and the experts are Fabrizio Natale, European Commission Joint Research Center, who will provide us with an introduction, Anna Matysiak, University of Warsaw, who is also the chair of the session, and the speakers, Aleksandra Gajewska, Ministry of Family, Labor and Social Policy, Hanna Wsiewiów, Ministry of Social Affairs and Communications, Estonia, Andreas Edel, Population Europe, Max Planck Institute for Demographic Research, Agnieszka Chłoń-Dominczak, Warsaw School of Economics, and Karolina Andrian, Share the Care Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, time to start panel number 2 with a hot round of applause.
Fertility continued to decline, and it has been declining since the Great Recession, since already 15 years, all over Europe, and actually in Poland, it has been lower. It was low already before, and remained at this low level. Now even reached very low levels of 1.15. In parallel, there was another trend. Also observed since decades, not a new one, which is a positive trend, an increase in life expectancy. We live longer and longer, and this is a common trend across Europe and also present in Poland. It concerns both women and men, and we also live longer and longer in better health. So this we know. These changes, they of course have consequences for the population in general. So the declining fertility and rising life expectancy, even though it is a positive trend, leads to so-called population aging. The larger, the growing proportion of the population is also older, above what we defined, maybe wrongly, and I will come back to this, above 65. So here, this first map shows an old age dependency ratio, which is defined, I put it here, it's the number of persons aged 65 plus, so this is this threshold, divided by number of persons aged 15 to 64, so those who are potentially working in the labor market or will be working soon in the labor market. And we can see, well, countries differ in terms of this old age dependency ratio, but in general, well, the map is quite light. But here is a we can see a projection for 2050, so basically in 25 years, and the map is much darker, right? Especially the southern Europe is very dark, but also Poland is very dark, which means that basically we will be much older, or rather a higher proportion of people will be 65 plus, and a lower proportion will be actually in the productive, the so-called productive age. The changes which I'm discussing, especially the declining fertility, are also leading to population decline. And here you see the projection of the European population. You can see that the population has been growing, and depending on the assumptions which are made, mainly about the migration, well, it will either stabilize or actually it will decline. And here you can see how this decline varies across countries. So actually not all countries are declining. The northern European countries are not projected to decline, but actually some countries, including Poland, are projected to decline. And this population decline and population aging have some consequences. One of them is the shrinking workforce. There will be fewer people who can potentially work, or at least this is what we tend to think, defining the elderly as those age 65 plus. Because of the higher proportion of the elderly, the strain on public finances and social security systems will increase, and also the pressure on the healthcare systems will increase. There might be some intergenerational tensions between the young people entering the labor market and those who require care and those who require financial support, so the elderly. And of course, the population decline means also loss of global influence. And also, I never thought I will say it, but it seems it's growing on importance as well, the reduced potential of the persons who are in the military age. So, of course, governments are worried. They are worried mainly because of this declining fertility. I think the slide doesn't look the way I wanted it to look, okay, but I can read. So governments are worried and are implementing various actions actually to increase fertility. And here you can see various posters saying one is not enough, or we rabbits know how to do it. Or, how are you? Haven't you given birth yet? Well, so this sort of posters, which you can find in various countries, in I would say, dramatic attempts of the governments to increase fertility. Some try to roll back to traditional solutions with the idea that maybe if women are not working in the labor market, they will have more children. But there is growing evidence that actually, well, that doesn't work like this. Apart from the fact that I'm not sure women would actually go back home and would give up educational career and professional careers, evidence increasingly shows that actually, while in the past, indeed, working women were less likely to have a child, so these are the relative risks from models, from those of you who do research and maybe know this, they show that actually working women are less likely to have a child, to give birth, but actually with time, so this is the time period, we can see that actually working women, well, they are as likely to have a child as those who do not work. And actually, we can also see that this pattern is quite common, and and actually in our region, working women are even more likely to give birth than the non-working women. Okay, so this doesn't work. Women will probably work, and we will not push them home, and only then they may have children. But what to do? I mean, how to increase fertility? So governments, well, okay, governments also tried to implement some policies. And this is the range of policies which actually has been tried and which brought some effects. Childcare, paid parental leaves, family benefits, flexible work, access to stable employment, housing policies, access to healthcare, family-friendly environment. All these policies bring some positive effects on fertility. But the truth is that these effects are usually quite small. You can see this in this graph, which shows, for instance, that public spending on parental leave measured in 1,000 USD, purchasing power parities per child, increases total fertility rate by 0.02 units of standard deviation. That may sound mysterious, but in fact, okay, this will not work the way I wanted, I think. What is this standard deviation? So the standard deviation we know, no, okay. Well, basically, so I calculated it, and I found that, for instance, in Europe, where we spend around $6,000 in purchasing power parities per child yearly, this increase, the increase from 0 to 6,000 can increase fertility by 0.05. Well, that is very little. In Nordic countries, where they spend double than the EU average, well, then their increases in spendings could increase fertility by 0.1. Not much. Then, of course, if you accumulate all these policies, you develop childcare, you invest equally much in parental leave programs, then you invest in some housing policies, and you invest in healthcare, and you invest in family benefits, then the situation improves, and there are some visible effects in fertility. But clearly, fertility is not the only solution. It will not solve the problem of the population aging. And that's why, in this session, I would like that we discuss what can we do. We face a challenge as Europe, given this population aging and population decline. Can we adapt? Is future or grim? Or actually, there are some opportunities which this population change, demographic change, is bringing. If they are, what they are, and actually what we can do to seize these opportunities. And that's what I would like that we discuss. To stimulate the discussion, I would like to show one last slide. It shows a little bit old data. This is the old age dependency ratio from 2017. So I already explained what the old age dependency ratio is. It's the population age 65 plus divided by the population here. It's exactly 20 to 64. But as I said, the 65 is some threshold that we came up with some time ago. When the person who was 65 years old maybe was fragile and was not able to work and wasn't very active and was getting sick. Those who are age 65 now, or 65 plus, are different persons, especially in the most developed countries of Europe. And the authors who did these calculations, who made these maps, it wasn't me, it was Vegars, Kirbeck, and colleagues, they actually computed so-called health-adjusted dependency ratio, where in the nominator, they included persons who are aged above the age when one starts to get sick in the elderly life. And here you can see that actually when you define this elderly age like this, Western Europe gets much younger, right? So, for instance, in Sweden, I had these ages here, they are unfortunately not visible, but in Sweden, this age is around 73, not 65. In Poland, around this time, 2017, it was actually 64, so actually close to the 65. In Germany or France, it was also above 70. So actually, the way we define the elderly is a little bit misleading. But this is just to stimulate the discussion. There are also various other aspects to be discussed and considered, and I would like to invite Fabrizio to share with us various results of the simulations they are doing at the GRC at the European Commission. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. I think we start from the key messages to be sure to stay in time. I have a very packed presentation with data, but these are the key messages I want to leave you. First one is that demographic change is of concern, but it's not a disease that we need to cure in our societies. It's an overarching process which is a historical transformation of societies with an intrinsic inertia. And this we tend to forget. We say it's an issue of regions, it's an issue of nations, it's an issue of the EU. Actually, it's an issue at the global level. Korea, China, many other countries in the world are facing the same challenges. And there is no way back, probably. And this is also informing which type of measure we can take to contrast demographic challenges. Then we need to go beyond the contraposition between fertility and migration. At the Commission, we are experiencing now a flood of parliamentary questions, all pointing to this contraposition. And they are very ideologically driven, and there is no necessity just to be entrenching the entire discussion about the challenges of demography on this contraposition. And there are actually many other things we should be doing, and these are adaptation measures. And I give just a few examples in the presentation: adaptation measure in labor markets and in territorial cohesion. At the moment, the Commission is rediscussing cohesion policies, and demographic challenges can be an important part of this discussion. So let's start from the contraposition between fertility and migration. Here, I go very simply. There is a lot of literature on this, but I try to synthesize this literature in a few very simple statements. The first thing we can do with fertility is we can address the gap between intention and realization. There is still a gap that we can fill there. But about the drivers of low fertility, nobody really knows what is driving the low fertility. We don't have a demographic theory to explain what will happen after post-transition, demographic transition, and if there is a rebound from low fertility level. Nordic countries are experiencing levels which are unexplainable if you consider the advanced welfare system that they have nowadays. So we don't know even what are the measures that can boost fertility. There are different opinions, different theories on this, but we have no scientific evidence on what can work and what cannot work. And anyway, whatever we will do now has an impact on labor markets and competitiveness in 20 years from now, when the first children will go into the labor force. So there is nothing that can be done today for tomorrow. And then the migration. It's already important in contrasting demographic decline in many countries. It's essential and really useful to fill labor shortages. We heard before from IOM. But demographically, it needs to be very large to produce a demographic effect on population growth. And this is not likely to be accepted socially, and will disrupt social cohesion in many countries. And moreover, in order to contrast aging, it needs to be constantly replacing. So we get young migrants coming into the population, they age, so we need constantly new young migrants to refresh the age structure of the population in order to have an effect on aging. And then, as I was saying, it's very politically controversial. All the parliamentary questions we are getting nowadays from the conservative parties are saying, why is the Commission thinking to use migration to contrast demographic decline, and why are not we boosting fertility? And they are pointing to an issue of socio-cultural and ethnic replacement. So this is, in very synthetic terms, the big debate politically, which will be influencing policies into the future. But let's now move to the data. Here I showed three elements in this graph. We have the replacement fertility level of 2.1, the levels that is necessary to keep population stable in the long terms. The bars are indicating the actual current fertility rates in each country, and the dots are indicating a recalculation of the fertility level that needs to be maintained in order to achieve stable population, taking into account the migration level, the current migration levels in the countries. You see that in some cases the dots are below the bars, which means that the current fertility level, while taking into account migration, is already okay. There is no demographic decline. And in other countries, you see that the bars are below the dots, which means that either we lower the dots and we increase migration, so we use more migration to keep population stable, or we increase the bars. So you see here the complementary nature of fertility and migration, and there is no right or wrong decision here. Each country can decide to modulate these two leverages on population dynamics. The importance of migration in population dynamics, I think, can be simply represented by this chart, which is showing the projection by different institutions, Eurostat, UN Population Division, and IASA, of the labor force, according with the baseline scenarios incorporating the migration assumptions. And you see Eurostat as more optimistic projection assumption for migration. And then if we switch off migration in the three sets of projections, and you see the effect of switching off migration, no-migration scenarios, the decline of the labor force is much stronger, but you see from the comparison between the two, the sensitivity of the future to the migration assumption in the projection. Here it's a graph which is packed of information. It's about labor force, and the key message here is that there is a large untapped potential in labor markets which can be used to increase the labor force. So you have labor force participation rate by education, age, and sex across times, and these are averages across member states. We see several trends. One is the labor force participation of older people is increasing, and this is the result of pension reforms. Another thing is that it is not increasing for young people. Then we see that there is a strong gap between men and women in labor force participation rates, and we see that these gaps are shrinking with education. So education has a beneficial effect in shrinking the gaps. So if we factor in all these gaps and we think of scenarios canceling these gaps, we can see an increase in labor force participation, and this is what we did in a simple projection exercise, where we have different scenarios projecting the EU labor force according to different scenarios. So we have a static scenario, current labor force participation rate, factoring in education as a beneficial effect, so the decrease in labor force is not so strong as in a static scenario. Then we shrink the gap between men and women, and we have a beneficial effect. We let the old people converge to the retirement age, increasing retirement age. And finally, we have a scenarios where we combine everything and we let every country go to the level of labor force participation in Sweden. This scenario is basically canceling the reduction in labor force in the EU due to the aging effect. So you see the potential of addressing demographic challenges through labor market measures. I don't know how much time do I have. Yeah, okay, I try to move quickly now to the territorial dimension. Here you see differences in old age dependency ratio at municipal level in 2021 from the census, and the difference in population change between 2011 and 2021. And you see some regional patterns. Regions are divergent in terms of demographic decline, and there are several factors here interacting. There are macro-regional dynamics. For example, in Italy, south-north divides. Then there are local dynamics, where you have urbanization and suburbanization processes. And on top, you have international migration. So when we speak about mobility and migration in the context of demographic decline, it's important to keep in mind that there are different levels, geographical levels, and there are different ways migration are affecting the divergence in terms of demography across EU regions. This is showing a projection by Eurostat of the old age dependency, the variation in several indicators across regions. So it's a variance across regions. It's an indicator of how much the regions are diverging, basically. And the message here is that these projections, which have embedded a convergence of fertility and migration, still produce a divergence, a territorial divergence. And this is because of demographic inertia. So even if we let all the region move towards the same level of fertility, towards the same level of migration, we will experience still for some time territorial divergence. And this is because it's stemming from the age structure that each region has. And so there is a demographic inertia. So there is not much to be done also here in the short term because there is this demographic inertia playing a role. Here is to unpack even further the component of regional movements. So we have analyzed if young people and if people of different age groups are moving according to GDP per capita of regions of destination and origin. And here the key message is that movement across regions and people living, and this is a central element in the Rector report on the right to stay, are driven by patterns that are changing over the life course. So the economic drivers of migration are very strong in the younger generation, and they are less strong in the older generation, and they become also with the opposite sign. So when we interpret the demographic divergence in the light of economic divergence, we need to always to keep in mind these aspects of age structure and movement across the life course. I jumped this slide, and here the last slide is about urbanization and suburbanization patterns. And here we take a different perspective than the classical rural-urban dichotomy, and we represent population change based on the distance of traveling times from a municipality to the closest, largest cities. And we see that population change close to the city is positive, and when we cross the border of the commuting zone, it starts to invert the sign, and the same is happening for aging. So the aging process is less strong in the city, and it's becoming of the opposite sign when we cross the border of the commuting zone. This is to tell that demographic divergence at territorial level is also driven by this urbanization and suburbanization by age happening at a very local level. So just to conclude from my initial key messages, we can pursue adaptation measures beside mitigation and acting on fertility and migration, so classically the population components. And this can be done through investment in labor force, participation increasing and addressing the gaps, and through measures addressing territorial cohesion. And here we need to leverage on the very complex patterns of migrations, which are changing across the life course and across geographical level. And we have also to leverage on circular and return migration, because people that are leaving young, maybe they're coming at an older age, so we can make use of these patterns to address demographic decline in regions. So you will find more information in several reports that we are publishing at the GRC, and we have also an online platform, the Atlas of Demography, showing with interactive stories my main findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabrizio. And now I would like to invite the voices from the panel. Well, basically addressing this, I mean, Fabrizio already addressed very nicely the question, what opportunities does this change may bring? And now I would like to hear the voices from various perspectives from the two representatives of the ministries. We have the representative of the Polish Ministry of Family, Labor Market and Social Policy, and also a similar Ministry of Social Affairs and Communications from Estonia, and then the representatives of the international and national organizations, and finally more research-based, but also I would say policy-based insights from Professor Agnieszka Chłoń-Dominczak. So please, I would like to start from Aleksandra Gajewska, and then we move on. Which do you think that this demographic change brings some opportunities, or the future is grim and, well, we have to manage somehow, but nothing good will happen? And I give like 4 minutes. Yeah, you can see. And 4 minutes to every panelist, and then I move on with the next question.
Ladies, gentlemen, thank you for inviting me. This is very, very important for our ministry, but I think rather our government to discuss those issues. And I'm very happy that in this room with those people, we can talk about it, because the demographic situation observed in many European countries may carry not only the negative consequences, but we also focus on achieving not getting that depopulated, but also opportunities to strengthen and develop areas affected by depopulation. We'd like to create the possibilities by flexible working arrangements, and we work on it in our ministry. Remote work, particularly. We want young people no longer forced to migrate to big cities for employment. We want to support them on the local basis. It also presents an opportunity to expand infrastructure. We concentrate on transportation, providing people from smaller towns and villages access to a wide range of services and fast connections to larger urban centers, so they don't have to move to stay there. Solutions like these will ease the burden on large metropolitan areas, allowing immigrants, especially educated women, to return to their hometowns. We concentrate a lot on women when we talk about the internal migration, and we think the country could develop in a sustainable way. To analyze the phenomenon of the population in small towns and villages more thoroughly, our ministry is currently implementing a project that is titled Developing Solutions to Counteract the Migration of Young People from Depopulated Areas under the European Funds for Social Development, and I'd like to thank everyone who is involved in this process. I have a feeling that the government, we really wanted to have this connection with specialists, with experts, to invite them to create strategical documents, the acts together, and we wanted them to be on board with us. We also have the new approach to seniors. They play a very important role. They are increasingly in better health, which we really appreciate. And one of the effects of demographic changes is the promotion of their active aging. Promoting active aging requires a comprehensive approach, engaging seniors in various activities that support their physical, social, and mental well-being. So we want to reduce loneliness and social exclusion, improve the image of seniors in society, and facilitates knowledge and experience transfer through joint community activities, shared interest, and also volunteering. We aim to encourage Poles to remain professionally active as long as possible, and we address this message to those people who are going to be retired, but also those who are already retired. We are working on programs that are addressed to them so they can stay active or consider to stay active. One of the friendly and safe ways to utilize the potential of older people is senior volunteering. We don't want to, it's not the priority, but we want to see this possibility in the offer we address to the people, and we want them to feel needed. And this is the first step, and when they feel needed, they may think about being professional active. So all of this contributes to a better quality of life for seniors who, if they wish, can remain active members of society. We want women to be independent and we want women to be active, but we want to give them the possibility. It's their choice. They can choose their way, but we need strong tools for them to make the decision, because if they are not able to make the decision, they won't be active. So in Poland, as a response to dynamic demographic, social, and economic changes related to declining fertility rates, we introduced new legal regulations. This is the Act on Supporting Parents in Professional Activity and Childcare, and we call it the Active Parent. We firstly wanted to name it Active Mom, but then we decided that we need to have both parents on board and discuss it this way. And its goal is to encourage professional activity of parents with children aged from 12 to 35 months. And they receive a benefit, 1,500 zlotys, which is 3 times higher than they received from the former government. And thanks to this solution, the modern woman, an educated and ambitious woman, does not have to give up her professional development plans and aspiration in order to become a mother, because from this benefit they can pay for the early child care education. On the other hand, we built this access. We invest from the funds from European Union to build the access to nurseries, to the child care, and we spent 6.5 billions of zlotys to get the access to nurseries. And when I came to the ministry, there was 1,105 gminas, and in these places we didn't have any services of childcare system. And I'm here for almost 16 months, and we achieved to have the services in 210 more. So we work the daily basis to increase the numbers. So we also concentrate on the high quality nursery care, because if we build the access, if we provide benefits, we also want to have a high quality of the nurseries, of the child care. We want to invest in the system. So we are training all the people that are building the system. We started, and it's gonna be for 18 months, and we're introduced the standards starting from the 1st of January 2026. So we all have the quality, and we came with this idea from the professor Edward Melquish from Oxford University, that he showed that both the numbers of years of early education and its quality have a significant impact on children's experience and their long-term development. So language development forms the foundation of cognitive, educational, and social development. And this is what I am always concentrating on in my works in the ministry. So thus, high-quality nursery care contributes to better participation of children for further education, and consequently to a higher quality of adult life and better society, and it also influence the demography. So I'll start with this.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for addressing already the second question, how that can be achieved. So maybe let's do like this, that now I pass the voice to Hannah, and you can actually speak about both. So is future or green, or there are actually some opportunities, and how that can be achieved, and then we can do the last round very shortly. So.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you for the invitation and for the very warm welcome. And thank you to all of you who have stayed after the lunch break and coffee break, because I think it's almost as big of a challenge as the population aging, you know, to stay alert after the coffee break. But isn't it a bit funny that we all want to live longer, and now all of a sudden it's such a huge problem? I don't know, or I think have a small competition here, which is the more frightening crisis. Is it migration or population aging? And at the same time, as we have already heard from all the different experts who talked in the morning, that those are both processes that in a way are inevitable. And there's nothing wrong with living longer. It's actually one of the biggest achievements of humankind and human development. And the only problem is if we don't live healthy and if we don't have a meaning to our life, then it becomes a burden to ourselves and to the society. And when I received the invitation here and also the request to look at the positive side of aging, then I have to admit that at first I was, because I'm so used to talking about the problems and the challenges, and this is part of my job, because I have to sell the ideas to the political leaders, and of course there's always a lack of resources in social policies, so I have to talk to them about the challenges that population aging brings. But it's really refreshing to talk about the positive side as well. And so I thought about it. What's positive here? So first of all, longer life expectancy means that different generations are now living and interacting over much longer periods than before. Of course, we know that because people tend to have children in their later lives, this in a way balances that as well, but and takes off some of the effect, but not in such a big way. So there are still a lot of more grandchildren that can see their grandparents or even the older generation. And this is something that we really need to cherish, I think. And of course, we know that this can bring challenges to different societies as well, but there's also a possibility for deeper connections between age groups, encouraging mutual understanding, empathy, and also knowledge sharing. And if nurtured really well, then this could lead to a wiser, more tolerant, and more cohesive society. And this is something Europe could for sure benefit from in times of social fragmentation. And second, an aging population, of course, requires new and expanded health and social care services. And while this puts pressure on public finances, it also might drive innovation. And probably some of you are aware that the welfare models that we are currently using in most of the EU countries, they were developed after the Second World War. The plan of Beveridge is quite well known, but these plans and these models were built under the assumption of high fertility rates and a large working age population. And we know that this is not the case anymore and certainly will not be the case in the further future. And this calls for a fundamental rethinking of how we fund and deliver social protection. And of course, we can say that nothing can be done and the future is terrible, but at the same time, this can also push us toward a smarter, more flexible and innovative policy solutions. And one promising area here is health and welfare technology. Maybe some of you have heard about the different silver economy possibilities. Well, at least in Estonia, as we are used to in being good at IT solutions, different innovative technologies, then we try to seize this as an opportunity for a new expert niche for Estonia to develop different health and welfare technologies, because we know that there are more and more people who could take advantage of these technologies. And one might say jokingly that these countries who are the forerunners of aging might have an economic advantage in these sectors. So also a way to try to look at aging in a more positive way. So this was something that I wanted to mention concerning the first question, that I think there are different opportunities. We just have to have a more positive look at population aging. And as there's also the second question about how that can be achieved, then of course, in trying to increase fertility rate, I think we have the same issue here as well, that there's no silver bullets. There's a number of things that we need to do, and we need to do it at the same time to have a positive effect. But I will bring out some of the ideas. One of the things is that I think we must challenge the outdated ideas about retirement. It was also mentioned in the previous presentation that not everyone ages in the same way. Many people in their 70s and even 80s remain mentally sharp, motivated, and capable of contributing. Therefore, we should reimagine work in the later life. And this includes creating roles with reduced hours, lower stress, and flexible schedules, jobs that are not only feasible for older adults, but also value their strengths, because, of course, there are strengths, their experience, reliability, stability, and mentoring skills. And employers have a real opportunity here to design age-smart working places that tap into this valuable talent pool. And I think we also must recognize that for many, the retirement period is simply too long to be spent passively. And I checked this morning with the help of AI, the pension systems in different countries and also in Poland. And I know now that there are very many European countries that in recent years have done changes or reforms into their pension systems. But I think this is also something that has been one of our key innovations, is that we have a very flexible pension system, and it was already introduced in 1996. And in Estonia, people have, for a really long time, have been able to work and receive pension at the same time without any reduction in their benefits. And this approach not only respects individual choice, but also encourages older adults to stay active in the workforce. And in fact, Estonia has one of the highest employment rates among elderly people in EU. I think we are second behind Sweden when we are talking about the age group 55 to 60 and above 65. Estonia has the highest employment rate. I have to admit that it has to do with the low pensions as well. We have to be objective here, but we know that the possibility and also the tradition now, as the system has been in place for such a long time, the possibility to work and receive pension at the same time also has had a very positive effect. And also employers are very used to elderly people working as well. And just a couple of remarks about the pension system. In some countries, I think 1/3 of the EU countries, but maybe I am wrong, the pension age is also linked to the statute to life expectancy. This is one of the reforms we made in Estonia a couple of years ago as well. And starting from 2027, this system will be in place, so the pension age will increase accordingly to life expectancy. And there's one more thing I'd like to address, because we are used to talking about these hardcore policy measures, but there's also the soft side to supporting elderly people, and it's about social fabric. So I have heard this from some experts from other European countries as well, but this is something we are trying to do in Estonia as well, to, in a way, turn back to our roots of community-based care and cooperation. With fewer children per family and increasing geographic distance between generations, traditional family support structures are under pressure, but what we often still have is physical proximity within communities, neighbors, local volunteers, and intergenerational networks, and they can be mobilized more intentionally. And to make this work, we need more than goodwill. We need also trained professionals who know how to build and coordinate these networks. And so that's also why we recently launched a master's program called Community Work in Aging Society. And the goal is to develop a new generation of specialists who can lead the creation of sustainable, locally grounded, intergenerational solutions. And by that, I don't only mean that we send kindergarten children to sing in elderly homes, because this is quite often something that is brought out as a very innovative solution, how to build intergenerational relations. This doesn't work like that. And we are talking about more meaningful, ongoing cooperation that draws on the strengths of all age groups and builds lasting social capital. And I think I have now used all my time, so I will not sum up, but these are some of the ideas that I wanted to share with you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for sharing these ideas with us, and also for thinking so much before the panel about what could be the opportunities. The idea here was really that we change our thinking, and maybe in this way we come up with some more solutions or different ideas than we usually do. So now I would like to ask Andreas Edel from Population Europe to share his thoughts with us.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the invitation and also for staying here. When I read this question, is the future all grim? I was immediately inclined to say, let's start with some encouragement and enthusiastic message, then with some realistic approach, maybe a bit pessimistic approach, and then think about solutions. I think it's really beneficial to think in the generations we had behind us. So if I think about my parents, they experienced as children the Second World War, the post-war reconstruction period, the Cold War, and I was born shortly after the Cuba crisis, when actually the nuclear extinction of the world was on the agenda. So a generation which had huge challenges to face, and the total fertility rate was in Germany 2.27, and we were 5 brothers and siblings. Our generation, and the next one, we have to deal, of course, with different challenges. We have to deal with climate change, we have with a new post-war, post-Cold War world order, and of course with demographic change, which poses our social systems, our healthcare and pension systems under stress. We have to deal with depopulation and shrinking labor force. But why shouldn't we be able to manage that as the generations before us? So let me be very clear, that's not the usual Generation Z or millennials bashing, which is completely nonsense, because every generation needs to solve their own challenges. And it's also not this blind optimism which you sometimes see. It's not the data-driven optimism of Steven Pinker from Harvard. I guess he sees it today perhaps a bit different. But still, there's a lot of reason for optimistic approach. On average, our population is much, much better educated than in any generation before us. If you see it in Germany, for instance, a third of every cohort gets a high school degree. In the 60s, it was only 6%. So you see the overall level of education has been raised. Of course, there's a lot of inequality, and this also refers to the accumulation of wealth. So of course, also our generation was able to accumulate more wealth over the times of their life course. So we have more resources than any previous generations before us. And you can also see that sometimes, for instance, in Germany, the taxable and inherited wealth has more than doubled in the last 10 years. So it's really growing. Still, there's inequality, which I will address a bit later. On average, you can also see that today's population is much healthier than any generation before, as you see it in the rising life expectancy. Something 68 in the 1960s, today over 80 on average in Germany, and of course also in the number of centenarians, so people also reach a high age in that regard. And this is really important also to say it here loud and more than once again, for the first time in history, we actually have a common vision of Europe, which is based on democratic values, human rights, and the welfare states. And this holds already since 75 years, so we should really be proud of that this has been achieved. And this is a good base to start to create the future. But now let's get a bit away with the rose-colored glasses. We should not be naive and illusionistic. We have really to look into realistic scenarios. The first one is clear, that was also mentioned today. A new baby boom is extremely unlikely. Because in any generation with low fertility, also less mothers and fathers were born. And so it's really very logical. You don't need a complicated number and math to understand that this will, of course, continue for a while in that way. And we will certainly not reach a replacement level. The other thing is that not every one of us will enjoy a happy and healthy life. There's a huge life expectancy discrepancy, so disparity. It's not equally distributed over the population. We have to deal with that. So even if on my life expectancy might not convene with the average life expectancy, it's true that I have more chances to reach a longer age because I'm well educated, I have a higher socioeconomic status, and better access to healthcare. And this is not true for all and everyone. So this is something we have to work on. And we have also to think about the growing socio-demographic diversity. So in all the patterns, not only ethnicity, but also age diversity. As mentioned, we have now different generations in one family. Health diversity, we have income, education, and other diversities which we have to take into regard. Our population is getting more diverse. We have to tailor that in. And, which was also mentioned by colleagues, regional disparities between urban and rural areas, which we have to deal with. And of course, with constantly low fertility and high life expectancy, our population will age and will shrink. And of course, and this was mentioned more than once today, the elephant in the room is always migration. But if you look into history, I'm a historian by training, sorry if I get always to historical things. If you think about history, migration was actually always balanced a natural population development. This occurred in this region, I think, as well, but mainly also in Germany after the 30 World War. It happened after the plague, it happened in the industrialization period, and of course after the Second World War. We should come to the view, and this is exactly what also Heinde Haas said today, that migration and mobility is the norm and not the exception. Think about the history of your own family, think the history of your country, how strongly migration influenced that development. But we need a balanced view so that we consider all the factors. Having children later in life, which is one reason for the low fertility, doesn't indeed not make much sense in terms of biology. But some researchers in Max Planck Institute have demonstrated that it makes sense in terms of resource. Older mothers have usually better resources due to the education they received before, which they can transfer to the next generation. And if you have fewer children, we might also invest more into early childhood education, into the school system, and so on and so on. So it comes with a pro and comes with a con. Population decline can also mean that we have more resources left to invest in the population we have. So our director in Rostock, Mikko Myrskylä, told us a story from Finland once, that the Finnish government actually, when the population decline started, thought about, okay, now let's spend less money for the children. And so the researchers say, no, keep the level of spending so that the education grows and gets better, which is actually a nice idea. But it comes also with a price, because if you have less taxable income and fewer resources, of course you cannot maintain all these infrastructures, which you need actually to improve the living conditions of the people. And then it's one important thing which also was touched before. Citizens experience demographic change much more at the local and at the neighborhood level, within your families, and not so much at the European and national level. So it's really where people see, okay, I cannot go to a kita, there's no kita. Or I have to care for my mother or my father, but I have not the resources at hand to do that. Or I need a job and the factory closes in my neighborhood. That's where people get then frustrated. And then we come up with this feeling left aside thing, which of course then also supports anti-migratory movements and something like that. What we really need is we need more micro-studies to determine practical implications for the citizens. We must consider how families are structured. We must consider how energy and housing requirements, the ability to provide care and assistance, where society and state have to intervene, and the impact on the local community. And we need to collect more best practice. We already heard a lot of very good and best practice from the colleagues from the government, which we need also to engage more as researchers with the local stakeholders in order to learn from their experiences. They know a lot about what's going on, what's successful, what's not. But what they don't have and need is reliable projections, because very often they have a view of 5 to 10 years, and sometimes only until the next elections take place. But they need actually a view from 20, 30, 40 years. If you invest now into something, infrastructure, you should know how many people you have in 30 years when demographic change has hit you. And that's my last point. We can learn from a comparative and even global perspective. We are currently developing a project together with colleagues from the US, because they have the same issue, that they have their population and that they need to find solution for that. So we should take this all serious. People have fewer children than they desire. We have to work on that. Not everyone achieves good health, which would enable them to be productive later in life. And there are regional disparities with regard to depopulation and life expectancy, which we should take into regard. Now I think do I have my time? Not
well,
anymore.
you have 1 minute.
1 minute, okay. Okay, that's a bit, okay, let me then say just the one thing. I think we need really new narratives. We actually know what we can do, how we can support families. We have a lot of tools. We can evaluate those tools. We have projections. We know these things. What we really need is new narratives. We heard today about a new narrative on migration. It's not an issue, it's not a problem, it's a normal population development which we have in front of us. If you think about younger people, we have to need this narrative that we will support them, that we see children as a treasure of the society, and that we will them give best support to have the number of children they desire. And we should not put pressure on them to do that. It should come from their heart, as it was in the past. A new narrative on aging, of course, that's not a pain, but it's actually something beautiful. There's a famous quote of Jonathan Swift, who said, everyone wants to come to a long old age, but no one wants to age. So the one should you not ignore. And my last point, and then I close, is we should try to benefit from the baby boomer generation, well-educated, usually accumulated wealth, willing to do something in their retirement age, and they can help NGOs and families to better survive this era we go through.
Thank you, Andreas, for this very nuanced approach, showing us pros and cons. And now I would like to invite Karolina Andrian from the Share the Care Foundation.
Hello, everybody. Maybe I will start from this challenging question. I also have a problem with it. So I don't work in a ministry. I'm from an NGO, and I don't work with politicians, but still, I saw only challenges at the beginning, so I was like, okay, what kind of opportunities we can see here? And as I deep into the dialogue with, I was thinking about it since 1 week when we got this question, the answers came. And first of all, I think the first opportunity is that we are sitting here together, NGOs, government representatives, academics, thinking how we can seize these opportunities, how we can also answer the challenges we have and go beyond traditional or conventional demographic solutions. And of course, it came to me except innovation that is pushing around healthcare system, and I'm thinking also about innovation in a framework how we think about, for example, aging. That we should shift our understanding from aging society to longevity society. When we can focus not only on age, but on the quality of life, embracing engagement in professional, but not only professional activity, but civic, social, and volunteer roles that was mentioned before. Also, it was mentioned by Anna about how we think about productive age, that we also think about the limit of 65 years, and also all the ratios are counted when we assume that the limit is 65 years, which is not already true, because we need to think about if this threshold includes the context of health, vitality, and contribution extended well beyond the age. So I'm not thinking about creative accounting here, but our mindset, how we approach thinking about aging. And so it's not even changing the vocabulary, but it is about changing our attitude and how we approach this issue. But there is other things that needs to be changed, how we think about it. There is a labor market, for example. We must embrace the transition from rigid, full-time, hour-based model to more flexible forms of employment to accommodate diverse needs. People who are taking care of children, adults, seniors, people with disabilities, and also caring for other people that are not biologically connected to you, because you can take care also of your neighbors, as it was mentioned here, or other individual of your community. So we also need to think, to reframe how we think about care. Care should be not viewed as only one way, dependent relation, but rather as mutual bond, rooted in empathy, connection, and shared sense of purpose that we really need. And there is a lot of young people looking and asking about sense of their life and the purpose. What else? Also, how we think about professional activity, the function of the professional activity. It's no longer just economic function, but is increasingly recognized as a means to social participation, identity formation, and interpersonal connection, and again, a sense of purpose, why I'm here, is my contribution to this society. And this need is valid for young generation, but also for the older generation. The notion of family, another structure that is really old-fashioned, how we think about it. We need to go much more beyond 2+2+ pet, but even much more beyond, for example, single-parent household or patchwork families or same-sex couples. We need to think that family can be based on emotional connection, not only biological connection. So the way we think about family needs to be reframed and needs to be modern. Another thing is our connection and relation, building not the number of relations, but the quality of interaction between human and human. When we have the population, when we have AI transition and a lot of AI tools, a contact human to human will be very important. And also it can be delivered by reframing the local ecosystems, using the resources that we already have, libraries, care facilities, but also discounts, supermarkets. We are thinking that supermarket is only for buying bread and milk. But these supermarkets and discounts are collecting a lot of information about what you are buying, who you are, because you have discount cards, what kind of children you are supporting and who you are supporting, and also they are seeing who you are coming with. So this kind of information can be also used and gathered for providing a local support and different social policies that support local communities. And finally, I think that it's important also to think about roles in families, especially when we think about women participation in labor market. Fathers need to be recognized as equal caregivers. We were mentioning the parental leaves as one of the solutions for increasing fertility. But mostly we think about parental leaves for mothers. It's very rarely that we think about fathers as equal caregivers, and also that needs to be shifted. For example, we need to think about father-inclusive environment, vocabulary that we are using. For example, parental leave in Poland, when you are a father and you are going on parental leave, you are receiving maternity allowance. It's just a detail, but still, if we think about feminitives, it's also, we can think that this is just a detail. It's not a detail. This is vocabulary that shapes our mindset and perception. So that comes also to entitlements and education. That's the opportunities that I see, but I would like to also address how we can overcome challenges. If I have a little bit time, I think I have. We are a very small NGO. We are in Share the Care Foundation. We promote partnership between women and men, and this reflects in our advocacy for equal parental leave and balanced sharing of responsibilities in professional and domestic life. And we are only 4 people in our organization. So in order to scale the impact, it is extremely important to collaborate between the sectors. So the first thing we were thinking, we went to the social insurance institution. Why? Because this is the touch point, a great touch point for parents. Social insurance institution in Poland is administrating all the leave payments and pensions. So it can build the connection between your leave payments and your pension that you will be receiving in the future. Also, this institution has contact with almost all parents, at least parents active on the labor markets. So this is a great touch point for working together. Another thing is Labor Inspectorate, National Labor Inspectorate. This year we started collaboration with this organization, a huge one. Why? Because this is a touch point for employers, for the business, needs to be educated why we are doing all this, what kind of benefits it brings if they shift the approach towards people on the labor market. And another thing, we spent 3 years, because we are only 5 years old organization, quite young, I think. 3 years we spent on doing advocacy to implement work-life balance directive in Poland, to change the way we think about fathers, parental equality, partnership, and etc. But legislation is not enough. It is very important that we think about education. For example, that education needs to be rooted in the benefits of the individual. Why I need parental leave? What is the difference between paternity leave and parental leave? What is it for? What is it for me in this? For the individual, for the family, for the child. So this education is a key, but education that is not showing only this is your right, this, and telling you the list that you can have when you become a parent. It is important that it is aligned with benefits, and all this also corresponds to business and employers, exactly the same. And the last thing, narrative, exactly the same. It needs to be tailored to specific audiences, communities, and context, even within the Poland. Sometimes initiating a conversation around gender equality can be polarizing, but if we shift the narrative towards shared goals, like, for example, well-being of the children, their psychological safety, physical safety, their potential of the chances in the future, we can build more common ground. And I know it can be hard. It was very hard for us as well when we were shaping the communication strategy for the work-life balance directive for now. But if we make it modern, inclusive, we can really have a platform for dialogue and for bringing the change that we all desire. Because even if we have different agenda like economics, NGOs, politicians, business, we still have the same goal in the end. So we need to take into consideration the limits of each of sectors, opportunities as well, but taking into consideration the limits together, we can work out the approach that can be useful and can push for change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, I would like to invite Agnieszka Chłoń-Dominczak. Agnieszka is professor at the Warsaw School of Economics, but she's also the chair of the Governmental Population Council.
Yes. Thank you. And it's a challenge to speak the last because, I mean, so many things have been said already, but I hope that I can recap some of the things and add maybe some additional perspectives. I would start from the perspectives. Anya showed projections until 2050, what the old age dependency will look like in 2050. So we may say that, I mean, is it grim, is it not grim? That's one perspective. The other perspective is it will be in 25 years. How many governments we will have in 25 years? 8 or more, depending on the situation. So that means that our projections, when we showed them, and that was also the lesson I have learned at the beginning of my career, that, I mean, we showed those graphs that look 25 years, 30 years, 50 years ahead, and that when we think about political cycles, we have to remember that there are many, many governments that will follow those cycles. So think about 8 governments in 25 years. This is a challenge. I think another perspective is the one given by Andreas, which is also very important, that we have to look into the past and learn from the past. Do you know what was the retirement age with Bismarckian reforms? Andreas should know, 70. So when Otto von Bismarck introduced the pension system in late 19th century, the retirement age was 70. So the question is, how come we think about 65 right now? And the answer is that Europe, after the war, enjoyed demographic dividend. And this demographic dividend was used as a pressure to lower retirement age, to enjoy the old age bliss by many. Right now, we don't have this buffer anymore, and we have to learn from that. But, so 65 is not something that is embedded, that is engraved in stone. This is something that we have to think about, not to mention 60 for women in Poland. So, I mean, 60-year-old women today, year-old women today are definitely not old, and we should remember that very much. Then, challenge, opportunity, and demographic change. I tend to say that demographic change is a process that is to a large extent inevitable. So whatever we'll do, populations in many countries, including Poland, will shrink. The question is how quickly or less quickly they will shrink, but they will shrink. So the question is how can we shrink smartly, and how we can change our mindset from thinking that we will grow to as in Poland, to a 40 million population, to a population that will be 30 million or less, definitely less, according to projections. So that requires changing of the mindset, and acknowledging the fact that we need to prepare for the change, but we will not be able to reverse it, whatever happens. But of course, we need to do everything to think how to use those changes as opportunities and how to tackle the challenges that are ahead. And we already see some signs that I think are showing that demography forces certain things. When we think about women's participation in the labor market, that is, I think, a benefit of the demographic change to a certain extent. When we have shrinking labor force, when we have less people, we start to think where are those resources that can be used after the World War or even during the World War. Women were starting to become the member, I mean, started to work, started employment because there were less men, because they were fighting, or because overall there was a need. So demography really is, I would say, a factor that benefits women to realize their potential opportunities and dreams to a certain extent. There are also regional differences that were mentioned, but it is also very important to think about this kind of levels of where we can think about how we can tackle aging, how we can tackle demographic processes from different levels, starting from individuals, through the families, local environment, regional and national. And I agree that every layer matters, because every layer builds. There's a word that was very frequently used in the context of policy discussion, which is subsidiarity. But it is more than just a national versus European policy. It is about what we can do at our individual level, and where we are not able to deal at the individual level, we have to go up and up and up. So this is subsidiarity. Do whatever you can within the closest possible range. And if not, then go to the next layer. And I think it is very important when we think about resilience that we think about those layers and layers of opportunities, and I have 5 minutes. And how to look at those opportunities? And definitely, I mean, one sort of aside note I have, but I think it's very important. When we think about policies at different levels, how to improve fertility, how to look at the labor force participation, how to look at aging, how to look at the quality of life of people at different ages, we need to have life course policies, and we have individual policies as well. Amongst the family-related the fertility-related policies, one that was not mentioned in the panel, but I think it's very important, is also reproductive health, and especially assisted reproductive treatments, because we've learned recently at the Government Population Council that the in vitro program that the government introduced actually contributed more to fertility than the effect of the family benefits. So I'm not saying that we should just focus on one and not have another, we should have both, but nevertheless assisted reproductive technologies are very important in our time when women are deciding to have children at older and older ages, and they need to have support in many instances. But overall, we need to have this kind of a life course-focused policies and subsidiarity-driven policies that include various aspects: health, productivity, including investment in human capital, starting very early. And I think what Minister Gajewska mentioned about having quality of the early childhood education and care is a very important thing, because early childhood is a foundation of further human capital development, and we need that. So we need something that is actually framed as a social investment perspective. So there is even a recommendation in an expert report on the future of the welfare state and social security in Europe that there should be this golden rule of social investment. And that was also mentioned by Andreas, that we don't have to, and then we shouldn't reduce educational spending because there's less children, but we should spend the same. That means that per capita we spend more and we invest more. So this kind of a social investment, life course perspective is also important. We need to have a policy mix that looks beyond silos. It's very difficult to discuss policies when we have the Ministry of Family, we have the Ministry of Labor, we have the Ministry for the Senior Policy, we have Ministry of Health, we have Ministry of Education, we have Ministry of Science, we have Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Regional Development. So all of them think about things, and then the question is it cohesive what happens afterwards or not? And probably some going beyond silos is important, but I know it's very difficult to really have this kind of approach, but we need it. So we need to think on the one hand how to invest in families, how to bridge the gap between the desired and unwanted fertility, but on the other hand, how to support older people in their environment, how to support women at my age that have to face at the same time a need to care for the older parents that require support, and sometimes grandchildren that and supporting their children in upbringing the grandchildren. So this kind of a sandwich generation that is always there in a different way, but it is always there. So definitely we need this kind of a life course, social investment policies, going beyond silos and looking at various aspects of both changing what we can change, but also adapting where we have to adapt so that people have a good quality of life. And the final sentence I wanted to say is that migrations are an important part of this picture, and they were there ever. And if we think about the post-war Poland, that was a lot about migration because of the changes of the borders. And I'm speaking, I'm not a migrant, but my mother was born near Vilnius and my father was born near Tarnów. So if they haven't met in Warsaw, I wouldn't be speaking to you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, our time is finishing, so I think we will have to move the discussion to the coffee break. But I would like to thank all the panelists. The message I got actually from this discussion is that there are both positive and negative sides of the demographic change, right? Demographic change is not a malaise, it's a change which happens. There are some positives. We will be better educated, we will be in better health, we will have more resources to invest in the younger generation. But at the same time, not everyone will be there. Not everybody will live in a better health, not everybody will be able to get this higher education, and some people will live in these depopulated areas with little help. So I would conclude that policymakers should think about both this strata of the population, those who have resources and who benefit, and those who are kind of are getting left behind, or maybe not, to prevent them to be left behind. And maybe that way we can become resilient. Yes, and I would like to thank you all the panelists for coming and for sharing their thoughts, and I hope you can still catch them and discuss during the coffee break. Thank you.
I hope the future will not be grim, however, I'm the grim reaper of that panel. Let's once again thank with probably a more thunderous applause to all the speakers. Fabrizio Natale, Anna Matysiak, Aleksandra Gajewska, Hanna Wsiewo, Andreas Edel, Agnieszka Chłoń-Dominczak, and Karolina Andrian. And ladies and gentlemen, the Blitz coffee break. Please, let's be back in 12 minutes. one, I believe every other person in the room heard the Beatles singing in their head, "When I get older, losing my hair." Well, I already lost, not many years from now. Well, let's have another Valentine then. Central and Eastern Europe in transition, demographics and socio-economic implications, sorry, difficult word, for the EU. Easy word. So let's look into the neighborhood policies, enlargement policies, possible future development of those in the context of what we know about the current political, economic, but also security situation in Europe. Let this be a useful platform for discussion. Let's put together what the academics, politicians, policymakers, and civil society know. We, in Poland, accessed the EU in 2004. That's 21 years ago, so people who were born there can vote now, imagine. And there are currently 9 countries in the pipeline in the Western Balkans, plus Ukraine, while the European Neighborhood Policy governs EU's cooperation with 6 East European states. Well, Russia's full-scale aggression has shown that the EU's neighborhood and enlargement policies can perhaps also serve as a geopolitical and security tools, at least deterrence. Is there anything more important than that? Well, if you go outside and see the whiteboard with one of the projects run by the University of Warsaw, you'll see the question what resilience means. The first answer was financial security. Security as such came next, and that definitely means something. Let's dig now into the brains of the distinguished members of panel 3. We will have the pleasure of listening to introduction by Marta Jaroszewicz, University of Warsaw, with Chair Alicja Curanowicz, University of Warsaw, and speakers Henryka Mościcka-Dendys, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of course, of the Republic of Poland, Wasyl Bodnar, His Excellency is Ambassador of Ukraine to Poland, Jolanta Szymańska, Polish Institute of International Affairs, Lord de la Cour, La Sorbonne University, and Alar Streyman University of Tartu. And of course, the floor belongs to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really delighted that you decided to spend your Wednesday evening with us. I assure it was the right choice. As you see, we've gathered top experts on the issues we are going to talk about today. We have practitioners, scholars, representatives of think tanks, so really the most competent people to address the most important issues. And the focus of this panel is neighborhood and enlargement policy of the EU. And in the panel before, our Estonian colleague said that, well, we are almost here in a competition mode for what's the biggest threat, migration or aging, and I think the war beats it all. And unfortunately, right, I mean, since 2022, the war has become the part of every discussion about EU enlargement and its neighborhood policies. And the last thing I want to say, I will try to keep my moderating really minimalist so we could have Q&A with you because your questions and comments are really valuable. So finishing at this, I will pass now the mic to a colleague of mine, Marta Jaroszewicz, who will give us a short introduction on the most recent dynamics when it comes to EU enlargement and neighborhood policy. Please, Marta, the floor is yours.
Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear excellencies, ministers, professors, directors, colleagues. Yeah, it's my pleasure to welcome you also on behalf of organizers to this session. It's a little bit tricky title because it's more really policy oriented, but it's called Central and Eastern Europe in Transition, Demographic and Socio-Economic Implications for the EU. We are honored, as Alicia mentioned, to have 5 distinguished guests and excellent moderator. So my task is to provide you with very short, brief, informative introduction where we currently stand regarding the political process in Central and Eastern Europe in the context of EU enlargement and neighborhood policies. Indeed, I think this is really a fascinating social and political process, but it's often somehow hidden from the mainstream public debate that we would like to change, but that could really become a strong impetus for the social and economic development as well as promotion of peace in Europe. let me move to the first slide. So very quickly, I think it was already said, what we are going to discuss today is examine the current state of the EU's neighborhood and enlargement policies and their possible future developments in light of the political, economic, and security situation in Europe and beyond. So there are currently 9 recognized candidate countries, including the Western Balkans, Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, while the European neighborhood policy governs the EU cooperation with 5, now with 5, but previously 6, because Belarus withdrew for now from the Eastern Partnership initiative, and Kosovo is considered a potential candidate. So we may say that we've got like 10 countries that would like to be to become members of the EU. 6 candidates are currently engaged in active negotiations, with the Western Balkan countries being like the older ones and the most advanced, while Ukraine, Moldova having newly started in 2024 their accession negotiations. Western Balkans partners follow a unique enlargement process called the stabilization and association process, so it's a little bit regional process, while Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova in the past were formally referred to as accession trio, but because also of the situation in Georgia, I think it's now more like a bilateral accession formats that are taking place. So very quick background, who can join the EU? Any European country can join if meets the membership criteria, also known as the Copenhagen criteria. I know that I am saying the basis, but there is also discussion of going, whether the Copenhagen criteria are really, the ones and so on. That's why I'm giving you the basic as well. So how the accession looks like. So it includes so-called screening and then opening, closing of the negotiation chapters, which are currently, according to the 2022 accession framework, are grouped under 6 clusters. Of course, apart from the accession, there is whole framework of different institutional, financial, reform-oriented formats. So there are other regional formats like among Western Balkans countries, free trade area, CEFTA, that links to other regions and formats. For instance, recently, just 2 days ago, European Union adopted Black Sea region strategy that also clearly shows its interest in Central Asia and connection between European neighborhood policy and other regions. The process in the terms of Commission, under new Commission, now the process is overseen by the Directorate General for Enlargement and Eastern Neighborhood. And maybe the final slide about literature review very quickly. So what the political science and other international relations scholars are writing about enlargement and neighborhood policy. So generally it is rather clear. I mean, like all the literature new and old is showing that previous enlargements have been among the EU most significant successes, also in terms of stability, peace, convergence, economic indicators, and so on. When it comes to the new enlargement, since already mid-2010s, scholars have highlighted the growing geopolitical role of the EU in the region, beyond its traditional image as normative power. I think we'll be discussing in detail, right, this tension between modernization and normative power and geopolitical role. But it's already the process that makes, that causes certain policy convergence, as in Eastern Partnership countries, for instance, by using different tools of those policies. And maybe final comment that, of course, Russia's full-scale aggression against Ukraine has demonstrated that EU's neighborhood and enlargement policies can serve as like one of the most important symbolic geopolitical and security tool of the EU policy. But the question I think I will leave you with this question, whether driven by geopolitical forces, whether it may stay for longer as such, because usually it should be also accompanied by economic integration, interest, and routine bureaucratic procedures. And yeah, the final context that there is also like huge migration on mobility element in future EU. Accession because of the functioning of temporary protection, for instance, for Ukrainian nationals who already have residence rights in the EU. And I think, thank you very much. I will leave you, here.
Thank you so much. It really sets the stage for our discussion, and we turn now to our panelists. We'll proceed now in a following manner. So we'll have a first round, which is organized among two general questions. One is about the risks and opportunities that the new situation, post-2022, created for the EU as such and its member states when it comes to enlargement, right? And the other part, so what are the security challenges, opportunities, and issues which are faced by the candidate countries, either from Eastern Europe or from the Southern Europe, right? So keeping this in mind, I ask our panelists to address these one or both questions, and I think it's good if we start, if we stick to the order foreseen in our program. So if I'm not mistaken, the first should be Minister Henryka Mościcka-Dendys. Please, the floor is yours. Up to 10 minutes, if it's possible, and I will kindly remind you when you have the last minute, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much to the organizers for having me here. I'll try to be very brief and concise. I understand we should spare some time for a discussion because only then it gets interesting. And we'll try to entertain you because I understand it's the last panel and some of you might be already a bit tired. So my main argument for today will be that enlargement, actually the enlargement policy is the EU's most successful public policy. When you look at the results of enlargement policies, it has constantly enlarged for the last several decades the sphere of, or the area of peace, prosperity, security and stability in Europe, and it further has the potential to do so. Therefore, Poland is a staunch proponent of a further enlargement towards the east, be it with Ukraine, our direct neighbor, be it with Moldova, who is the other candidate country in the east, be it in the Western Balkans, where the enlargement process clearly is uncompleted, and there are countries who are knocking on EU's doors for years, for decades, some of them already. When you look at the example of the last big enlargement, the one in 2004, when Poland joined together with our neighbors in the Baltic region, with Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, but also with the Czech Republic, Hungary, Slovakia, and you look at the transformation 20 years into the process of our countries. When you look at the streets of Warsaw, where we just reside at the moment, you see how successful this policy is and how powerful the EU's enlargement potential is. When our country has been completely transformed within the last 20 years. When you look at economic data, it's just obvious. We started at 40% of GDP per capita of the EU's average back then. We are now over 72, and Warsaw is at the standards of Luxembourg. So it's quite a successful transformation and our opportunity well used. When addressing the so-called frugal states in Western Europe, whether I speak to the Danes or to the Dutch or to the French, I always would say that we have invested your money well here. It's really visible how much this country has been changed. Poland is holding its 6 months EU Council presidency, and you know that we put the presidency under the motto of security. And enlargement is one of those security-connected aspects, because as I said before, we regard the enlargement policy as a very powerful instrument also when it comes to enlarging the sphere of security. Mentioning Ukraine, just as one example, you see that the Ukrainians have been fighting since the very beginning of the war a decade ago under the European flag. And European values have been, let's say, one of the headlines when it comes to the aspirations of the Ukrainian nations. And we believe that the European project is not completed until everyone who really has the right and wants to join is not within the European, or finds itself within the European borders. One point which is often mentioned when it comes to enlargement in the public discussions between analysts, between political actors in the European Union is a contradiction, or a supposed contradiction, between enlargement and the internal reform or treaty reform of the European Union. To be very blunt with you, I mean, obviously Poland's government is of the opinion that there is no contradiction, and we should not see or not create a tension between these two. 2004 has clearly shown that the enlargement process can serve an improvement of the working methods of the European Union, and we believe that the enlargement policy still has the potential. If we want to reform the decision-making processes in the EU, this can go hand in hand with a further enlargement process. Obviously, the enlargement process has to be merit-based, so each of the 9 candidate countries has to go in its own way and has to do its own homework. I think they all do, and we see into that. Poland, also to come back to the presidency aspect, Poland has the intention to open at least the first negotiation cluster with Ukraine and with Moldova, and we still hope to be able to do so before the end of June. We try to convince our Hungarian friends that this is the right way to go, because I think everyone else is actually on the converted side. For the other candidate countries, we see a good progress. We hope to finalize, for example, and finally close negotiations with Montenegro on Chapter 31, which needs a green light from Croatia, but which would also be an important step in the negotiation process. We have held 2 quite successful intergovernmental conferences with Albania. There is some progress with, though limited and modest, with Serbia. So we think the policy is on track. It requires a new momentum, which the new European Commission, in the new institutional cycle, which started by the end of last year, has given to the enlargement policy. And from the Polish perspective, we very much support this, let's say, idea of enlarging the European project. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you so much. A lot of food for thought, definitely. And the next person who I pass the mic is Ambassador Vasyl Bodnar. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear Minister, dear colleagues. Thank you for the invitation. It's really an essential topic for Ukrainian future. And we all should talk about the benefits and challenges, and they are both sides. It's as black and white. They exist, both of them. We believe in Ukraine that EU in this turmoil time was very active and responsible for the situation in which we are today. So when the war started, it was not NATO but EU who responded adequately, who opened up the doors for Ukraine, who actually adopted the decision regarding the Ukrainian candidacy, and it was a very strong booster for Ukraine, maybe the same level as Polish tanks, which arrived in the first months of war and helped Ukraine to withstand the military attacks of Russia on Kiev and other regions. So Poland was and is in the spearhead of the support of Ukraine to on the way to the EU, and we are really grateful for all the consistent support we have now during the EU presidency. We have already special team visiting Ukraine, helping Ukrainian negotiators to be prepared for the talks. We have all our ministers practically have been in Warsaw during this period of time, and in the unofficial meetings, communicating with the European partners and resolving the practical issues. So Poland was a very responsible presidency, make a very responsible presidency, and it was, let's say, very pro-Ukrainian despite of existing problems. Really for us, there are a lot of opportunities we could talk about, and also what the challenges we could face. So I'm not saying what the EU could face, because the EU could say by itself. So from our perspective, the first, what Ukraine could bring to the EU. First of all, it's we are today the security wall for European Union. Welfare should be protected, and Ukraine took this challenge and fight for our own future, fight for our own values, but also for Europe as well. And let's not underestimate this story, because today it's because of the 4th year of full-scale invasion and the 11th year of war, little bit this topic diminished by natural problems inside the countries, and everybody's paying particular attention to their own problems and issues. Secondly, the war forced us to be very innovative, to create a lot of new solutions, starting from the civil dimensions like IT, artificial intelligence, many other software solutions which are very essential for the future of the EU, but also with the hardware, starting from drones and different military equipment, which, as well as experience in the security, experience in the defense, experience in this IT sector, which we could easily share, not only by words, but also by deeds. So our companies are already applying for different joint projects together with the EU companies or in the EU countries for establishing their branches for co-production and for sharing of different opinions and experiences, which are really essential for the security, but also for the security in the civil dimension, like the local authorities, how they behave, what they should update, and how to organize the population against possible threats. So secondly, actually, we are the big and strong country in the terms of resources, of different added value which could bring here to the market. Yes, it's the other side is competitiveness, but here we have, for example, the agriculture dimension, which was very burning in the terms of 2023-24, when the border was blocked, when there were a lot of accusations that Ukraine will flood European markets with their products. So I would say honestly that today's cooperation between Ministry of Agriculture and associations of agricultural producers is the good example how to resolve the issues. Yes, a lot of myths and stereotypes have been demolished by the direct communication. There are some areas where the competition really need to be tackled, and we work on that. And some areas, there are some agreements on some quotas on different issues, which and what the method should be used for resolution of the problems. Because if we are only criticizing each other using media, we will not find a solution. And that's the way how we should also speak with Brussels. Because a lot of norms and standards which have been established for the agriculture producers here, I would say not everyone is happy here, and they all, I mean, the producers are also ready to renegotiate these terms and norms which are really actual in the EU. So the other dimension is also about the energy. Now before the war, we constructed a lot of lines of supplies with different countries, including with Poland, to supply our electricity, because we have been producing too much for us, but now we are importing. But having the grids, having the lines of supplies, we could do it to two sides. We have the nuclear, or atom energy, which is very productive. We have very strongly developing green energy. We have a lot of companies also from Poland who are investing in this green energy with different wind, solar, and other solutions. And the next generation hydrogen is also on the it's the topic of future. But before the war, there were already practical discussions what investments are necessary and how to solve the issue of future energy solutions. So infrastructure, I don't believe that we will fight forever. So we will need to work together for different other regions, which are a natural line of interest for both Europe and Ukraine today, but I believe we will be in the common basket in one European home. So we will need to have a strong infrastructure, both inter-sea, like the 3 Seas initiative and developing stronger, or to Caucasus, to Turkey, to Central Asia, and Ukraine has a lot of solutions, starting from the ports and port infrastructure now being re-established, or we are working closely to engage foreign investments into the reconstruction of this port infrastructure, including the railways. I believe a lot of possibilities are opening for the restoration of the flights, and we also have a dream that the first flight should be maybe from Warsaw. Like Lod is pretending to be one of the companies who will restore their flights to Ukraine. So there are a lot of prospects in this dimension, plus reconstruction. What with that or not, but it will be a big construction market. It will be, but not only in the terms of bridges and roads. It will be a story of transformation of Ukraine in the modern European state, as Poland has done. So the experience of Poland is very unique, very fresh, and very necessary for Ukraine today. Despite of all odds, but I was here 15 years ago as a young diplomat. And today I came as an ambassador, so it's a completely different country from the infrastructure perspective. And so you wisely use the benefits which EU propose and implement the projects which are visible and create a lot of more opportunities. And we're even now thinking about the extending of the, for example, railway connections with some industrial areas which are necessary for the reconstruction of Ukraine, or creating some hubs, which some of them already are working. We're not loud about that. So still it's endless. So please stop me, because I will not. I'll find another. So just look at these perspectives from the different angles, but also we should talk about the challenges or the threats which we face here. So first, and the most necessary story, it's about the unity. Still, EU and EU decision-making process, it still have some, let's say, floors for improvement. Because today we face that one country is blocking our way to the EU and the clusters are not open, which were scheduled even 3. We have the ambition to open 3 of them. It is still in a discussion. So another thing is about let's not forget about Russia. Because the visibility of restoration of peace in Ukraine and attempts of some business circles to restart working with Russia and to make business as usual, it's a big temptation. And it's a big threat. Once again, energy supplies, different business projects, so it will lead to forget about the threat, which does not disappear. So the Russian threat will exist up until this aggressive regime will continue to wage wars and threaten the countries. Up until the beginning of full-scale invasion to Ukraine, let's recall what the percentage of Russian gas was or oil was on the European market. It still possesses some influences, but then it goes to the influence in the political dimension, it goes to different other areas. It's the second one, and the third, it's about the vision for the future. Would we like to be strong, I mean, as Europe? I'm maybe over-exaggerating my competences, but nevertheless, if we are talking as Europe, are we strong enough to compete with other parts of the world, with the United States, with China, cooperate and compete? I'm finishing it. So that's good that someone is controlling me, that's good. So let's think about that, because the vision of future is the most important maybe for the development of the EU, because there are some forces who are looking at this perspective very skeptically. So we should be prepared for that. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you so much. And then let's move to Jolanta Szymańska. Let's hear what the think tanks think about it.
Thank you very much. I'm the head of European Union program at the Polish Institute of International Affairs, so I think I will present somehow more intra-EU perspective on enlargement. First, I want to refer to what Minister Mościska-Dendis mentioned, the potential of enlargement and the success story of enlargement. My impression is that during the last years, European Union was not so super serious when it comes to enlargement. And when we talk about enlargement, mainly we think about the crisis of enlargement, because what we observe is a kind of stalemate in the process, because the last country that joined the European Union, Croatia, joined in 2013, so very long time ago, and since then we could observe the accession process of the United Kingdom, not necessarily the accession of new members. And the impression may be that we are simply not very serious when we speak about enlargement, although most of the countries usually mention enlargement as a priority. But when it comes to details, we can see that this policy faces various challenges in both of directions of this enlargement, both in Balkans, Western Balkans, and in the Eastern neighborhood. After solving the Macedonian-Greek dispute in early 2019, France and Bulgaria blocked the enlargement process during the previous term of the European Commission regarding Albania and North Macedonia. Such actions by member states have become, alongside the lack of political will and the spread of non-democratic standards in some countries, for example in Serbia, as well as the slow pace of reforms, for example in Montenegro, a persistent challenge reinforcing the crisis of enlargement in the Balkans. And reforming process of the enlargement policy, primarily thanks to the new methodology adopted in 2020, doesn't translate into a strategic acceleration of enlargement process. 2022, the Russia full-scale invasion of Ukraine has changed the geography of the process, because we started to think about Eastern countries. But what we could observe then was a kind of competition between Balkan states and Eastern partners, mainly Ukraine, and the fear that suddenly European Union countries will use double standards when it comes to the enlargement process, treating Eastern neighborhood as a strategic necessity, but Western Balkans as a merit-based process. Currently, in the European Union, I observe a little bit of a changing mood when it comes to enlargement, in particularly some member states. I think France can be a quite good example, because France was in a history rather country blocking the enlargement, maybe not directly, but sometimes using others to block it. Or using the blockades of the others to actually to see and wait what can happen. Anyway, I think that now in France there is a stronger and stronger feeling that enlargement becomes a really a security necessity. So this is a very positive sign. Still, I think that in the next years, only 2 countries can think about real prospect of accession. First, Montenegro. I mean, their target date is 2028, and Albania 2030. It's still very positive and optimistic prognosis, I would say, because we still face a lot of challenges inside the European Union also that need to be taken into account, as we have very complicated process of ratification of potential accession treaty in some member states. But having all these barriers, potential barriers in mind, we should do everything to prepare ourselves. And I think, and what I'm waiting for is the publication of the next generation, next MFF during the summer in July, because the new financial framework will show us how much we are going to pay for preparation process for the accession. And this is the first step, the first essential step that needs to be done. The next very important element that we should take into consideration in the EU is the communication with our society about enlargement, because I agree that Big Bang enlargement was the success story, but I think still talking about enlargement, we present it mainly as a project beneficent for the candidate states. We forget about this other aspect. We forget to show how Big Bang enlargement, for example, changed the European Union economy, how it contributed to the economies of particular older member states, and this is essential to address all the fears, the social fears that we can see in many member states. I can see all these fears even during the voting about prolonging temporary protection directive. This is actually the very up-to-date topic now, because Commission wants us to prolong this protection again, and in some member states it's a very controversial topic. So I think that the very frank communication with European societies about the benefits of enlargement is also important, because my impression is that we mainly think and talk about the fears of society, about potential problems, about challenges related to the enlargement, especially in Poland, I think, with regard to Ukraine, because Ukraine is also a very big market, so it's a competitor. We should talk more about challenges, about opportunities, sorry, and try to convince our societies, because I and my colleagues, we organize trainingships for Ukrainian officials, actually, for an accession process. And here I need to stress that you mentioned our fresh experience 20 years ago. It's really difficult to say that we have fresh experience. It's completely different union and completely different process now, but we still try to share our knowledge with Ukrainian colleagues about enlargement. And I see huge determination on the Ukrainian side, and I think that Ukrainian officials are they are usually very young people, really well prepared for the accession, but they need also supporters inside the European Union and to make this process successful. So yeah, I think you should also search for partners here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now let's move to Professor Delcourt. How you approach these two questions?
Thank you very much for inviting me today. I will echo what has been said earlier on enlargement being one of the most successful EU policies. However, I will also argue that this policy needs to be tailored to the current context, which is defined by sheer geopolitical volatility and also sheer democratic uncertainty. So very briefly, I will touch upon the challenges facing the EU because these have been perfectly summarized. The first one being probably credibility, meaning that the EU needs no longer to promise, but also to deliver on its promises. It took about 70 years to North Macedonia to move from the candidate status to the opening of negotiations, which is a very long time. Second challenge is unity, as Mr. Ambassador just reminded us. And the third one is indeed preparedness, not only in institutional terms, meaning that probably further internal EU reforms are needed to make new waves of enlargement effective, but also societal awareness about the process, about the countries that are joining the EU. So raising the understanding among EU citizens will be critical for the effectiveness of the next waves of enlargement. Now, I would argue that the current context does not just offer challenges, but also opportunities to the EU. And the first one is the predominant understanding of enlargement as a geopolitical imperative. And this is clearly an important development. You mentioned, the previous speaker mentioned French U-turn. Well, I have witnessed, I'm from France, so I have witnessed how French policy on enlargement has shifted since Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. Enlargement was previously perceived with some reluctance because in the French perception, enlargement came at the cost or at the expense of deepening EU integration. And this is no longer the case. Enlargement is now regarded as a geopolitical necessity and as a key instrument for ensuring European security. So this understanding has become widely shared within the European Union, and it is undoubtedly an opportunity for the future rounds of enlargement. And then the second opportunity, in my view, is the persisting transformative power of the European Union in Eastern Europe and the South Caucasus, meaning that the EU retains attraction power not only in candidate countries, but also beyond, in neighboring countries. And one illustration of this is the fact that a few months ago, the Armenian parliament adopted a bill in favor of joining the EU. And we're talking about a country that was, like 2 years ago, a member of the Russian-driven Collective Security Treaty Organization, and is still on paper, but only on paper. So enlargement and deeper ties with neighboring countries can indeed serve as a catalyst for reforms. Now, turning to the partner countries themselves and the key challenges facing them, I will not focus on Ukraine because Mr. Ambassador already addressed Ukraine, but I will focus on Moldova and the South Caucasus countries. The first challenge, in my view, and perhaps the core challenge, is democratization and the rule of law. These are essential preconditions for both EU accession, but also long-term stability of the EU's neighborhood. And yet, this is where the paths are currently diverging. we are seeing important progress being achieved in Moldova, whether in terms of judicial reform, in terms of tackling corruption. We are seeing also persisting democratic opening in Armenia despite sheer geopolitical vulnerability. However, these achievements are highly fragile, not least because both countries are highly vulnerable to security threats, especially from Russia. And then we have the case of a candidate country that has not only democratically backslided, but that is experiencing a real authoritarian shift. I'm having Georgia in mind. So we can no longer talk about democratic backsliding here. What we are witnessing is an unprecedented pace of autocratization. It took Putin or Lukashenko several years or decades to turn their countries into autocracy. It took the Georgian Dream government only a few months to turn Georgia into a real autocracy. So the only hope now is in Georgian societal resistance with EU support. Turning to another challenge, security, which is in fact closely connected to democratization, all countries in the region face direct or indirect threats through military occupation, also hybrid warfare, or economic coercion. Moldova in particular is confronted with persistent disinformation from Russia, but also destabilization attempts via oligarchic networks. Armenia is experiencing deep insecurity caused by Azerbaijan aggressive stance, but it is perhaps again Georgia's example that offers the best illustration of the connections between democracy and security, or lack thereof. It is no coincidence, again, if the Georgian Dream government used insecurity as a cover for the autocratic shift, in particular to this narrative of not opening a second front in Georgia. So my key point here is that democracy and security are critically interwoven and connected in the partner countries, and a key task for the EU is to address both of them simultaneously and respond to the conditions on the ground both flexibly and strategically. So to what extent can EU enlargement offer solutions? In fact, EU accession is no panacea. It cannot solve every problem. It cannot substitute for domestic political agency. It cannot per se resolve long-standing conflicts. However, it can be a very powerful framework for transformation, not just alignment of institutions, not just alignment of legislation, but also genuine societal support for democratization and reforms. So EU enlargement and the renewed neighborhood policy need to go beyond technical conditionality and in fact speak to identity, speak to belonging, and speak about shared futures. So to conclude, we found ourselves at a crossroads, and both the ENP and the enlargement process have become first order of what the EU is, what it aspires to be, and the EU must now rethink, reinvent both enlargement and neighborhood policies as living instruments of democracy and security. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's the third time during this panel when we hear that the future is at stake every time when we think about enlargement EU policy, right? How much is at stake there? Last but not least there, Ambassador Alar Struyman, what's your take on these two questions?
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the organizers. It's been really a very interesting debate today, so it's difficult to choose the angle of attack, what to add to so many good and very valuable ideas. Perhaps I should say a couple of words on myself, even if I'm representing University of Tartu. My background is in the Estonian Foreign Service since 34 years, almost from the very beginning. And perhaps in today's context, it's relevant that I was leading the Estonian accession negotiations for 7 years in 1997 to 2003, and I was a colleague of Polish friends of Jan Kolakowski and Mr. Truszyński. So I have very fond memories of these days, but of course that was mentally so stressful that once we had become the members and signed the treaty in Athens, I really put my pen on the table and I thought that never again, no more EU issues. And that brings me to my second remark is that until last year, when I was invited to represent Estonia in something which is the Nordic-Baltic High-Level Advisory Group for Ukrainian EU accession. And that's put together by eight governments, 3 Baltic governments and 5 Nordic governments to help the Ukrainian friends and colleagues with the accession process and negotiations. We have a very diverse mix of every country is represented by 1 or 2 experts. I'm the former chief negotiator, there are former commissioners, so it's a very diverse group. So we really cover a very broad agenda of know-how. And the main purpose is to be there for the Ukrainian friends, to ask difficult questions, perhaps even sometimes stupid questions, whatever, just to be there available as a switchboard day and night. And we have been really trying to help with screening process and now preparation with position papers. So it's a very close, even daily but weekly based cooperation. And now I hear Poland is joining us perhaps in a way of doing the same thing. So, and that brings me to the issue at hand, the enlargement. Well, obviously much positive has been said. You could really take it from different angles. It's quite clear that even if the Russian aggression is a tragedy for everybody, even for the world, I would say, it's a global issue. It's no longer a regional European issue. If there is something positive, then perhaps, probably, without this aggression, Ukraine would not have been today at the accession negotiations. The same goes for Moldova. The way both countries have to go is a very long way. I don't mean to get into the debate about the dates and target dates or whatever, but that's a specific issue. We can touch about that. It's simply a very complex process, and our Ukrainian friends understand it very well now. It's perhaps, if you go into the regions, it's more difficult, but it's normal. You start from very low. We had the same thing in my country. Perhaps for the so-called older European states, it's more difficult to imagine because France, Germany were the establishing countries, Benelux. They have perhaps not really gone through ever this kind of accession process from zero. Only East Germany did something comparable overnight. That's the fast accession, the only spectacular fast accession event, if you want to use it ever in your discussions. But otherwise, we all have gone through this reform process, lots of difficult decisions, immensely difficult investment process, takes time, because you don't have the money. And most, probably, the only source you get this money is from the EU, just to help with the pre-accession programs. And the EU is already providing a lot today. So I was very happy that this window of opportunity opened itself. I strongly believe that the whole Europe will win from this accession process. But yes, we all have to make efforts to go on with that. There will be a lot of challenges. We can already today say what they will be. It's quite predictable process. It's not so unpredictable as one might imagine. if you have been involved in that, you could easily say, here you will definitely have the problem, the environmental issues will cost you so much thing, the farmers will have to implement these things before they will start getting the subsidies from the EU, and especially, of course, in our case, where we had a lot of problems and lots of debates before the accession, was where the private sector had to do a lots of investments, let's say, for the food safety issues. You really cannot produce food which is not safe, and you cannot put it on the EU market. And in my discussions sometimes with my Ukrainian friends, they have pointed out to me that, okay, if that is so complex, then we continue exporting to Turkey, which is not a good idea, I don't think. It's food safety is always an issue, and it will become an issue also in Turkey. So you have to really undertake these reforms, and I'm really, I mean, it's difficult, it's war, I see these problems, but I also see the commitment, and that's what keeps me going, really. That's why I do it for Ukrainian friends. So I'm sure it's doable, but there will be obstacles. Now, coming to this issue of today's debates, mobilities, I thought that maybe I devote a couple of words on that, because mobility will be one of the issues of the accession. There will be lots of discussion on free movement of labor, and that has definitely problematic moments. And here again, I thought I might give you an example of my own country, which is quite relevant, I think. It's, of course, we're a very small country. That makes us a little bit specific, 1.4 million. But, of course, the free movement of labor before the accession, in the time to the run-up of the accession, was a major issue for Estonians. That was the issue because we were deprived of that as part of the Soviet Union. Nobody could travel anywhere. We couldn't even go to the border regions in Estonia, because that was 5 kilometers border region. I mean, it was forbidden for Estonia unless you lived in this area. So it was psychologically an important issue that you could really get this freedom of movement to other countries. And all of a sudden, then, of course, we got this political debate that the labor force from the new member states will, of course, destroy the labor situation and the employment situation in the member states. And especially problematic it seemed to be for our neighbors in Finland. And they were very much afraid, because we are very close nations. We have always been very close partners. We almost speak the same language. We can understand each other very well. The Finnish trade unions said all of a sudden that they made a study which said that the first year after the accession there will be 400,000 Estonians moving over to Finland. So you can imagine the whole labor force in Estonia is 800,000. 400,000 will move over to Finland, and this study had a huge repercussion in the Finnish society. I'm not critical, I'm just telling you what happened. And of course it put the Finnish government under very strong pressure to do something about that. And then of course it appeared that Germany had the same ideas about, Austria had the same ideas about Poland and things like that. So we ended up in a transitional period for all the new member states, I think except Cyprus and Malta, who got the free access immediately. So, but the interesting thing is what happened next. And this is something we did not foresee immediately, was that step by step, of course, lots of Estonians after the accession started moving over to Finland to work, and especially when the transitional period was finished. And in a few years, about 50,000 Estonians had left to work in Finland. It was not, of course, 400,000, but even 50,000 out of 800,000 is a high percentage. And these were not pensioners. These were young persons in the best years, and they took their children, of course, with them. So an estimate is that today we could have between 50,000, 100,000 Estonians living in Finland. Many of them are commuting, so it's difficult to assess because we are closely in proximity. And as soon as people put their children in kindergartens and schools, they hardly ever come back. So from the perspective of Estonian economy, we lost a lot of people, actually, as a part of the labor force. Lots of doctors, lots of medicals, veterinary people, not only to EU, but also to Norway and many other countries. So what I'm trying to give you is a perspective just reflecting the debates in the morning, that the mobility is an issue. I don't believe you can do very much about that, because I would hardly have imagined, even if we had foreseen that so many people would like to, for different reasons, move away. But because now we have the reverse process. People are coming back for some years already, and it's very positive. That you could do very much about that. I mean, we could not have said to the Estonians that, no, we shall not let you go. And especially for the young people, for the students, for the scientists, it was lifetime opportunity. So I think what I'm trying to tell you is that that's a two-way process. We won a lot because as doctors, many of them have come back with a lot of improved know-how. They have invested in new cabinets, in new technology in Estonia as well. It took time, but in the beginning it looked out quite dramatic. And of course Estonians, well, Finland was attractive because we could understand and speak the language. Otherwise we couldn't go to Germany and France because very few Estonians would manage the language. Now, I'm trying to put on my head the hat of Ukrainians now, because that's one of my tasks today as well, is that when the war will be over and if there's Ukraine will really become the EU member state, I can see that there is a risk of labor moving out of country. And again, there have been, if I'm not mistaken, politicians in the country who have said that in that case, we bring from third countries labor force to Ukraine. Well, it's up to Ukraine, of course, to decide how to do about that. But I can see, and I'm trying to tell you, that these processes can be sometimes, they can get out of hand. But on the other hand, it's very difficult to manage them. You can motivate the people. You can perhaps improve the salaries or whatever. You can do quite a number of things, actually. But to do it with rules and regulations, it didn't work in our case in either way. I mean, the transition periods introduced by the EU for the labor force limitations didn't work at the end. I could find out some empirical studies for that reason. Of course, I've been to UK. UK was very positive about that, and then I happened to be in a village pub in Oxford somewhere, where the local pub owner was very disappointed. In the evening, he told me that in this small village there's, I mean, nobody is from England. Everybody is from either from, this one is from Poland, this one is from Lithuania, and somebody, well, so you see my point. So that was my perhaps a little bit confusing presentation, but I tried to bring a different angle to today's debate, but I'm ready to answer your questions.
Thank you so much. Theoretically, there should be now the second round of questions, but I think let's do something unorthodox here, since you've been so patient with us. And let's try and see whether there are some questions and comments which could be answered by our brilliant panelists. Is there anyone who would like to ask a question? Don't worry, I have my own questions prepared, but I'm sure your questions are better. So is there anyone who is still, you know, with the right amount of energy who would like to ask a question? I understand, it takes time. Okay, no pressure there. So you're kind, simply you're providing some space for my questions. I really appreciate it. So I would like, there is a question? Oh, come. I knew it.
Thank you. Ivan Kazachenko, Center of Migration Research, University of Warsaw. My question is to Ambassador Bodnar. Your Excellency, we all know that government of Ukraine established the Ministry of National Unity. And it's a major step. It's like Vice Prime Minister is leading this. And what's going on? And how do you see the prospects of its development, and particularly the establishment of these unity hubs. Just would be interesting to see your perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's really essential questions for the reconstruction of Ukraine. So the idea of this ministry is to communicate with Ukrainians abroad. Unity hubs, which would be created in the capitals, would be established to help Ukrainians both who are staying here and wouldn't like to leave the countries of today's residents, but also to help those who would like to turn back home. So without the human capital, you know, who will be living there, who will be reconstructing the country, and who will think about the future? It's still the big issue, so we should work together here, because the questions which you already raised about the competitiveness of Ukrainians here and on different markets, it is already happening. The war which started forced millions of Ukrainians to leave the country. I don't know, 1 million refugees established themselves in Poland, and three-fourths of them, or I mean 75%, are already working here. And sorry for being blunt, but also create some pressure inside the Polish society, which reflects to the elections and different other moods. So the story of our case with Poland is going on well. So we are in discussions of the Ministry of Interior and Administration. We are now in the process of creating the scheme, how it will look like, because we'll need to compose two ideas. One of these integration centers for migrants, which is the, I wouldn't say idea of Mr. Duszczyk, but he is the person responsible from the governmental side on running this issue, with our idea of unity hubs, and to fulfill both tasks. Because actually, originally it was like created in such a mode that we need to help Ukrainians staying here and with the Ukrainians to turn back home. So we are already in the process of creating concepts, signing documents, and choosing the premises. So hopefully it's the final stage of our discussions. We also attract some international partners who are on our side, who could assist us from the financial point of view. From the terms of widening or spreading up these unity hubs, so we have already signed agreements in Germany with German government, Czech, France, and Spain. So we also believe that if the main office will be established here in Poland in Warsaw for Poland, then maybe in some cities we would have branches, which will also be assisting in the fulfilling of these duties for those Ukrainians who need it. But it is not only about turning back or let's say, or staying here. It's about mostly about the helping and connecting Ukrainian with the motherland, and create the bridge for different solutions. So the government or the country couldn't force their citizens to do something under the pressure. It is not, it's not European dimension. It is the opportunity. And if the opportunities in Ukraine, I believe they will be created after the war will be over, then these centers or these hubs will be sufficient, will work accordingly, and bring results which will be both beneficial for the country of residence and for Ukraine as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see there is another question, right?
Thank you, Cesar Lushinsky. I would also have a question towards for Ambassador Bodnar. How would you tackle upon the issue of decentralization in your country? I mean, delegating the competence in respect of governance, including the structural funds. Obviously, it's a task after war, not now. Thank you.
I would say honestly that the decentralization reform was the very good success story which we take from Poland. So the model of decentralization was made, I mean, this reform, I was the part of this story being Deputy Minister in Foreign Affairs before this reform was over. And it was very successful in the terms of defense, because the territorial defense have this part of capabilities being supported by the local authorities and regional administrations. And when the war started, a lot of veterans who already have combat experience, they immediately, let's say, formed the detachments which were financed by local government and administrations, but as well was subordinated to the Ministry of Defense. So it was one of the, let's say, visible part of this decentralization reform. The second story, it's about the resilience of the local authorities. Even if you look at today's front line and cities and towns which are functioning under the constant bomb shells and artillery shells, so they are surviving many thanks to their own budget capabilities, their own decision-making process. They are less dependable on the central budget and let's say influence from outside. Despite, you know, it still remains the political dimension of the story. There are still, let's say, political turmoils between the local authorities and central authorities. It still exists, but it's in a more proper way, which does not hurt the possibilities to function, even in the terms of war, by the local authorities. So another story is about how to look, what is the visibility for the future. So. I believe that the integration to the EU is one of the key elements of strengthening these local authorities, and cohesion policy plus strengthening their competitiveness in practical terms. Because one thing is to establish the frame or to give the possibility, but another is to establish an infrastructure and create the relevant persons. For example, if we had previously very small 2 or 3 villages joining this powiat-like governing structures, now it's different. This Hromada, which is more stronger, join more people and have more capabilities, and they need also the infrastructure for to provide their activities and to organize their work. So it was done very quickly, and the war here also facilitated because of the necessity to be more responsible for the challenges we have here in the country. I believe that this example of strong local authorities will be based on the best practices from the EU, and here we have also strong support from the Brussels, and I believe we could also continue to strengthen, also tackling the general problems like fighting corruption, establishing more favorable conditions, for example, for veterans, and meeting other challenges which are essential for Ukraine but maybe not so visible from the European perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will take now the liberty to ask my questions, and I will spare Mr. Ambassador because you already... No, you will be spared this time. So more than one panelist emphasized that indeed enlargement policy is a huge success, right? So my question to Henryka Mościcka-Dendis is, since you started this motive, since it's such a success, why it's so hard to sell? There are so many people in Poland and in other member countries of EU who think that this is a problem and that's something we don't need, right? So this kind of fatigue phenomenon. So why it's so hard to sell it, right? Then to Jolanta Szymańska, right? You mentioned that, you know, most countries claim that enlargement is a priority, but when it comes to actions, in fact, they are much more modest, right? So my question is, and it is something also what Marta mentioned, so do we need a war to have all countries on board? And is a common enemy enough to have this enlargement happening, right? And then a question for Professor Delcourt. You're absolutely right when you say that, in fact, you know, when you think about attractiveness of EU for the countries in South Caucasus, even Eastern Europe, if you think about the referendum about EU in Moldova, right? It's not a given anymore that EU is, you know, really an alternative or an option that all nations in this part of the world, they want to join, right? Because of the security issues, because they can know how it can end, right? So the question is, do you see it coming in the EU right now that we could come with an offer to those countries, which would be really about providing security as well? Not just, you know, rule of law, democracy, modernization, but really something hard when it comes to security. And finally, to Ambassador Straiman, you said you believe that Ukraine can join EU. So my question is, since you're, you know, with your all experience and taking part in EU negotiations, right? Do you see it happening? So EU joining, I mean, Ukraine joining EU before the war ends? Or is finding a solution to the war, finding a settlement to a war, a precondition for this to end with a success? So, please, who would like to start? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with why is enlargement so difficult to sell? I think Jolanta Szymańska partially answered that. We haven't taken the policy seriously enough. And fears are very easy to sell. When you remember, each and every discussion about enlargement was accompanied with a discussion about how dangerous the process is and how costly and how risky. I remember, just to recall an example from France, I recall a discussion about the famous Polish plumber. Many of you will remember, who was endangering the French labor market. And I remember also the Polish embassy and then printing posters with a very handsome young gentleman saying, I think in front of a specific Polish monuments in Krakow and in Warsaw, saying, please come in big numbers, I stay here. Venez nombreux, je reste ici. It was quite funny, I think, but it was a very smart way of let's say, changing the context of a rather heavy discussion into something light and presenting it as an opportunity. So I think, to be very blunt and to be very short in my answer, I think we should really speak about the bright sides of enlargement. We speak too much about the fears and about the problems, of the challenges, and not really about the long-term benefits and long-term opportunities also for the net payers, because an important aspect of the enlargement discussion obviously are the financial aspects. And I think, 20 years after the Big Bang enlargement, we also much smarter in addressing the challenges, and we smarter to understand where our priorities and main interests lie. They haven't changed much, but we look at them from a completely different aspect. And many speakers said enlargement nowadays is perceived mainly via the security lens, and rightly so, because for Europe it's also the opportunity to enlarge the area of stability and security, and bring under one umbrella those who are knocking on our doors and might be potentially subject also to pressure from other aspects. So we should probably start to speak about enlargement in a different way.
Thank you.
This year I was participating in a traineeship for all the candidate countries and Poland because of presidency about enlargement, and I heard really good sentence that when it comes to enlargement, perfect is the enemy of good. And I really agree, because from my colleagues from Western Balkans, I could hear very often, how can you expect such a restrict anti-corruption measure if you have Hungary and Bulgaria on board inside the European Union with corruption problems? How can you expect and how can you predict if in a longer run some rule of law issue will not appear in member states, you know? So you cannot expect more from candidate countries than you perform inside the European Union. And somehow I have a feeling that we expect better standards and higher standards from the candidate countries, what make them frustrated. And we should think also about ourselves. So it was maybe not answering directly to the question, but I just wanted to mention it, that we cannot be so super prepared to predictions, all the development in the next 20, 30 years, as we can see even here in Poland, how democratic countries can be you know, how to say it, well, surprising, how the process can surprise us. And I think in Germany, in France, they can really look at themselves and try to reflect on themselves also. So this is one point. And the second, the war. I think that it's not only the war that we are facing a lot of many other problems. We are facing not only one war in our neighborhood, we have at least 2 very close wars in our neighborhood. Moreover, we have completely, changing neighborhood in terms of foreign influences now. I mean, the United States are cutting humanitarian aid, and new actors are coming to our neighborhood. We can lose this neighborhood. We can lose our, I'm not even say soft power, but our general influence in the neighborhood. You mentioned Armenia, but Armenia, it's a very positive element of pro-European spirit, but we have the other spirits going in the other way. So we should think about it, that to keep European Union attractive, we should be more proactive. So I'm not sure if this war is enough, frankly speaking, because I hope somehow that as European Union is developing from crisis to crisis, so having so many crises at the same time now, we will speed up all the processes. But frankly speaking, I know that with time that is running, we are also losing the spirit a little bit, and we are not so brave always in taking actions. But I still think that we should keep our finger crossed for the process.
Keep my fingers crossed, and now we have 6 minutes, so let's like this 2 minutes per Professor Delcourt and Ambassador Streyman, and then 1 minute for me, if that's okay. Please.
It's my turn now, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Please, go ahead.
About security and the EU's offer, security offer, well, you know that the EU's traditional approach to security is quite specific, because in the EU's approach, security cannot be divided from democracy, from the rule of law, and from good governance. Unfortunately, some other actors in the region do not share this view, and they have a much harder vision of security. And I see the EU moving towards a much broader offer and much, a realistic offer of security. But the EU is a very slow machine, and so this is a very slow move that you can see in the Eastern neighborhood with instruments such as the European Peace Facility, new missions, and other recent defense instruments. Perhaps another point about enlargement fatigue. I actually show to my students during courses that a picture of the Polish young man to explain that, well, no one should be afraid about enlargement. And in my view, it's not only about fear, it's also about ignorance. Fear is based on ignorance. Surveys have recently been conducted in France about support to enlargement, and they show a high degree of correlation between, for instance, knowledge of or ties with Ukraine and support to enlargement. So this is a very important aspect that should be kept in mind by EU governments and by the EU itself, I think. Information and awareness.
Thank you. Yes.
You asked a very tricky question from me. If I remember correctly, does Ukraine join the EU before the war ends? To answer that question, we should really try to extrapolate when the war ends. And, well, to be frank, I cannot answer this question in this way, but I give you two perspectives. And probably my good Cypriot friends don't like it, but Cyprus is a divided country. And it's still in the EU and very successful and prosperous member country. Yes, even if parts of a country, well, I'm not saying it's Ukraine or anybody, are occupied, we can find solutions, technical adaptations, whatever, so that everybody will be happy, at least as happy we can be in such a situation. So I do not see it as a prevention for EU membership as such. Second perspective, and sometimes we need to think out of frames, and in a small country like mine, we have to do that very often, sometimes from the morning to the evening, to stay in competition. Think if there would be an aggression against the member country, shall we kick them out of the Union? No, of course not. So we try to put it, we have to put these things in a perspective. So I really don't think, even if well, it's, Ukraine is very much hampered by the ongoing war. I know that men are on the front, women have to work in the ministries. It's very difficult. I really admire what the people are doing. But in my opinion, it's not an argument against the accession. Secondly, perhaps if you allow me, on this, how to explain things to the public. Because Estonia had the lowest public support for the accession among all the candidate countries. I think perhaps 37% were only supportive of accession when we started accession negotiations. And when we finished, we had a referendum which was a majority in favor. We measured the public opinion during the whole course of negotiations. Everybody was absolutely unpopular as usual, whether the government, the parliament, whatever. The negotiating team was always positively, because we were frank. We spoke about the things as they were standing. We never made secrets about problems. And of course, you need a special campaign, perhaps in the run-up to the referendum, and you can do a lot of tricks, which everybody does usually. But we also finance the opposition. We finance both sides of the campaign. And it's very important. I think our French colleagues have a saying, si bien il connaît ses gens. You have to know your people. People are different. They have different problems, and they have different fears and different expectations. In Estonia, in most seminars, people ask me, will the EU improve our traffic culture? And that is one of the few things which didn't happen, actually. And I'm very sorry about that. But
Okay.
all the rest positive things came. So
All right.
that's how it is.
Let's end on this positive.
Yeah.
Allow me a minute and a half more, please. Just that. I had this beautiful conclusion now, but to just make it in like 40 seconds, and then something else will come out at the end. So we just heard about the great story of success we should be proud of, right? We know that the Poland is on board. We just have to make Hungarians to join us, right? And the things should get smoother. Of course, we should also understand that the road is bumpy. We have to keep our societies informed. We have to raise their awareness and knowledge about the neighborhood and vice versa, right? And we cannot anymore take EU attractiveness for granted, right? Because there are alternatives also in terms of geopolitical alternatives, especially in the Western Balkans. And that the war which happened, which is a great tragedy, right, a completely senseless one, might be turned to an opportunity, right? And it's on us not to miss this opportunity, because we would end up as the moderator of one of the panel of lunches in a kind of melancholic mood, right? That we failed when we could have acted, right? And finishing here, I would like to turn to Mr. Ambassador of Ukraine. And on behalf of organizers, and I'm sure many of people sitting here, we would like to express our gratitude to the Ukrainian nation, which was mentioned as an agent, a very important one during this panel, for the bravery, for the resilience, for fighting really for our future and for our values. Slava Ukraini!
It couldn't be possible without your support.
You had to find, we don't need the right, we need the weapons, right? Thank you, and please enjoy the dinner.
And this is, ladies and gentlemen, where the words end. We've had the pleasure of listening to our chair, Alicja Curanowicz, Marta Jaroszewicz, speakers Henryka Mościcka-Dendys, His Excellency Wasyl Bodnar, Jolanta Szymańska, Lord Delcourt, and Alar Streyman. Thank you very much for that fantastic panel. This was the last panel, and they're definitely due a round of applause. We reconvene in this hall tomorrow at 9 a.m. with the unfortunate subject of democratic backsliding. We'd rather be forward sliding, I believe, but, well, things are what they are. Please return all the headsets on which you were listening to simultaneous interpretation, in them the voices of Zuzanna Błachuszewska and Arkadiusz Falkiewicz, and over there in the corner you can still see our Polish Sign Language interpreters Mariola Kozłowska-Nowak and Marcelina Florczyk. I would like to thank very much